this hour brought to you by Team Hochberg. Visit the website, 56david.com. That's 56david.com.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Where did last night's game leave you with this Cubs season? Are you living day to day with both baseball teams or only the Cubs? Are the White Sox sellers in your mind, or perhaps are both teams sellers? Will it change weekly?
You know, I think we're running out of weeks. I think that's the problem, is you're running out of time, and the decision, for me, the decision is made regarding the White Sox. I don't believe there's any way they're going to get in contention now. I don't think they're capable. They don't have enough pitching to be able to stack together the kind of 10-game winning streak they would need to erase the earlier 10-game losing streak. I just don't see them coming back from that. So I think that they're probably mired in mediocrity, if I may turn the phrase. I think the Cubs are different. I think the Cubs I'm monitoring on a day-to-day basis. That the Cubs, I was very impressed with the extra innings victory, with Ian Happ throwing out a couple dudes. I thought that was the mark of a team making a move. I thought that was a very important moment for them in their season, and then to come back and win again, coming from behind and taking advantage of a lapse by the Brewers. That is just good stuff. So I think the Cubs have a chance to get back in it. And I think they are the team to monitor on the weekly basis. I just don't think the Sox are going to do it. They haven't shown any sign of life.
I mean, last night was awesome.
Yep.
Absolutely awesome. Stayed up a little bit later than I had hoped. But Justin Steele, quality start, wasn't his best outing, but far from his worst. You got to score more than a run, obviously, to win most baseball games nowadays. I was really getting upset with Dansby Swanson, grounded into a couple of double plays. Guys had men on base. Dansby Swanson's up, and he dribbles into some double plays. Ends up leaving the game with a heel contusion. Okay, fine. Mike Tauchman plays hero. It was worth the staying up. As far as the Sox go, I was clicking back and forth, wondering, are they ever going to start this thing?
Right.
I have to give them credit, because in other cases, I would give them crap for it. I liked when they called the game. I thought that was the appropriate time. Said, listen, we're not going to play this game until 11 o'clock at night. We're straight doubleheader tomorrow.
Yep.
It's going to be a nicer day. Come back tomorrow. Nobody probably left their house to even show up down there. I never saw a shot of
the crowd. Yeah.
Anything going on. I'm sure nobody was there. So good for them for doing that. They probably have to be sellers, but as Marshall, you pointed out, like, the both divisions stink. So it's really not over till it's over.
It's over.
Listen, it's not, but it's not. Okay, it's not over. They've played 87 games. We've got 75 more games to play. So, like, that's a lot of games. That's a lot of games to say, hey, you're 7.5 games out. That's all I'm saying. I'm just looking at it logically. Now, the question was, are you living day to day with both baseball teams or only the Cubs? I live day to day with both baseball teams because I get paid to watch the baseball games and see who's going to win, who's going to lose, what's going on. The Sky aren't playing tonight. There's no summer league game tonight. I guess this is what I watch.
You got a doubleheader?
That's it. Look, I got a doubleheader. Yeah. We got bonus baseball today. Yesterday's loss is today's gain. That's what I'm looking at. As far as the Cubs, yeah, they're not. Did you know they're closer to a wild card spot than they are to the division lead?
Yeah,
and I think their real problem is the Reds are for real, and they're young, and they're hungry, and they're a problem.
And they're, no one takes that into account. They're young and dumb. In other words,
they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know. They're not under any pressure. They're having fun. That's a problem.
And you look around this town, who's having fun watching games right now? Not a lot. Yesterday was a highlight. So 2 days ago, you would have been like, oh, this is miserable. Now you're like, so we are literally living day to day with these teams.
The NASCAR race was fun. That's the last
one. It was. I enjoyed it. And that's not just my Talladega influence growing up in Alabama. I enjoyed it.
We got to talk about that later because
Okay.
you ran the track, right? You went.
Oh
down-
yeah, I ran around with Dale Earnhardt Jr. It was
That's
fun.
pretty cool.
Good times.
That's a really good question.
Do you like the idea of Luis Robert Jr., who said last week he wasn't interested in participating in the Home Run Derby, announcing a reversion of field and deciding now to take part? Do you like that he talked to some of his other Cuban players who were involved in the event, that they all decided to do it for their homeland?
I love it. Like, what? Home runs? Home run derby? Now, I'm going to date myself a little bit. Used to grow up watching old episodes of the black and white home run derby
That's
on ESPN
phenomenal.
because that's what
Yeah.
you do
That
when
is
you're
phenomenal.
when you're looking for to get your baseball itch and it's the afternoon and the games aren't on yet. And you know what? WGN, today we're playing a night game. So I'm going to watch a little home run derby on ESPN. I love home run derby. The fact that it took so long for them to put the home run derby and make it part of the All-Star event was crazy to me. I was like, this is so easy. This is a win-win for baseball. And as a guy who grew up, baseball is my first love. I love that some people talked him into doing this because I think it's going to be fun. And really, White Sox fans just need something that they can hang their hat on. And if it's Luis Robert Jr., home run derby champion, so be it.
Back. My favorite part of the Home Run Derby is coming in the next day and having Mully just destroy.
Really? What?
Because you do such a funny imitation of him doing baseball games, and that's fun.
Oh, yeah.
I
That guy.
find it entertaining,
That guy.
while it's real.
That guy tried to ruin the World Series for me when
Right.
the Sox won.
That's why.
When he
Yep.
was doing his whole Boston and ugh.
Any hoodles. I like that he's participating. Next week is arguably one of two of the hardest weeks to work in our business.
No,
And-
there's no argument. It is.
Yeah, right.
I like it because it's we actually will get to everything, and we'll look at everything. I think I know it's generally regarded as a very slow week.
But in this case, we've got Robert Jr. participating in Home Run
Yes.
Derby. So that takes care of Monday and a little bit of Tuesday.
Yes.
We've got 4 total players playing in the All-Star game. So that'll take care of part of Tuesday and Wednesday. And then, Thursday and Friday, you're laughing. Anyway, I'm glad he's doing it. I think it's great.
Radio producer.
I have no worries about his swing, anything like that. You worry about everybody's health. You don't want anybody getting hurt during this. The guy, let's put it this way. If these two teams do have a chance at doing something in the next 70 some odd games, all these guys got to come out of this game healthy.
Yeah,
Facts.
they lost 50 games, I believe. That's kind of a magic mark before the All-Star break. But you're right. The White Sox have a chance to win something. I'm not predicting it, but nobody on God's earth thought the White Sox would have a chance of winning anything. So maybe Luis Robert Jr.'s performance is something to look forward to. I worry that he's going to change his swing, that he's going to be trying to swing for the fences, and that's going to leave a mark when he comes back. We've seen that happen before with different guys going into a slump. Since you got a team in a slump, the idea of that guy going in a slump is just that's
not great.
That's the last hope gone there. I do worry about that, but I'm happy for him. I'm glad that he had the conversation with his countrymen and they all decided they were going to do it for Cuba. I think that's super cool, and it probably changes whatever pressure you would feel to actually try to hit a home run. Now you can just kind of loosen up, and you're not one man alone. There's 3 of you, and you're going to represent. So I think that makes it easier, believe it or not. I don't know that he knows how to take part in a home run derby. I don't know if there's like a magical formula where you have to take it easy and then build up and then make sure you're knocking them when the time. I really have no idea what strategy to employ or how to go about participating in an event like this. I will now watch it mainly because of him. And when he goes out, so will I.
Oh, wow. I just don't like him being the number 1 overall seed. I'm just going to say that.
That's insane.
I don't like that.
That's insane.
Not good.
Vlad Jr. should be the number 1 overall seed. I think Pete
But he's got the
Alonso
most home runs.
is going to win. I'm just saying it. Well, where's Ohtani? Why is he letting down Japan, the world?
The greatest athlete in the world. We need to get back. We could have changed the pick 6 question. I'd like to debate that, but anyway.
We'll get there.
Pick 6. He'll take it.
Does Mike Trout's surgery for a broken wrist and an ensuing 4 to 8 week recovery time signal yet another playoff-less season for the Angels? Trout turns 32 in a month and has made the playoffs just once 10 years ago. Should that serve as a cautionary tale for Shohei Ohtani? Should he make a Dame Lillard-style trade demand?
Well, I would not make a Dame-style trade demand. Dame, mercifully has done it in the offseason. He's not a guy that is kind of rocking the boat. I think the Angels ought to look at this and understand that it's going to cost them upwards of $500,000. It's probably going to end up being $600,000. It might be worth it, but do they have enough around him? They've never built up the pitching staff. They've never, I feel sorry for it is bizarre to me that you got the two best players in baseball, arguably the two best players in baseball, and you can't make a dent. You can't get in the playoffs. You can't win in the playoffs. It tells you a lot about the game and the way you gotta mix different pieces together in order to win. And having the two superstars is not enough. So it is kind of extraordinary that they've had this lack of success all the way around. I will say this: you could get a king's ransom for that guy, because he could, if you actually decided that you weren't going anywhere, you could get a minor league system, because that's how good the guy is, and he does so much. He could change the course of baseball.
I'll say this: Shohei Ohtani shouldn't make any kind of trade demand. He should just play out his days, pick up his, whether it's going to be Cy Young and MVP, but whatever he's going to do this year, he should do that.
What if he gets both of those?
Well, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised, because I said before, and I'm going to double down: best athlete in the world currently. You're doing the whole athlete thing. I'll say this: he should be very careful in what team he goes to next.
Excuse me, Dustin, call Kylian Mbappe. We got to get him on.
Listen, Kylian's cool. Does he know where he's playing next? Last time I checked, they don't want him back. They're like, you better make a decision right now. Shohei doesn't have those problems, but he does have that problem this offseason trying to figure out where he wants to play. He better pick an organization that knows how to build a baseball team. Young prospects, get other people in here. Because to me, looking back at what the Angels did and getting him, they're like, oh, we got Shohei Ohtani, let's figure it out. No, you got to have everything in place and then add a guy like Shohei Ohtani. So I think he's got some interesting decisions to make in the offseason. But yeah, so it is a cautionary tale for Shohei Ohtani, because he's got to figure out what he wants to do. Does he want to win the World Series like he put in his little journal when he was 13 years old or whatever? Because if that's the case, he needs to go to the best place to win a World Series.
Well, if you've been tuned into this show for a couple of years, you know that I'm not a huge Mike Trout guy, because he never bothers to show up in Chicago. That's part of it. He also
were you happy when he showed up the last time?
No. did some damage, but he actually did show up. So
be careful what you wish for.
Exactly.
Yeah, be careful. That's a good point. Be careful what you wish for. He's hurt too much for me. He spends a lot of time on the injured list, but the American League's tough. I don't see the Angels getting into the postseason, but who's to say the Angels don't sell, and they sell to that group that just bought golf, and they decide that they want Shohei Ohtani. So they decide, you know what, we're going to buy the Angels, and we're going to pay him $800 million, something that no other team, not even the Mets, could do.
Do we really think the public investment fund is going to be allowed to buy a Major League Baseball team?
I would hope that baseball ownership would understand, if that were to happen, that the price of playing poker would get to a point where you would have to get your own state to run another team. I don't mean like the state of Illinois. I mean, get on the phone and call.
I guess Kremlin. If I was Shohei Ohtani, I might have a blister on my finger for the next 6 to 8 weeks as well.
Do that. No, you've got to win MVPs out. You know what? If you sit out 6 to 8 weeks, you're not winning the MVP.
That's right.
I would say that.
Cy Young.
Or the Cy Young.
So instead of $600 million, he gets $552 million.
No, I'm just saying he's trying to build the legacy with the awards in baseball, because you can't control whether you win or not. One guy can't do that. And I will say about your Mike Trout point, I hear you, but he could retire today, go to the Hall of Fame, and he's on the wrong side of 30. He's gonna be hurt. That's life.
I've answered this question, a lot, obviously.
Were you surprised to hear the Blackhawks GM Kyle David say the Blackhawks 2023 roster is, if not done, very, 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 it's another very close to being done? Were you expecting more, or other than just Ryan Donato? Who signed a 2-year deal this week?
Listen, I'm going to say this. The Blackhawks are in full rebuild mode, and we know what portion of the rebuild mode there is. I am not surprised by anything they do right now because they're not building for this year. They're building for 2 to 3 years from now and say, okay, Connor Bedard has grown into his body, let's ride. And right now, it's just about development. So they can do whatever they want this year. They will put butts in the seats because Connor Bedard will be in the building. And that's really all that matters at this point because no one's expecting him to contend for anything.
Butts in seats is what matters. You're right. That's what they care about right now. They had, and deservedly so, a massive PR check to the boards. And luckily, somehow, they lucked into Bedard. Some people would say they didn't deserve that luck to do that. They had the salt shed was packed.
Yep.
They sold gazillion 98 sweaters and T-shirts with his name on it.
Right off the bat.
Off the bat. The season tickets are as in demand as they were when they were in the middle of the Cup run. They don't deserve all this, but why would you add some big ticket guy? It would make no business sense to do that whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess there were different players I was kind of hoping that they might bring back, to be honest with you. I just thought that, they let a lot of decent young players go that might fit a rebuild, frankly. So I know they just wanted to gather all of this. They're still getting they still got to get to the basement of the salary cap. So that's still an ongoing thing for them to figure out. But they made a couple moves that made sense. I don't think they're going to be. I think Marshall's absolutely correct. They're not trying to win in the right now. They're now looking at guys they've drafted, and they're going to be graduating some players from Rockford that will come in and help them, and they will get more experience. A couple of defensemen that they will have at the bottom of their rotation that will move up as the years go by. And I think that it's kind of an exciting time because of all the good young talent. I'm very curious to see how quickly it goes for Bedard and the influence he has. The thing you got to remember, though, is, it's incredible, the Blackhawk fans. They fill that building regardless of how bad the team is. They still have their season tickets, and now it's more than ever. Now there's more. It's going to be one of the hardest tickets in town moving forward with Bedard here. So I think they're in a really good position, and I trust Kyle from Chicago.
Well, it's a great question, Mully.
That's the voice of Casey Johnson. He'll be with you guys 7:25 this morning. Any surprise NBA Summer League tickets for Victor Wembanyama's debut on Friday are already sold out. Will you be watching?
Oh, I'll be watching. There is no shadow of a doubt. I am Mr. Summer League. I love watching the Summer League. I got to be honest with you. If it wasn't for the fact that I am married and have 3 kids, I would vacation in Vegas and go to the Summer League. It's one of my bucket list things that I've always wanted.
You haven't done it. Okay.
I've not done it. It didn't really get going when I covered the league, and there was no need for it because they had an established team and they weren't working on young players. I would love to go there and be in the building and watch, at a very casual kind of gym-like situation, watch Victor Wembanyama. Just watch him play. You just get a chance to see how he looks next to NBA players. This guy is like a stick man. I mean, this is a really 7'5", and they think he was 7'5", the bare feet. They think that by the time he could still be growing.
That's crazy.
He was growing last year. He was like 7'3", and now he's 7'5", and who knows? I mean, can you imagine
that picture of him next to Gobert?
Oh, it's the picture with Gobert is like a grown-ass man, and he looks like a little boy. He's like a head taller than him. That's impossible. And the idea that he could still be growing, and he can do all these different things. He can shoot, he can drive, he can run like a point giant. I don't know what you'd even call the position. It's pretty cool.
He might be 2 foot taller than Connor Bedard. I mean, without his skates on, right?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, one thing I know for sure, you said I know you'll have the DVR fired up. That's for sure. Now, here's like public service announcement. I don't like doing this in this setting, but I'm going to anyway.
Do it.
4-letter network, NBA TV. Where am I finding this on Friday night?
NBA TV.
NBA
is
TV?
where I usually watch
All
it.
right,
I don't know that.
I gotta
is
hope
it
that I
on?
have the NBA
I would guess
TV.
it's on ESPN, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
It's
I
going to
mean,
be on ESPN.
Yeah,
It
because
is?
that's the big boy doing big boy
Right.
things.
All right.
You would hope.
I will have. I am also
But you can
married.
watch-
I
you
have
can
2
watch-
children.
yeah, I
I
know.
don't know that I'm on a Friday night. I'm going to sit down and watch Victor Wembanyama. My wife will be like, DVR it, get up early like you normally do while we're all sleeping. You can watch it. But I am interested.
That's fair. Yeah, these questions, these two right here, there's no surprise that it's sold out. First of all, that's not an NBA sized gym. Number one, and then will I be watching? I don't know. You know what? It's Friday night. I might have things to do.
Oh, well.
I might have things to do.
You don't have to watch it live.
Oh,
You
okay,
can
well,
watch
yes,
it.
I will be
you
watching.
will see it.
Yes, I will be watching at some point.
Yeah, you will
Wemby
see
and
it.
Wemby, I need to know what's going on. What is he doing against other young players?
Listen.
it's a good little barometer.
I'll tell you, here's how stupid I am. I'm going to be watching the Bulls like very closely because I want to know if
Javon Freeman Liberty is going to be
No, I don't think.
Oh.
I mean, I'm interested in him. Chicago guy made good. Okay, don't get me wrong. Went to Valpo, right, and then he went to Paul. I've watched his whole career, but I want to see Dalen Terry, and I feel like I know this is dumb, but every time I turn around, I see this guy go into Camp DeMar DeRozan. I want to know if that has improved him. And I got to be honest with you. Either he gets better or he doesn't play for the Bulls. He's not going to make that rotation. They picked up a couple of decent players that are ahead of him, too. I just want to know. He was the 19th pick in the draft. It's no big deal, but I think he has more to prove
it's a big
than
deal.
anybody else.
It's a very, very big deal because he was the 19th pick in the draft, and you look around and look at their other first-round picks, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
wait, sometimes we don't even have a first-round
It's a
pick.
big deal. Thank you. I'm watching.
Different question on a different topic.
Mike Florio there, 844 with you guys this morning. What do you make of Pro Football Focus ranking 2 Bears linebackers as the top players at their position, with Tremaine Edmonds 9th among the top 32 linebackers, TJ Edwards as 10th. Next closest player, Cody Whitehair, 11th best center. Other notables, DJ Moore 16th among receivers. Justin Fields, QB1, is 18th out of 33 quarterbacks. Does that sound like a winning team?
On its face, no. But we know these rankings can change depending on what actually happens when they go on teams. I make the linebackers being as high as they are as a good thing for the signings in the offseason. You upgraded a little bit. My real concern is I was looking to find out where those rankings had those defensive linemen. I couldn't seem to find them.
None.
And then I was like, oh, where are the quarterbacks? Couldn't seem to find them either.
No corners.
So I don't know if you guys have watched the NFL, specifically the postseason and how that usually goes. But if you can't get pressure on the quarterback, you're playing against NFL playoff level quarterbacks, and they tend to pick you apart. And so it's seemingly hopeless. What this means is the Bears, I don't have high hopes for them this season. And that's sad for me.
That's okay.
But if Justin Fields is out here, putting up 30 points a game, leading a team that puts up 30 points a game, that's fine. That's fine. Another high pick, a couple of high picks, and then we can work on the defense later.
As you guys said about baseball, one guy doesn't win games. It's a team sport. This is a team sport. This is a 10-win team or more, in my opinion, still. Health, of course, being key.
Well, I think that when we were talking about this a little bit before the show, Marshall mentioned where was Jalen Hurts last year on this list. So if Justin Fields is 18th out of 32 quarterbacks, if he's moving up, if he's a top 10 player at that position, guess what? The Bears are probably going to win 10 games. It's going to depend on how these are young players and how they improve in their rankings. And I think right now it is still all about Justin Fields, and it's about him getting money, and it's about him winning games. And if you can't win games, you're not going to get the money. So, and I'm not saying he's playing for money. He seems like a really good teammate, football guy forever. He says everything the right way. Does he play the right way? That's the question. That, if you've got Patrick Mahomes on that list at number 1, and I assume he's there, but I don't know, then you're going to win. then you're a Super Bowl contender. That is the position, Dustin. That is the key position. That is the one. You don't want to have the best, linebackers. I used to say to Patrick Manley, you're the best long snapper in the league. You can't ride that to a Super Bowl. That's the sad reality. So get the best player at the key positions, and now you're going to win. They're not there yet. And the idea that there's no defensive linemen, and I would worry about that. And these, again, young guys, somebody has to develop. Just say a little prayer. All right, we got to get to the extra point. We got the extra point next. Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris this morning on Chicago Sports Radio. 6-7 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
We've got you ahead of Cubs Brewers at 12:35 today. Cody Decker's going to join us at 11, and we'll have High Noon at 11:40.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. I know it was X Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
Oh, the actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
England. Could he be out before then?
Of course he could be out before then because let me tell you something. One, he's not getting any younger. Two, are the Patriots any good? 18 wins is a lot. It's a lot if you're playing a 16-game season. Even with the extra game, 17-game season, they could go the next 2 seasons without getting to 18 wins, and then questions will be asked. So, yes, he could very much be out before then. But I would like to see him get the 18, even though I'm not a Belichick fan. I respect how good he has been. And so I feel like he deserves that mantle, if that makes sense.
I think it makes sense, but I think at the end of the day, when you're asked who's the greatest coach in the history of the NFL, he's on every single person's Mount Rushmore. No matter what your fandom is, whether you hate the Patriots, you have to respect the Patriots. The other thing that will be interesting, supposedly the top 2 remaining free agents in the NFL, DeAndre Hopkins and Dalvin Cook, are both like betting. If you're into the betting aspect, they're both like the favorites to land with the Patriots. Mm-hmm. And I wonder what those 2 guys would bring to a Patriots team. And Miami's better, right? The Bills are good.
They're picked last in that division.
Yeah. It's crazy, but it's still
crazy.
Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I listen. You're absolutely right. Bill Belichick has. I think if you look at his career, and a lot of people fail to remember, it's not just about the Super Bowls. It's about his time with the Giants and some of the game plans that he put together and some of the work that he did to win Super Bowls for Bill Parcells. And Bill Parcells never won a Super Bowl without Bill Belichick, and Belichick has won a lot of them without Parcells. So I think that just the entirety of his career is a very extraordinary. The guy was great, and he is a great coach, and he will go down as a great coach. I think what you're saying is fascinating to me. The idea that there are 17 games, he needs 18, and he won't be able to do it in 2 years. And I don't think he's going to be. I think with the collection of talent they have right now, I think there's a reason they're picked last in the division. Could they surprise? Absolutely. But a surprise would be if they get over 9 wins. And I don't know that he's going to do that 2 years running with that group. So how is Mac? Is he any good as a quarterback?
Well, I was
Mac
about to
Jones?
say, we just talked about how important the quarterback position is.
That's it.
Is anybody riding with Mac Jones anywhere?
They dangled him, and obviously they finally got him an offensive coordinator. They tried to go with the rocket scientist, and it didn't work out as it didn't work out in Detroit for him. But I guess as I look at this team, I think, how's he getting there? How's he getting to Shula? I'm not saying that. Listen, I'm lucky enough to have met Don Shula and spent some time with him and talked to him, and he was a friend of Doug's and came into the studio. I got this fantastic photo of the 3 of us, which nobody else would care about. Everybody like, who's that guy? But I have the photo, and it's just one of these things where you respect people that have accomplished something over the course of their career. And Shula was like a wunderkind. He was like one of these young head coaches that kept going and going and going. This is different. Belichick has had 2 different careers. And the second part as a head coach, an incredibly successful head coach, and a guy that at one point anybody in the league would trade multiple first-round picks to get. That's not the case anymore. He is one of the older coaches in the league now, and I think that when you follow what's going on in New England, I think some of his glory has been taken by Tom Brady. Tom left and won, and Bill hasn't been able to win without Tom Brady. I mean, I know he won, 11 games one year when Brady was hurt, but go back and look at his record in Cleveland. He's not been a winning coach without Tom Brady for the most part. Now, they were together forever, so it makes sense that would be the case when you get that position right. But I don't know. I got to see how Mac Jones turns out, and I'm not sure. I think this is an ongoing experiment, and I'm not sure that it's working. I don't know that I trust him.
You say you don't know if it's working. he's won more than 8 games once since Tom Brady left. They went 10-7. Like, no, I can't see him getting there unless Robert Kraft is just a very patient man, but he doesn't strike me as such. Is that fair?
I think maybe the guy should get a massage, loosen up a little, and take it easy on Bill.
That has been his approach in issues past, we'll say. But look, I'll say that
doing a shot. Sorry,
no, it's a well earned shot.
There you go.
I will say this: like Bill Belichick's still going to be, one of the greatest coaches of all time, if not the greatest coach. For me, he's the greatest coach I saw in my lifetime.
I agree.
And so I just think we all have to admit that Tom Brady is the GOAT, and without the GOAT, you're not it's not looking the same.
No, it's not. But then again, they all aged out. They all kind of. I mean, it's hard to constantly rebuild. What Bill has done as an executive, as the guy that put a football team together, is pretty extraordinary. He did everything. You talk about Parcells quitting a job because
couldn't buy the groceries.
Yeah, I can't buy. They make me cook the meal, but I can't buy the groceries. That Bill has bought the groceries. He's done all of it. He is his own boss, and I don't think you can argue with the results. But you're right. It's been a while. If I'm Robert Kraft, I might hang on to Bill to let him get the record. And I know that's not a popular thing to say. And we'll talk to Mike Florio. He wrote about this story later on in the program. But I know I'm not supposed to be sentimental or nostalgic when I think about football.
Nostalgia rules the world.
I think it's a great thing to be a part of, and if it takes a couple more years, who cares?
No. But what I'm trying to tell you, they're picked to finish last in the division.
I know
things are not getting any better. Tom Brady not walking out of that tunnel. So what I'm trying to explain to you is when you say, "Oh, if it takes a couple more," no. 18 wins. It might take 4 seasons to get to 18 wins because of the division that they play in.
Well, let's hope. And I mean, I don't want to hope this because I'm kind of done with New England, and I
never started with them.
I never started.
I grew up as a Bills fan. What do you want from me?
There you go. Well, that's good. The Bills Mafia would be delighted. I'm just saying I don't want them to get like the number 1 overall pick and come back with some great player that now raises everything.
Oh, you don't want him to go the pop route is what you're saying.
No, I want him to get it in a couple of years. I want him to remain in NFL hell and pick lower and not get anything great out of it. I don't want another run from Bill Belichick.
You keep saying a couple of years. My question is, he's 71 years old. My question is, how many years?
How old is Pete Carroll? Isn't he the oldest coach in the league? I think Pete. He's like 73, something like that. Is that right?
You may be right. We can find that answer.
I'm just saying.
But listen.
Age ain't nothing but a number.
71.
71. Both of them are 71.
Oh, now we got to find out.
I think by month he's the oldest coach.
So what I'm saying is, when you keep saying couple of years, I want a real honest answer on this.
Yeah.
They need 18 wins.
But they're not getting it.
How many seasons will it actually take for him to get 18 wins?
Probably 3.
That's averaging six a year. Okay, he could probably get 6 a year.
He might get.
But I could see it going 4 is what I'm saying.
I'm saying I think he could get 8 or 9 this year. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but by the time he puts his team together, I know they're in a very hard division. I just think he's capable of winning games you don't expect. If they win 8 games, that's an unbelievably successful year for them. It's
not an unbelievably successful year for Robert Kraft, I'm going to tell you that.
No. But Robert Kraft has had nothing but success because of Robert Kraft is known to the world because he employed Bill Belichick. That's the best move he ever made.
I like the singles, but okay. That's the way you want to go.
Yeah. He's got a brother, I believe is a doctor here in Chicago.
Did not know that.
Yeah. He told me that one time when I was at the Super Bowl. Weird. Just like, oh, you're from Chicago? My brother lives there. Isn't that strange?
That is beyond strange.
Yeah. Do one of the Glazers lives here, too. One of the brothers lives in Chicago full-time.
Chicago's a big city. A lot of people live here.
Yeah. But if you were one of the Glazers, wouldn't you want to live here and not be definitely not seen in Manchester?
Yeah.
Yeah. They hate you. They hate you there.
Not great.
No. All right. We've got, we're going to get to your phone calls, 312-644-6767. That's the number. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris with us this morning, having a lot of fun on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Will Jed be... Mike was on, and then Jason decided to have fun with sound with Mike.
Hello? Did you see Paul Newman and Sally Field in Absence of Malice?
Who's talking to me? Who?
I don't think Oswald did that. I don't think he might have been in the plot, but I don't think he killed Kennedy.
Oh, you're talking Bob the movie man.
They're getting this new Cuban slugger, I guess, from Cuba. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. We go there.
I'd rather have McDonald's play Sunday. I don't think Cutler's ready yet.
Well, hey.
So is Paulie coming back, or did Frank say for sure?
Frank? Who the hell is Frank?
Have a nice Thanksgiving.
Are you kidding? It's way beyond that.
What about Eddie Murray and the Nutty Professors?
Well, I'll see you on the golf course.
All right, Mike.
Happy Chinese New Year, Year of the Horse, right?
What?
It's today.
We'll put Chris on for a minute.
You know, I can't understand you guys. You know, it's like, jeez.
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Well, I don't either. I don't know. Am I talking to Bob?
Hello there.
Hello there, Bob.
You ever try that new pizza yet? That one with the cheeseburger pizza yet?
No.
I think it's pretty good. I haven't tried it yet either.
Yeah. Well, I'm up here. You know I'm in.
What do you think about women's boxing and that?
Women something.
What church you go to?
Are you crazy? I can't understand you.
How do I wash the shirt? Do I wash it or do I dry clean it?
Well, I think you should throw them away and just buy new stuff. That's what I do. Pull the line drive. He was up in the air, and he pulled it from Jungle Jim.
What's wrong with my balls?
Huh?
What's wrong with my balls?
Ooh, that free shield. You know, I'm telling you, me and my brother were at Comiskey when they gave the Nellie Fox night. I don't know if any of you remember.
I think he needs psychiatric help.
And they brought in a sailboat and everything. You remember that?
When's Derek going to be ready for the playoffs?
Who?
Have a great day, Mike.
All right.
kind of stay calm, you know, and not do too much. You know, yeah, I mean, everybody knows that his changeup's his pitch, but he's got a good fastball too. So, you know, try not to get too caught up in a guessing game and just react. And, you know, fortunately was able to just sneak it inside the line. And, you know, great at bats that whole inning. So, you know, Belly and JY and Jan and all of them, like that was really great. You know, kind of put together that rally there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We've got Marshall Harris with us this morning from CBS. They're fine. Well, you're multi-purpose, right? Multitask. You do everything. You're the.
Listen, I do whatever I'm asked to do that day because I like the paychecks to clear. So I think we all have that approach in these modern times. Yes,
that's exactly right. That was the voice of Mike Tautman with the double, and of course his post-game comments on that double. And goodness gracious, that was such an important play given the at bat, given how long he was. It was a hell of an at bat.
8-pitch at bat.
That's pretty good, and to then pay it off. You know, it's always good to see somebody battle it at bat, but once you actually pay it off is when it matters, and that was huge last night. And they end up coming back and winning that game, and they end up with a throwing error scoring the winning run. So that, given the way they won the day before with a couple of throwouts at the plate, a couple of great defensive plays, the double steal, the double play on the out at home, and then Miguel Amaya having the awareness to throw that ball to second. And man, Nico Horner, that tag
was nice.
A couple of photos of like both guys in the air. That's award-winning. That's APSE award-winning photography right there. If you catch that play where both guys are in the air and the tag is put on the guy as he's trying to put his hand back down, fantastic play.
Listen, it's been a good couple of days for the Cubs.
Yeah,
but they need more than just a good couple of days. They need a good couple of months, and that's a stretch from 2 days. And so we talked about it earlier. In the pick six about, you know, just following this team day to day. That's all you can really do right now, and just hope for the best. I'm of the belief that, like, these are the dog days of summer. We're out of the June swoon. We're into the July something. I don't know what to call it, but you hope that July is not full of lies. Like, this is where you can get okey-doked into believing your team is better than it is.
Yeah.
And so you just want to get through the All-Star break and start that second half and be like, we got a shot.
I think that's fair in terms of the Cubs because they're within striking distance, and they have some decent chemistry. If you added to that, and to me, that's the decision you're making. The decision you're making isn't just whether they're going to sell. It's, do we need a power bat here? And the answer is yes. And should we go get it on the market, or should we wait till the offseason? If you did something like that, you could get a lot better. And I would recommend that they try to get better. But the problem is, it's like the White Sox problem is real simple. You don't get anything for Lucas Giolito if you wait till next year, because you've gone to him a couple of times. You can't get an extension done. You're not in the right ballpark. You understand you're losing him, and he's waited all this time, and he's going to go and see what the market is. Maybe in the best case scenario, he would come back and let you match it or let you. That's not happening.
Wait a minute.
He is gone.
Hold
so
on.
You may as well trade him.
You're not wrong, because when you say not in the right ballpark, when are the White Sox ever in the right ballpark when it comes to signing anyone?
Never given up $100 million. $100 million.
The highest paid free agent ever is a guy that, I don't know how many home runs. He might have one home run now.
Benintendi?
Yeah, just the one. So
he does have one.
You get what I'm saying, though.
Yes.
And I'll say this, because you keep talking about the Cubs like they're in this, like they're within striking distance. They started yesterday. The White Sox didn't get to play yesterday.
Right.
But they started yesterday. Both teams were 7 games back. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, that's true.
And now one team is 7.5 games back, but they can make up a game and a half today because they play a doubleheader.
They're not going to win a doubleheader.
Oh, my goodness.
They don't have the possibility. They are, honestly, if you talk likelihood, Are they more likely to win a doubleheader, lose a doubleheader, or split a doubleheader? I would argue that any doubleheader, you're likely to split it, but the Sox are more likely to lose both than win both. That's true. That is true. That is just look at their record and look at their season.
Yes, you're right. But I like the fact that Lance Lynn throws pitches that people swing at and they miss. So I'm gonna lean into that. Look, I'm gonna play.
I appreciate it.
I am an optimist.
You are a good man.
But also I am a pragmatist. Are you probably right? Sure. But we can't live life like that. We gotta.
I can't be optimistic about the White Sox. I just can't bring myself to do it. I've watched.
Okay, how about this?
They've lost 50 games. We're not even at the All-Star break.
I'm not asking you to be optimistic about the White Sox. I'm asking you to be pragmatic about the American League Central and what it is.
Okay, well, that's fair. But Toronto is a better team in a better division. It's if, as you said earlier, if the weighted schedule remained, then I'd be, the Sox got a shot. The Sox could win this thing, but they don't. They got to play other teams. Now, they have, according to Tankathon, they've got the second easiest schedule remaining in all of baseball.
You know what the problem with that is, right?
Minnesota has the first. That's the problem.
I just want to make sure you knew what the problem was. I knew what the problem
I know
is.
the problem.
So here,
they can't win is the problem.
What if I told you that 2 of their next 3 series are against the St. Louis Cardinals and the New York Mets? Would that change any?
Well, unfortunately, I would go back to how the Cubs got in this position. See, I think like a week ago, the Cubs they were in London. They had a chance. Okay, it's a week and a half, 10 days ago, whatever. They had a chance to come home 500 and 3 games back. And instead, they lost that game to the aforementioned
another
St. Louis
blown
Cardinals.
lead.
And then they end up coming home and losing some game. Now they're in the position they're in. But it wasn't long ago that they had a chance to be back at 500. I can't even remember when the White Sox had a chance. I don't even the White Sox have never been. They've never been in contention this year. And the idea that because they have more talent, they should be in contention. I'm not arguing that, but they're not. And they've got kind of a novice manager, and they haven't made any moves that you would look at and say, this is a player they've developed. That's a player.
They're hamstrung in that department. That's
nothing. Name a pitcher that they have, I think Carlos Rodon, Chris Sale. Name a pitcher they've actually drafted and developed. They're few and far between, and they've drafted a lot of pitchers, and whatever. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts.
You're right. Things aren't looking great.
Yeah.
And if one of these teams in the Central takes off, it's over. But I just don't think anybody's taking off.
Agree. I don't think the division is very good, but man, I just think this is rough. All right, 312-644-6767. We're going to get to your calls. It's Mully. We've got Marshall Harris. You're listening to Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
We've got you ahead of Cubs Brewers at 12:35 today. Cody Decker's going to join us at 11, and we'll have High Noon at 11:40. Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes.
But what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like, the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best for the fans. I'll tell you that much. Like, the game has changed in a way that makes it not as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous, and it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you guys, and just listening to what you just said, you're being dominated by the fake technology again. You think that all these guys throw 10 miles an hour faster than we did back in the day? Just watch the videos. Watch videos of guys back in our day who were the hard-throwing guys compared to now. They are measuring fastballs and balls right out of the hand now, okay? the Jugs gun and the ray gun back in the day measured it as it crossed home plate.
Uh-huh.
So there ain't no difference. These guys, I've been there. I've been with these guys that they say are throwing 100 and sitting there watching them going, they ain't no different than anything I saw, hitting against guys in spring training. This is not, but they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job. And you look at this. It's fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of the new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside and this and that, and when, watch the news today. Oh, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute. They can get into our technology from Russia? Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the...
Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with the letter K, the number 4, kids.
Yes, he has. High fastball, clock to left field. Does it have enough? Yes, sir! Oh, he rode another one out. In the air, center field. Trout is back at the track. He has done it again. Man, oh man. Another chalk outline for Luis Robert Jr. in a 2-0 lead.
Hook deep left, and it'll go for Robert.
In the air, left field. Luis Robert Jr. has once again electrified this ballpark.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We have Marshall Harris with us this morning, and that is the home run derby participant from Chicago. That's Luis Robert Jr. He had said last week that he wasn't interested in doing it, that he talked to a couple of his friends from Cuba, and they decided that they would all do it together. They would do the home run derby, and based on home runs, how many does he have? 25? If there's no Shohei Ohtani, he is then leading the American League in home runs. So therefore, he's the number 1 seed in the home run derby. I don't expect him to win it. I don't even know if he's going to have a good showing. I would hope he would. And I would love to see the Sox win something because they have done nothing but lose, frankly, in the first half of this season, and that's why they're probably going to unload some players at the trade deadline. But I do worry that if you start swinging for the fences, like we just heard a montage of his home runs, and they all seem to come perfectly naturally. He just, all of a sudden, he's swinging and boom goes the dynamite, and he's got 25 dingers, and the guy, he's never hit, what was his, 17? Was that the most he's ever hit in a season?
13.
13.
Yeah.
Holy
Take
cow.
it down a notch.
I'm sorry. 13. And now he's got 25. Let me tell you something. The guy could hit 40-plus home runs over the course of a season if he could stay healthy. He's never played more than 100 games in a single season. So he's got to avoid that injury bug, and then everything will go right for him. And here's hoping. here's hoping that we see a lot of this and that it works for him and he has fun at the All-Star game.
Is it bad that everything seems to be built on hope?
It's all on hope. It's all, I mean, life is kind of built on hope if you really break it down.
Or empirical evidence.
Do you think there's empirical evidence regarding life?
Well, I'm saying when we make our decisions on what we're going to do or how we feel, it's usually based on either your gut or the empirical evidence. I'm a data guy. Like, give me all the data and I'll sort it out. With Luis Robert Jr.
You turned my mind in a completely different direction.
I'm just saying, like you said, he's never played more than 98 games. That was last season. He had 12 home runs last season in 98 games. There was nothing that said, hey, next year he'll have 84 games played and 25 home runs. But that's where we are, and we'd like to see how far he can go with that. I'm with that, especially in a season where there's not a lot of positive talk. I was going to ask you, you're like, I don't think he's going to win it. Is that just because that's how you feel about everything the Sox do?
No. I think that he's never been in it before. And I think that hitting a home run is I just don't recall seeing him at batting practice just hitting home runs. I don't think he aims to do that. I think he works on things. And I don't think of him, this is crazy, I don't think of him as a home run hitter. Maybe because he only has hit 13 previously as a season total. And even as I watch him hit, this is what I'm trying to say. It's all natural within the course of the game. His power isn't put on. He doesn't go, you don't get there early. You got to see batting practice. You won't believe what Louis Roberts doing.
Right.
I've never heard anyone utter those words. I don't think he just tries to hit home runs. So it's my fear, my worry, my concern is that he's now going to be a guy hunting homers based on taking part in the home run derby.
I mean, it's a home run derby.
But how do you do a home run derby? Don't you have to be hitting for the fences every time, right?
Well, here's the thing. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., right?
Yeah.
So he's only done this one time, but it was his rookie season, and it was an all-time showing. He set the record with 91 home runs. Still lost, by the way, to Pete Alonso in the final, because you almost got to pace yourself. But 91 home runs in one setting is insane.
Has he never been the same?
I think he's
I think he's good. Pretty good.
So they asked him this time around, what's your approach going to be? I'm going to read you a quote. Quote, no plan at all. I'm just going to hit homers. I'll just enjoy it and hit homers. And that's the approach all these guys need to have with this.
But don't you think of him as a home run hitter? I think of him as more of a home run hitter than I thought of his dad. His dad
was an average hitter who just he destroyed baseballs.
That's what I'm saying.
Line drives.
But I know I just think of his dad as like this free swinging man of the traveling people who would literally swing at anything and hit it.
Bounce the ball up there if he can reach it, he'll hit it.
Yeah, and he could get hits and he could do well swinging at bad pitches. So I guess the idea is you know, and he's bringing in terms of Luis Robert, he's bringing like a batting coach from the White Sox. The guy pitches to him in warm-ups and stuff. That's going to be his pitcher. You know, some guys bring their dad or somebody that they know is going to put the ball exactly where they want it to hit a home run. I just think that is a skill that this guy hasn't practiced. The only reason I don't think he's going to win is he may be eliminated in the first round because he just doesn't know what the hell the home run derby is. He's a quick study. He'll pick up on it. But, I mean, like right now, if you were doing this, wouldn't you be breaking down tape of past winners and how they go about it and what the
No, because now you're putting too much pressure on yourself.
See that?
You just got to go out and have a good time.
I would be out there. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the attitude.
It's
you read.
Turn your hat backwards like Ken Griffey Jr. in his prime and just see what you can do. And just see what you can do.
Like Kyle from Chicago. Turn your hat backwards.
Yeah, we can't treat this like more than what it is.
Okay.
And I think that's the bottom line. I mean, remember, he wasn't going to do it, but his fellow Cuban friends talked him into it.
Yeah.
It's like anything. Like, hey, you guys want to go play some pickup ball? I don't really feel like doing that. And you're like, come on, man, we need a fifth. Okay, I'll go. Yeah, and then you get out there and you just have a good time.
And all of a sudden, you're Mike Jordan.
Exactly. Yeah. Game winners.
You're dunking on dudes that you.
I mean, I'm not dunking on anyone at my current juncture in life, but I appreciate the thought.
Oh, my God. That's hysterical. 312-644-6767. Phil is in McHenry. Hey, Phil.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I love the show. I listen to you guys every morning. Actually, I used to listen to ESPN, but I got tired of that show because they talk too much about the well, I'm not a big White Sox fan, I'm sorry, but the reason I called you is because, this team, this Cub team, there's 77 games left, and I always preach optimism. I have a big group I started about 13 years ago called Cubs Win, and the group, it just grew on optimism. I always preach it, and believing and, never looking back and looking forward. And this Cub team has every opportunity, even to this point, to get to the next level. Even if you go into the All-Star break, 5-6 back, there's every opportunity to get to that next level. You guys talk about what the Phillies done and some of the other teams ever since they made these changes with the playoff scheme and all that sort of thing. I strongly believe to this day that if the Cubs decide to add on, if they go in that direction, it's going to be it's just going to be a good thing for the north side of Chicago. I just wanted to say that. I wish we just it's the Cubs have every resource. They have the resources at the front office level to do what they need to do to. They have the pieces to try to get them to. Baseball's a funny game. I mean, it's not a perfect game. It's a game. Some of it's luck, and some of it's just with skill. But I just these are the fun times of the season, and I just think that if you're a fan and if you're a Cub fan, you need to look in the right direction, and I think that's where they're going to be going. And even if the season doesn't end in a win, it will. They're there. They're going to be there. With what they have coming down the pipeline with their young prospects and everything else. So I just wanted to just reach out and say that.
Okay, that's fair, Phil. Thank you. That's a good message of hope. There's nothing wrong with that. He's got a whole group.
Why can't you be more like Phil when we talk about these baseball teams?
I will attempt to. I think I've been pretty positive regarding the Cubs. I think I've been pretty positive regarding how close they were to 500 a week ago, 10 days ago, whatever. And I think that they can get there. I hope it happens faster because they need to get there if they're actually going to keep this group together. And I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to see them chase some kind of chance for the playoffs. But where Phil is right is they still have a ton of prospects coming up. They now have Dansby Swanson and Nico Horner and Ian Happ and Seiya Suzuki. They've got a ton of guys under contract moving forward where you feel like they're going to be graduating players into the big leagues, and then they're going to be able to use some other guys, some other pieces to help them fill in the blanks. And the one thing they've got is young pitching that a lot of teams don't have, and certainly that is the envy of baseball. So when you have young guys coming up, that's a big difference, and that does give you hope.
So I'm just curious as to the next year or two, what's going to happen with the starting rotation.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, the Marcus Stroman thing is lingering. Like,
I think Stroman, depending on what happens, I think he'll be traded by the deadline.
Wow.
I really believe that because all of the reports are that they do not want to give him the extension. So he needs to get paid. This is his last big paycheck. He's 32 years old. He gets to the end of the season, he can opt out of the contract and get paid somewhere. And I think the problem they have is that he possesses all the leverage. If they make that decision that they're going to trade him, and I think they're leaning that way right now. If they make that decision, you may as well trade Drew Smyly. You may as well trade Kyle Hendricks.
Wow. So you're just blowing it up midseason.
Well, I'm not promoting that, but I'm saying, their pitching is based on, Steele didn't pitch phenomenal last night, but he pitched well enough to win.
He gutted it out.
He was good. And he's been phenomenal. They got a left-handed all-star starter. That is a great way to start a rotation. I don't know what they're going to do about their biggest problem on the pitching staff. They have got to figure out a way to make that work. You give a guy a $68 million contract.
Oh, Jameson Taillon?
Jameson Taillon. I don't know how they're going to deal with that, but they've got to figure that one out. They've got to get him back to whatever he was before. He has to at least be rank and file. He can't be as bad as
he's got to be an average starter.
You know, Wisniewski is down in the minor leagues being extended. He'll come back up. I'm just saying, I do not want them to tear it down. If they get to the trade deadline and they feel like they cannot trade or they cannot sign or they do not want to extend a 32-year-old pitcher on his best season in a very long time, maybe his best season, a guy that's, Cy Young candidate, I think they'd be better off trading him if they can't figure out what to do with him. I just can't imagine them not. And then,
well, that might be the move.
Yeah.
But Mully, let's not forget this time last year we're coming up against the trade deadline.
Yeah, you're pulling.
They didn't move people.
Yeah.
So if Wilson Contreras can stay a Cub, and when you could have gotten anything for him, I'm of the mindset that we know that they are capable of just holding on. And especially that team wasn't in contention. This team is actually, as you say, within striking distance, 7 games back.
Yeah, and again, if they manage to convince people that they're in it, right? They've got another few weeks to get that done.
Right.
And if they manage to do that, then they're not going to trade him no matter what. And maybe they lose him at the end of the year, maybe they don't.
But they made a good run.
But they will attempt to make a run. And I think a lot of people are leaning that way and want that to happen. But I'm just being realistic. If you look at Stroman, he might not be a part of the future. That's a harsh reality. But what is he? We don't even know what he's looking for, and they haven't even talked to him, according to him, about what the parameters are. I would imagine he's looking more toward 32 to whatever, as opposed to, what is this contract for next year, 26 or something along those lines. It's just going to be different. He has, okay, you want to pay me? Pay me this. Well, we don't want to pay you that. Well, then I'm leaving. Well, we don't want to lose you for nothing. So they may have reached a conclusion already that they're going to have to trade him. And it's tough. It's a tough thing to do because that would undercut everything they have going on right now.
He's on the hook for $21 million next year on the player option. That's not enough. It's not enough.
21? Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
He's probably looking for over 30, don't you think?
In today's economic climate, absolutely. And he might get it from someone.
Yeah. I don't think he's getting it from the Cubs.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Intelligent spending.
So what he's saying right now, and we do have several weeks until the trade deadline, but what he's saying right now is very eerily similar to when Wilson Contreras says, I haven't heard from him.
Yeah.
So that
it
tells,
is very similar. So you think they're going to keep him and then let him go at the end of the year?
I just think they can't afford to get within 2-3 games of the division lead if that's the case. And they may not now if they're 7 games back at July 30th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's a day-to-day watch, because you've got this issue out there of a guy that's looking for money that you apparently don't want to pay him. And that was the report. The report was from Ken Rosenthal, I believe in The Athletic, saying that the Cubs have no intention of extending him before the August 1st deadline. So if that is the case, then doesn't that mean logically that they're intending to trade him? I just don't understand why would even if you're going, you're right. If you're in contention and you're at 500, maybe that's a different conversation that we have about what you do with him and what you offer him at the end of the year.
And what you need to get back, whether or not you need to get something back.
Yes. So, I would be certain they probably dangle him and take a look at what the packages would be. He could help a team immediately.
Oh, absolutely. He could launch a team from, hey, we're pushing to, okay, now we're
But he
the
is a
team
rental player. He is a rental player.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
he's hitting. I think he's hitting free agency and he's hitting it hard.
Yeah, no question about it. But I just wonder if they're there yet. And I don't think they are. I think the Sox are there with Giolito. I think that they've reached a conclusion.
Well, there's two different stories here. One team has players down on the farm. The other team does not.
Yes, well, that's exactly.
So you gotta stock the cupboard at some point.
That's exactly right.
Can't be out here eating fast food every night because you didn't buy any groceries.
There you go. if you look, I saw on Twitter last night. Who was it? The kid they just drafted, Noah, local kid. I can't think of his name. He actually is done pretty well at Class A. He's starting to pitch now.
Class A.
This is my point. And obviously Colson Montgomery is finally kind of playing, and he's in Class A. They have some pieces that are just years away. They have, maybe they have a couple pitchers, but they don't have them in the wings. The Cubs are in much better shape in terms of having guys that maybe end the season on the big league club. They got a lot of good young players.
Up and down the farm system.
Yes, every level. They've got a very strong farm system. So that should be paying dividends at some point. But the Sox are barren. They don't. There's not like a lot of the Barons are one of the teams. No, they do not have enough at the minor league level. They don't really have enough in AAA. They don't have enough.
Oh no, we knew coming in that if a pitcher got hurt, starting pitcher.
How do you go into a season with that knowledge? Don't you have to get another guy? I mean, especially with Michael Kopech's uncertain status. I don't know what Michael Kopech is. He's what is he now? 25, 26. He's not like a kid anymore. He's not a prospect. He's a guy that just can't stay healthy and can't. He's got talent, and every once in a while you see it. But when you see it, it just reminds you that you were supposed to be seeing that every time, and it's not near.
The good news when it comes to him is that he's supposed to immediately rejoin the rotation after the All-Star break, even though he's on the injured list right now. So you gotta take that into account and say it is what it is, but it could be worse. I mean, they went out and got Touki Toussaint to just kind of they needed guys like Touki Toussaint to already be in AAA.
Yes,
you got to have.
Yeah, the idea that you're
because once Davis Bertans went down, like you got nothing.
Clevenger, yeah, I mean they don't have anything. It's there's a big
you're depressing me now.
I'm not trying to depress you, Touki. You're rolling Tanner Banks out there, Jesse Schultens. This is not what the plan was ever. Those guys weren't supposed to see.
Well, no, it is. No. It is what the plan was because you didn't go get anybody else to help you during the off season exists so that you can address your needs.
The off season exists so that you cannot get a right fielder, get a second baseman, get some catching help, or have another pitcher. That's apparently what the Sox have done the last couple of years. Some of their best players last year were just accidental White Sox. The idea that
Johnny
Cueto was phenomenal. That was kind of crazy, and same thing with Elvis Andrus. If he doesn't
the mid-season pickup,
if he doesn't do what he does, what the heck do you have? It depresses me, frankly, and it doesn't surprise me.
Well, you're depressing me too.
I'm not trying to depress you.
I didn't know depression was contagious until we both started talking about the White Sox.
But that's them. That's not us. You can't blame it on them.
That's fair.
We should let you know today is the final game of the Cubs-Brewers series in Milwaukee. Pregame begins at 12:35 with first pitch at 1:10 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And also, I don't know, you probably know this, Marshall. All you got to do is just, you can hear all the Cub games. You just say, play 670 to Score to your device. You're always talking to it. That lady is like a central part of your life.
Look,
just
me and
her,
Siri, we get along most times.
Yeah, I'm worried about saying things like, Siri, put on 670 The Score. If somebody has it on in the background, now all of a sudden we're talking to them again.
Oh,
we're echoing ourselves.
That's not good. The slight delay is not
I
not
don't
great.
want to do that, but thank you, everyone, for letting me do that. Casey Johnson will join us next. We're going to talk about where the Bulls are at, what is going on with this team.
Further depression. I got
you.
No,
I thought they added a couple of nice pieces. We'll ask KC what he thinks. I'm going to depress the hell out of you, Marshall. That is my goal today, is to take all of my Irish angst and put it upon you. The blackness is
I'll take
upon
it.
me.
I'll put it on my back.
The darkness is again upon me. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris on Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2. Chicago Cubby and Haugh.
And I think we all, as a clubhouse, really believe in the group that we have. We're really good players, guys that have a lot of experience, and we know that making a run at the end of the first half and into the second half is very possible.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio.
One year, Bob called in to talk about his New Year's celebration.
It's pretty good.
All right, but you had there's like a New Year's party where you are?
Yeah, I went to a New Year's Eve party. I kept my horn and that. So I won a scarf the other day, New Year's Eve, because we had a party. You had to guess Muhammad Ali's birthday. So.
And you won a scarf?
Huh?
You said you...
He was born 1942 the year.
All right, now you still have your New Year's Eve horn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you know Benjamin Franklin was born, I think it was July 17th of January in 1770, not 1775, that was too close to when they wrote this.
Yeah, he'd be very young.
I think it was 1700, maybe closer to 1796 or something, well, anyway.
Okay. Do you still have the horn?
Yeah, Elvis is coming up next Wednesday.
Yes, he is.
His birthday.
Yeah, I want to hear the New Year's horn. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
Let's hear it.
What, Elvis?
The horn.
Porn?
Not porn.
You New Year's Eve horn left, Bob?
Yeah.
Is it in the room with you?
Yeah.
Can you blow it for us? You pardon the expression?
Oh, I got... Mo, Larry Curly Cheese.
That's not it.
You put the chair back.
That's just not it.
All right, Bob. I hope you have a fabulous New Year. And
yeah.
Okay.
Sound like you had fun.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Yeah, we just kind of, it was always just sort of not quite hooking up right. And I know we always get a kick out of the Ron G stuff, so let's revisit.
I was wondering about Jamarja. He was, last I heard, he was supposed to go to the Marlins. He didn't go anywhere yet, huh?
No,
not yet.
That's the lack of trying.
Maybe middle of the season by the trade deadline they'll move him.
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
Chris?
Is Chris busy?
Chris Ranji?
I want to wish Chris a Happy New Year.
No, he's not busy. He's right here. Chris Ranji is available.
Oh,
hi, Bob.
Too busy?
There he is.
I'm never too busy for you. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Same to you.
How do the White Sox look for this coming year?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, Bob.
No?
No, you don't want to know.
No?
I'll tell you in 2 months.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Happy New Year.
Same to you. Love you. Just hang
We hung up Ranji Bob.
Sorry, guys.
Well, you're coming. I don't feel bad now.
Sorry about that.
Because he did not pay a lick of attention to Bernstein, which is fine. Not a lick of attention in that entire call. And then he pretty much just missed you. He wanted to say hi and then just goodbye. I'm gone.
And these calls happen in the middle of anything.
long time. With Mully and Haugh.
Boss.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We've got Marshall Harris from CBS 2 here this morning, and we're having a lot of fun. And what a delight to welcome in the man himself. He's KC Johnson, NBC Sports, covering the Chicago Bulls, NBC Sports Chicago, obviously. And KC joins us on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. KC, good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm all fired up about the Summer League, as you know, KC. That's one of my favorite times of year. And I was saying to Marshall earlier, big summer for Dalen Terry. Dalen Terry's got to get it done.
Yeah, he does.
but hold on, Casey. I don't like the muted response here. I like okay, he's a first round pick, right? And we didn't see much of him last season. Spent a lot of time with the Windy City Bulls or on the Chicago Bulls bench.
He interviewed a lot of guys in France.
Yeah, there was that too. Hey, look, everyone needs a side hustle, even an NBA rookie. But my question is, Casey, like, what are we supposed to be getting from a guy that was drafted there on a team like this Bulls, which is pretty much, ready-made? Like, we know what we're getting from everybody else on the team.
No, that's a good question. The first thing I'm going to be looking for is his shot, because that's, to me, one thing that kind of stood out that might have been keeping him from playing time. Not even necessarily it going in or out. It's just kind of the form. He had a little bit of a hitch to it. It sometimes took a little bit of a long wind-up to get it off. That's got to change. I assume Peter Patton, the local hero and recently hired shooting coach, has been working with Dalen on that. Peter Patton is the first to tell you it's always the players that do the work, not the coaches. He's a pretty humble guy, but I'm sure that'll be one of his projects this season. But Summer League is fun just to watch where guys' games are, where they stand. It doesn't mean much in the grand scheme. I mean, if you extrapolate out, I don't really see a lot of minutes for Dalen Terry and Julian Phillips, for that matter, because assuming and this is Iowa's future hasn't been determined yet, but the top 9 to me are set in the big 3: Torrey Craig, Javon Carter, Kobe White, Alex Caruso, Andre Drummond, and Patrick Williams. So that's 9 right there. Billy Donovan likes to play 10. So, I mean, maybe Phillips gets some spot minutes or Terry gets some spot minutes, but, I don't see a lot of regular season minutes for either of those guys, but you do want to see some development in Summer League.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that the reason I want to see something from Dalen Terry is that I keep seeing him in the background every time I see DeMar DeRozan. He's apparently going to his camp and working with him. And I keep wondering if they believe he has a role. Does he not have a role? When we talked before, they were considering him like a first-round pick because he didn't play last year. I just think it's interesting to see if the guy can improve in any fashion. I don't think there's a lot of minutes there for him, but I think that if he doesn't show something in this Summer League, I think there's no minutes for him. I think that he's going to be a two-way player.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And that Camp DeMar thing is not – it may seem like a small thing. I know summer workouts get overhyped in this day and age of social media, but that's not insignificant. I mean, for beyond the reasons of what it means from a commitment level from Patrick Williams and Dalen Terry, but more just that DeMar, he's the anointed one in the franchise, and for him to bring those guys into his sphere is significant. But the other important thing about Dalen and Patrick and Justin Phillips, even to a smaller degree, are that it's clear that Arturis and management for now are doubling down on the core and giving it one more run. But depending on what happens with a potential DeMar DeRozan extension this offseason or into next season, depending on what happens with Lonzo Ball's health, there is a chance for this roster to significant reset next offseason. DeMar's contract is up. Lonzo would have a player option, but if he's not playing at that time, you would have applied for a career-ending injury provision, which would take his salary off your books. He'd still get the money, but you take it off your books. So the point I'm trying to make is, at some point, some young, players need to come flourish to start kind of building the next iteration of whatever this team may be. So in that sense, Dalen Terry, Patrick Williams, Justin Phillips to a lesser degree. I keep calling that dude Justin, by the way. I'm really, really sorry. It's Julian Phillips.
Yeah.
Justin Lewis is a two-way guy.
You can remember at 2 Chicago high schools.
There you go. I like that. That's good. But those guys are important for that reason in the future.
So listen, going into last season, I don't really want to go backwards because it was a tough ride last year. But I was like, okay, Patrick Williams, you mentioned the DeMar DeRozan thing. He worked out with him. He's going to take a big step forward. He is the X factor to me in terms of trying to challenge for something, because at that point it was like not just make the playoffs, but obviously win a playoff series was the goal, like make some noise. And it just didn't come to fruition. Are we to the point where we're like, we know what Patrick Williams is and we just need to accept what he is? Or do you see something that I'm not seeing in terms of a next level for him?
Well, the interesting thing is going to be is if he goes back into the starting lineup, which, by year 4 you'd like to see happen, can he kind of continue to make that impact that he was making off the bench when he's the 4th option? Because that's the problem with trying to figure out Patrick Williams or judge Patrick Williams. When he's playing alongside DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Nikola Vucevic, his offensive opportunities just aren't going to be that voluminous. So you can still impact the game in other ways, and that's what you want to see from him, is to be that consistent aggressor, sprinting the lane, the wing in transition every time, crashing the offensive boards when it's the right time, cutting without the ball with purpose. So that's the stuff that I thought he improved upon last season. So beyond whatever he did statistically, that's where I saw growth from him. And you'd like to see that happen if he moves back into that starting lineup. I don't know. Obviously, it's too early to know if Billy Donovan's going to start Torrey Craig or Patrick Williams, because Patrick did find a role with that second unit, and I thought his offensive potential flourished a little bit with that second unit. So I think he's got another level to go to, particularly if he's playing, in a role where he's got more opportunity. But if he is back with that first unit, those things that I mentioned before are what you need to see consistently from him.
So, KC, the new tournament, the new NBA tournament was unveiled yesterday, and I think it's super cool. I think people are going to be watching the Final Four and all that stuff. They're going to do a tournament in season, if I understand this correctly. Please stop me if I make an error here. But the idea is that it's going to be a single elimination tournament as part of the regular season. So you will know what games are designated, and if you lose, you're out of the tournament. If you win, you're in. They'll get to a Final Four. They'll play it in early December in Vegas, and then they will perhaps, is it true that everybody on the team gets $1 million or something?
Yeah, I think it's everybody on the team. But it's pool play, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
and it's like the top 6 teams, and there's a lot of things that
They're trying to create an NCAA kind of buzz in the midst of the NBA season. Is that accurate?
To me, it's more, and to answer your first question, the actual concrete details are going to be unveiled Saturday in Vegas at Summer League. But it's been approved by the competition committee, so it is going to be a reality. But it's partly what you're talking about, Mully, but to me, it's more about keeping the sanctity of the regular season games going, and eliminating tanking and eliminating load management, or doing their best to address load management. It's just another way to intensify and heighten the importance of regular season games. It's been an ongoing thing for this commissioner to work on that, and this is another idea to do it. I got to be honest with you guys, as a old school dude, my eyes have kind of glazed over every time I see this.
We appreciate the honesty.
But I am aware it's coming, and if I need to go to Vegas, I will get on a plane and go to Vegas. So there you go.
Are you going to Vegas for the Summer League?
No, I'm not going this year. I usually do go with the second round pick. We figured we could cover those on TV. So I did go to practice yesterday, talked to Summer League head coach John Bryant, and met Julian. I got his name right that time. Yep. Thanks to you, Mully. Julian Phillips and Adama Sanogo, the two-way guy from UConn. So that was fun. So Summer League's always fun.
Yeah, I told Marshall that's one of my dream bucket list trips, to go and just hang out watching NBA Summer League games with John Malkovich or whoever's there.
You know what was great was when it used to. I mean, the way the league does it now with all 30 teams there, it's a fantastic setup. It's really well done. It's really well organized, and Vegas is fun for a short period of time. Yes. But I actually used to like it when there were various summer leagues around the country that was a little bit smaller, and the Bulls used to always be in the Rocky Mountain Review. I have such great memories of covering like Jay Williams.
Wow.
Derek was in Orlando, but Marcus Fizer, guys like that in Utah. And the standout track, I mean, Salt Lake City in the summer is just gorgeous, but the standout memory I have is Jerry Sloan would always just be sitting in the doorway with his John Deere hat watching all the games. That's awesome. Such a Southern Illinois farm boy to his core, man. He was such a legend, man.
When we talk about the team that they've built now for next season, it looks like things are pretty wrapped up. I love Torrey Craig, and I think people aren't really understanding how big of a deal it is to get a defender of that level. How do you see him fitting in? I think he should start. I think Patrick Williams should continue to do his thing off the bench and be the scoring option off the bench, not just the scoring option, but an impact player off the bench. But Torrey Craig, can you kind of speak to what his game means defensively for a team that already, finished in the top 5 in defensive rating last season?
Well, that's a good point. I'll let DeMar DeRozan's words say it, because I've talked to DeMar about this. If you remember that game, he hit that one-legged three-pointer. Torrey Craig was just harassing him and hounding him all game, and DeMar said on J.J. Redick's Old Man of Three podcast that he calls Torrey Craig one of his top 2 defenders in the NBA, and that's from a lethal assassin scorer. So Torrey Craig is one of those guys that, the common fan may not know as much, but in the game, the players know, and they know how much of a pest he is, how aggressive he is, how he's just relentless. So defensively, he absolutely will help that top 5 defense. What I like about both the signings, Javon Carter and Torrey Craig, they're similar players to me. Not necessarily in the way the position they play or the way they look out there, but they're both aggressive defenders. They're both dependable shot makers, and most importantly, they're both quick decision makers. They either dribble, pass, or shoot almost every time right when they get it. If they got an open shot and you hit them with a pass, that ball is going up. And too often last season, the Bulls' offense would bog down.
Absolutely.
When DeMar or Zach would get double-teamed and the ball would come out and the person would just make the wrong decision or hold on to the ball, and you will not see that from Torrey Craig or Javon Carter. They are quick decision makers, high IQ players, so I think they'll really help both ends of the Bulls.
Great stuff, KC. Really appreciate it, man. Great catching up.
All right, guys. Have a good show. Thank you.
That is KC Johnson. I could talk to him all day.
Because we're talking about basketball, and you love basketball, the NBA specifically. Look, the one thing he just said, he's absolutely right, is with these veteran guys who are making this offense kind of, it's like you're unclogging the offense.
Yes.
And if you can do that, maybe now
you can knock down a couple threes.
And they can shoot threes. They can shoot threes. They're closer to 40% than they are to 35%.
That's right.
And so I understand what he's saying, because if you've got Vucevic and he's making decisions, and Zach LaVine's making decisions, but then one guy isn't making the right decision and he's not making it as expeditiously as possible.
Yes.
Now that's why the offense doesn't work at the end of games.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
Absolutely.
I'll cross my fingers for the Bulls.
They also can come after you with a few different guys that are defensive-minded, driven. You throw Caruso out there with those guys. That is
That's a problem.
That's
If
a
you
problem
can
for
get a
a team.
lead,
Yes.
with 4 or 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and throw that lineup out there,
it's going to stop teams. That's good.
I love it.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 a score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app.
I mean, the play calling and the player execution was outstanding. As good as you're going to see all year long.
Stefanski's awfully good.
Absolutely. And the players were tuned into it. Oh, man, what do we got? I see light mango. Come on.
I did bring in.
They're not making this in Pittsburgh. I got to see where this is.
Oh, you bet.
It is Pittsburgh, Iron City. You know what? I'm going to text the president of Iron City Beer as soon as I leave here.
Text him right now.
Text him right now.
Call him right now.
And I'm going to see if Tony see if he's with.
Yeah, you text him right now because there
those
is
who
a
know-
bottle of red that I brought.
He's not
for
the
Dave.
president, but he's got a lot of clout.
Dave
Chris.
loves Iron City Light. He likes it over ice. It's his Pittsburgh beer of choice. He doesn't like fruit beers. He didn't know there was an Icy Light Mango, and he's now disgusted.
Don't worry, Coach. We got that right at the Giant Eagle in the flats.
Oh, on the flats. I love it. The south side. I love it. The flats. Perfect. Should I call Tony and see if he answers?
Well, you're not on your cell phone, Dave. We won't be able to hear him.
Won't be able to
fine.
patch him in.
You'll be here. Put on speakerphone right by the mic.
All
That's
right,
no problem.
Fine. Yeah,
Give it a shot.
Call Tony.
I got him on speaker. Let me just see if Tony answers.
But the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet.
That's a voicemail.
All right. So, Dave,
I'm going to text him and see if he gets back, and then I'll get him to call me.
all right, good, because you're appalled by this, right? This is an Iron City Light with fruit in it, and you like it straight up over ice.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead. Keep talking. I can text and talk.
Can you? Yeah.
Dave's reaching for a paper towel. He's off the mic.
Forget about his football point for a second. This is his beer from his childhood. He's been drinking this since the coal mines in like 6th grade. He's told the story 1,000 times. Have a sip of your beloved Icy Light with mango in it, and I want you to tell me if you're disgusted by a little fruit in your beer.
Yes. Okay. I got to find out who recommended this. Honest to God, I mean, we're talking about Pittsburgh.
I know.
Right?
I know.
We're talking about the Steel City.
I know.
You're appalled.
What kind of metal forging could you do when you drink a couple of these? Huh?
I wonder if I went into Yarsky's bar on the south side after I worked night shift at J&L Steel when I was going to Pitt, and I walked in there and I said, "Can I have an Icy Light Mango?" when the bar is 7 deep with steel workers, you can't even see their eyes. Everybody's got the soot on them.
Right.
They got the hard hats backwards.
Yeah.
What do you think? No, better. I'll yell it from the back of the bar.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny, you got an Icy Light Mango there?
Yeah.
You're not coming out alive.
Right.
There's no way. Your ass is kicked 3 times before the front door.
And fired.
And fire. Yeah, you can't go back to those mills ever again. Why would you want to?
Mango?
sense. And but I do think that unlike last year, where they tried to get a couple pieces that would round them off as a team and give them the depth they wanted at different positions, I think that this year they've got a couple of guys that can shoot a three, that can play defense. And the summer league is, I know I shouldn't even watch it, but I can't.
No, what do you mean? Why should you not watch it?
Well, because I don't think anybody on the Bulls summer league team is going to make any kind of impact on the Bulls. And so I'm watching it for no reason other than habit.
Entertainment.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see if there are any qualities about these guys that might buy them a few minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
in the NBA.
No, I'm saying, like, injuries notwithstanding, you're not going to see a lot of these guys.
Right.
I mean, Casey laid it out perfectly, talking about
Yep.
9-10 guys, and you know who's there, and they're all back, and you got the 2 free agent signings.
Yep.
It just doesn't line up. So that makes me feel better about the fact that the front office didn't have picks, and because they knew they knew they were running it back.
Yeah.
And he started talking about the DeMar DeRozan extension. I hadn't even thought. I wasn't of the mindset that DeMar DeRozan could be on this team after next year.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are excited at that idea, frankly.
I think it depends on how good or bad the offense looks next year.
DeMar DeRozan was really good his first year here. It was fun to see, and the Bulls played better. And there was a point there early on where, with Lonzo Ball, they were one of the top teams in the league. They were winning. They were doing a lot of good things. That lasted 35 games, and we haven't seen Lonzo since.
And we're not going to see him
we're
again.
not.
I'm
don't
just going
think
to go
we're
ahead and say that.
Yeah. Well, we're not seeing him this year.
Right.
We know that, and they've applied for the disabled player exception, which would give him 10.02 or something.
Yeah, 10.2.
Okay. And maybe that helps them with something, get something else, whatever. It keeps them out of the luxury tax. That's probably the best thing it does.
Yeah, for a team that's not contending for a championship, it's absolutely the best thing.
Yeah, no question.
It's not my money. I just want to point that out.
I know. And it bothers me sometimes that we try to protect somebody else's money because we understand, well, there's only so much money to go around, but that's because we're all brainwashed into believing. Like,
I'm not.
I know you didn't do it just there. But I'm saying we're sitting here talking. I can't believe I even brought that up. Why would I care? It is not my money. Go spend some more money. But I see teams throwing money all over the place.
Listen,
I see players winding up together, and you're just like, how can they afford all that?
I'm going to tell you, the Padres opened a lot of people's eyes. They really did. That's a small market.
Yeah.
And a small market team. And I'm just waiting to see how the whole television money thing shakes out with all these sports regionals, and that's going to be a telltale sign. And the teams are now going over the air with their games.
Yeah.
It's like we're going backwards in time, which I'm okay with. Everybody get your digital antenna ready. That's my thought on that. But I'll say, when we're talking about other people's money, I think the thing you understand is, rationally speaking, your organization is only going to spend so much. So you're trying to be the accountant for that and saying, well, don't pay that guy because we could buy this.
We want to get this
exactly.
Guy. Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the problem. The problem is that the big spending doesn't necessarily work. So you mentioned the Padres. It's not working. You mentioned the Mets, even though you haven't mentioned them. You mentioned, somebody said, well, they got the Mets coming in. The Mets are paying a fortune for nothing. They're not getting anything out of the money that they're putting down for that team. There's a guy who came in and just is willing to spend money. Problem is, you're putting together a collection of guys that don't really fit together. It's about being able to get a team. And that's the problem we've seen in Anaheim with a couple great players and then a bunch of guys. It's just not working. It doesn't work. Baseball's a different animal.
Listen.
It just is a different sport.
$348 million payroll for the New York Mets. We know they're not in
That's
contention.
insane.
$348. Meanwhile, at the other end of the scale, $67 million, 29th highest payroll in baseball. That's the Baltimore Orioles. That's not even the Rays. That's the Baltimore Orioles. And they're out here raking.
Yeah.
And the Rays are right ahead of them at $76 million.
Right.
And then the Pirates, who have had a nice little come up, $76 million.
Yeah.
So develop your own players in baseball.
And then there's Oakland. What is their payroll?
Oh, they're at the bottom, 60
Yeah.
million. And sometimes you do get what you pay for. Sometimes
they are
you do.
getting what they pay
That
for.
adage still holds true in a lot of cases.
All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit. We're going to talk some Cubs. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 to score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
This was Lou Piniella talking about Steve Stone after, I don't know what he said, but something that Steve Stone said on The Score. Here's Sweet Lou.
We've got a lot of people here that haven't managed and won any games in the big leagues, but they know everything. Steve Stone, he's got enough problems doing what he does with the White Sox. What job has he had in baseball besides talking on television or radio? What has he done? Why isn't he a farm director and bring some kids around? Why isn't he a general manager? Why hasn't he ever put the uniform on and been a pitching coach? Why hasn't he been a field manager? There's 30 teams out there that could use a guy's expertise like that. You know? I'm tired of some of these guys. I really am. That's it. Now let's go to baseball.
What'd you say, Stoney?
Well, what I said was pretty simplistic. Tyler Colvin was the #1 draft pick of the Cubs. They happened to bring Tyler Colvin up from the minor leagues. When you bring a young player up from the minor leagues, the worst thing you can do for that young player is sit him on the bench. Lou was not playing Tyler Colvin for whatever reason, and all I said was, if you're not going to play him, Lou's the manager. If you're not going to play him, send him down to the minor leagues. But as long as he's in the major leagues, put him in a game so he can actually learn. There's no reason to call him up if you're sitting him on the bench and watching him watch the game. So I think Lou got a little excited because Lou was 3 for 11 against me lifetime. I don't remember him driving in any runs. He certainly never hit a home run. And I think from his playing days, he was still a bit bitter. So, when he says, what have I ever done? Well, I won. He said I never won any games. I did. I won I think I won 107 games, maybe 108, something like that. I don't know exactly what it was, but I do know that Lou is a terrific player. He turned out to be a wonderful manager. I mean, it's difficult for a guy to win 116 games, dominate baseball, and then get unceremoniously booted out of the playoffs by the Yankees every year, which is what happened with Lou. But then again, Lou went wire to wire with the Cincinnati Reds in 1990. He was really a very good manager. We obviously patched things up after that. I always liked Lou. He was just a little bit aggravated that I would mention the Tyler Colvin thing because in his heart of hearts, he realized, number one, that he might not have had any control about bringing him up. He might have been unhappy about bringing him up, but the decision not to play him, I thought, was a bad decision. And so, look, I've been an analyst and an evaluator for quite some time, going on 40 years as a broadcaster, and I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of young players come to the big leagues, and I know one thing. If you're a young player, especially a #1 draft pick, if you're sitting on the bench, you're not going to get any better. That's for sure. So Lou and I had a difference of opinion, but that was really it.
That's so great. And by the way, Steve, it was nice of you to pretend like you did not know exactly how many games you won because, of course, it was 107. You don't forget anything. You know your win-loss record for your career.
No. Sometimes those things, you just forget. You remember the 93 losses. You don't remember all the wins, things like that. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, over 1,000 strikeouts, over 100 wins.
1,065, but I can hardly remember back that far.
There it is.
At Menards.
Line drive the other way. Sink in. Ball base hit. And we're tied. And Topman into second. Let's go. On the ground, Anderson picks it up. Line throw. Kicks away. Topman in there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Marshall Harris kind enough to sit in this morning, and we are delighted to welcome in Lance Brozdowski of the Marquee Sports Network. He does a great job on the road to Wrigley, and we have a lot of questions for him. He joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Lance, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm great. Yeah, I hope you had a good fourth.
Yeah.
I'm ready for all these questions. Let's do it.
Good. Let's get to
All
it.
the fireworks.
I got a ton of questions for you. We saw Justin Steele last night again, and he wasn't brilliant, but he was good, and he's been good, and he grinds it out. And now you got a young, developed, left-handed all-star. I think that of all the, I'm glad everybody got in the all-star game and all that stuff, but I think the most important piece here is Justin Steele because of the year he's had and because of his status as homegrown player developed by the team.
Yeah, no, I think that's spot on. I mean, for a while, we were concerned at the Cubs' ability to develop pitching. And I often feel like when a regime change happens, like a guy like Craig Breslow coming in and kind of remaking the pitching department, there's like a lag in terms of what you actually see on the product at the major league level. And I think Steele kind of preempted that lag. We have a lot of guys still in the minor leagues. He just got Jordan Wicks, 2021 first rounder, called up AAA. Ben Brown's at AAA right now. He was acquired in the David Robertson deal. There's multiple guys who I think will make an impact at some point, but Steele is kind of like a really good story where maybe a lot of people didn't expect him to have this kind of impact. But, we were looking last night at pitchers with like a 25-start stretch, over 125 innings, sub-3 ERA, lefties who've done that in the last, let's say like 20, 25 years or so. And the names on there are really good. It's Clayton Kershaw, and I think that's the one that jumps out the most. He had multiple stretches like that. And you can't comp Steele to Kershaw. I get that. Kershaw's a Hall of Famer, unbelievable pitcher. But I like comping him to a guy like Max Fried from the Braves, where Fried's had a similar stretch. He's had maybe 3 seasons or so of really good pitching. He's not a guy who strikes out the world, but he's really good at limiting barrels. And I think that the difference between a Fried and a Kershaw is doing it for an extended period of time, right? And it's a matter of like Steele is on the level of Max Fried, I think, right now. Fried's done it for slightly longer, but let's say Steele keeps it going for another 2 or 3 years. Then the question is, does Steele get to the point where he does it for 6+, 7+, 8+ years and turns into kind of more the Kershaw case? That's the bridge to get over. But I don't even think we need to look that long term. I'm very happy, and I imagine every Cub fan is, with how good he looks every 6 day or so when he gets out there. And it's just a really unique look. That fastball's weird, a little bit of that natural kind of cut to it that you don't really expect as a hitter. It stays off barrel. He's been dominant. I'm really happy to see him as an all-star.
When you look at not just Justin Steele, but we're seeing guys that we got glimpses of last year. Christopher Morel's very interesting to me because he's obviously had a much better go of it this year in terms of staying power. The question is, where is this guy going to play, right? We've seen a lot of him at DH as opposed to out in the field. Now, the good news is he's only committed 1 error this year. He hasn't had nearly as many chances as he did, obviously, over the course of last season. Is third base looking like the place where he's going to stick?
Yeah, it feels like it, and I wonder whether that's a needs-based thing with the team right now or whether that's actually the best position for him. It's tough for me to peg him defensively because 2 years in a row now, we don't have the largest sample. It's like 150-ish games or so, but he doesn't really grade out particularly well by some of the advanced defensive metrics. He's kind of like a slightly below average outfielder. Third base, we've seen him make a lot of throwing errors. I thought he looked pretty good yesterday. He had a couple nice plays. But the thing that I go to is, it connects a bit back to like Ben Zobrist. In the nerd data space, it's sometimes difficult to model versatility, the ability to play multiple positions and what value that gives back to a team. And I think Morel fits into that category where even if he's grading out slightly below average by some of these defensive metrics, Baseball Savant has one known as outs above average, defensive run saved, etc., he's not going to probably win a Gold Glove unless something drastic happens. But the fact that he's able to slot into any outfield position, he could probably slot into second base if needed, but it's not really necessary given Horner Swanson up the middle. Third base makes a lot of sense right now. Like Wisdom struggled, hit the IL, coming off the IL. We'll see if he kind of gets back to what he was in April. You have Madrigal there. He's on the IL too, but that's such a different kind of player. Morel is your strikeout, big power. I'm going to slug 600. Madrigal is your I'm going to get on base and probably not slug over 400. Those are huge contrasting players where, I'm probably going to prefer Morel there from an offensive impact standpoint most of the time at third. So that's, I think, the thing I go back to is what kind of value does that versatility bring to a team? And is that more important than the fact that maybe he isn't stellar at one position and we don't have an exact spot for him? But third base makes a ton of sense right now. If he tames the arm, like arm strength, like Dansby Swanson is a great example. Dansby Swanson doesn't really have the strongest arm. I think he's actually like bottom 25% in baseball, but that guy is an unbelievable shortstop. You watch him day to day, he makes every single play. It doesn't matter that he has a good arm. I think arm is a tool that kind of gets overrated a bit. And that's probably the case with Morel, where it's like, oh my God, the arm is crazy. It's like, what if he just toned it down 10% and make, 10% more plays? I don't know if that's the trade-off there, but that's kind of what I think of Morel. It's like, I just want him to be more consistent in the field. I don't necessarily know if he needs to have a howitzer out there.
I'm curious when we start talking about what happens at the trade deadline, if there's any move made, if they make a decision, how well armed are they? In other words, I know Hayden Wesniewski is down stretching out in Iowa now, but how many of these arms are ready for the major leagues? We've talked about Ben Brown and Caleb Killian, and you mentioned Wicks. Where are all these arms at? How close are they to being promoted into the major leagues?
It's a good question. I think some of them are maybe slightly not far off, but not maybe directly, not perfectly set up to make a really good impact down the stretch. And I think that's where you get hung up. And from my opinion, you probably, if you want to make a run into the playoffs, I think you do need to buy. Yeah. As to what you need to buy, it's obvious that we were talking about third base. If Morel can stick to, that's great. Third base, their outfield's kind of set. Bellinger has been on an odd stretch, I think. Some of the hard hit rate numbers are way down there since he came back from the IL, which makes me think that something's still lingering. I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but it makes sense given the fact that he's not really in center field anymore. I like Tauchman as a story. I think he's a good OBP guy, but as to whether he can make an impact on that team long term, I'm not entirely convinced. They probably need to make a move or two. I think it probably comes from maybe like a front end starter to get to add someone to the Strom and Steele combo. Tyone, has been up and down, obviously, mostly down for the most part. There aren't really any other depth arms there. Smiley, he's probably, I don't think he's thrown maybe more than like 130-ish innings over the last couple of years. And I don't think he's creeping up on that number yet, but I would be surprised if he's a guy who gets 180 plus this year. Kyle Hendricks too is another one where he's coming off injury. What's his leash? So you have a lot of arms there that I think are contributing right now in the rotation. But if you were to get to October, I think Steele, and even Steele too, is a guy that really hasn't thrown a crazy amount of innings. Stroman's really the only one in there that I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm pretty confident he's going to give you maybe 220 if he needs it, if you guys make it, if the team makes a deep postseason run. So I think you need some kind of starter. I love the idea of packaging something together to get a Shane Bieber. Bieber's a guy from the Guardians who's been down in velocity each of the last 3-4 years. It seems very obvious to me at his age that he's a guy who's able to add it back. We saw that with a guy like Kyle Hendricks. If Kyle Hendricks can add back velocity, I think Shane Bieber can add back a tick or two. And that would help him a ton in terms of margin for error in the zone. But they have the prospects to package together and get somebody good. It's just a matter of who they want to give up, who's available. The White Sox are an interesting fit. I know there's been some rumors there that they're going to sell. There's a couple teams here that are lining up, for them to, I don't want to say poach, but to get some guys from to make them more formidable if they were to get into a spot where they need to get 10 in October. Power, it's easy to say power, bat, and arm, but that's kind of where my brain goes.
Wow. Well, certainly arms are good to have. You can never have enough arms is what I've been told. One arm that just got called up, Daniel Valencia, it's one thing to celebrate the 4th of July. It's another thing to make it your own day. Like, how crazy is what we saw from him in his major league debut?
I mean, yeah, he was thrown right into the fire there. Listen, I was pretty in on Palencia. And the funny thing was I was always in on him because I really liked him as a starter, which he was until this year when I flipped him to the pen. But Palencia, I saw in the mold of like 100 Green Spencer Strider, where it was 2 pitches, really hard velocity, and I thought it could work. I thought he was around the zone enough for it to be kind of a starter, but they must have seen something internally in the organization for push him to a reliever, or they just needed reliever help. At the time when they converted him to a reliever, the bullpen wasn't really doing well. The roles really weren't set or anything, So when they flip Palencia to that, it's like, oh, okay, they jump him up to AAA. This makes a lot of sense. Like they're probably just accelerating his timeline. But yeah, I mean, I initially was a bit hesitant to kind of comp him to a guy like Ryan Helsley, who's now in the IL for the Cardinals, but's dominated over his last, 200 or so innings. But the more I looked at that, it makes sense. It's really hard velocity. He's averaging 98, 99. He touches 101. He was touching 101 in the minors. And he gets a good amount of backspin on his ball. He gets that carry that you want, which is hard to do at this velocity. You don't necessarily see fantastic shape at hard velos most of the time, just because of how difficult it is to move that quickly and also be able to backspin and get your hand behind the ball enough to create that rise carry. But Palencia does that really well. And I just want to see where the balance is of his mix. Like, it's really simple. It's 2 pitches for the most part. I think he breaks out kind of a slow curve occasionally, and I believe he was working on a changeup, but I wonder whether they've scrapped that. But I want to see the balance of fastball slider for him. I think he was like 65-ish% fastball in his debut. I think the slider gets up there about 50-55%. It's absolutely disgusting. It's 89. It's a really unhittable pitch. That pitch has been better than his 99-mile-per-hour fastball at almost every level he's played, and I wonder whether that's the pitch they start throwing more and more. But he definitely looks like a guy that could be kind of a future closer. I know Alzolai's in that role right now, and he's been good. Leiter's there too. But, I mean, you look maybe a year and a half down the road, next break, next time this year, mid-July, and we're talking about who's getting saved in the team. I wonder whether they give Palencia a shot. He's got the stuff to kind of dominate, I think.
We are delighted to talk to Lance Brozdowski. He, of course, with the Marquee Sports Network. The Road to Wrigley is the place to see him, and we've got Marshall Harris in for David this morning. Miguel Amaya. So this is a really interesting player who we know was a touted guy. We were waiting for him. He got hurt. Now he's here, and you keep wondering, does he need to play more? Do you want to see more of him in the second half to know that he is the guy moving forward? Is he more likely to play more for the Cubs or to go back down? I don't know what the answer is to that, but I'd like to see more of the guy.
I want to see more of the guy, too. I was thinking the other day that catching is obviously something that a lot of teams look for, and the Cubs do have 2 catchers here in Gomes and Barnhart. I'd wonder whether one of them would be made available at the deadline in kind of like a buy-sell move, Like, that's kind of the interesting spot I think the Cubs can land, and we're talking about deadline stuff here, is like maybe they sell off a couple pieces, but they get back pieces that can also contribute such that you're selling off, selling to buy, if buying to sell, I don't know, whatever way you want to flip that. But
that's cool.
But I think there's a chance that a team could be interested in a Gomes or Barnhart. Maybe it's not for much, but they kind of do have a point here where they have a guy like Amaya who is hitting unbelievably well. I think that's one of the more impressive things to me, that he's maintained that. I do a lot of stuff in the prospect space, obviously. You mentioned the Road to Wrigley show. In prospect world, injuries are very tough to analyze and understand, generally because we don't have as good information around what that injury is or what the team thinks of that injury in the prospects world. And that's kind of the case with Amaya. We had like 50-ish games since after the 2019 season and during this year of Miguel Amaya. And I don't think anyone really had any idea what he was. In the past, he was a top 5 prospect in the organization. That was when they were much less deep. He comes in this year and lights the world on fire. But even down in the minors, like, his numbers look good, but I didn't think that they translate to be this good at the major league level. But he hits the ball really hard. He barrels the ball. Everything looks good from an offensive standpoint, which is very encouraging to me, generally because you look at a lot of catching not having that big of an offensive impact, and generally those who end up in that kind of all-star category have an offensive impact. Teacher Realmuto's of the world. Dalton Varsho's kind of had maybe not as strong of a year as he had in the past, but he's a good example of that too. And, in the small sample we have of him grading out defensively, he's a really good framer. So overall, it's a package that I'd be shocked if they didn't really lean on more. And I think that maybe one of Barnhart or Gomes are meant to be dispensable because of that. But I want to see more of him. It's pretty easy for me to see him being, an 80 to 100 games caught guy going forward. And then, you supplement the other, 70 to 60 games with someone else like a Gomes or Barnhart. I think that's a very good combination, especially with the offensive impact Amaya can have.
All right, so catcher seems like the future is looking pretty good. A lot of Cubs fans want to know about first base because, you know what? Here's what I do know. Matt Mervis can hit AAA pitching. I have figured that much out. Every time he's been to AAA, he's done it. But at the same time, Jared Young is, showing some flashes. He's had some big hits. Hasn't done a lot. But, I mean, the slugging is what you're looking for at first base, obviously. Hard-hitted balls. Where do you think the Cubs are headed here with the first base position?
Yeah, I got to admit, I'm not entirely sure. But it's also a position that I can't say I'm always totally worried about, because I often feel like it's a spot where you move guys to fill it. Again, going back to prospect world here, first base prospects are an interesting beast because most of the time, they're not maybe necessarily touted the most. This is a good example of Pete Alonso in New York. When he came up, everyone liked him, thought he was good. No one thought he was kind of like a top 25 prospect in baseball. And generally that's because of the first base discount, because the level you have to get to offensively to contribute and be kind of a true plus player at the position is just really high. And even for a guy like Alonso who had production at every level, him coming up, I don't think everyone was like, yeah, he's going to hit 40 home runs, plus and be a dominant player. And regardless of the defense, he'll be able to put up 4+ WAR seasons and be in the top 25 players in baseball. That is such a high bar to clear that most of the time everyone just kind of discounts first base prospects. That's, I think, to some extent what happened with a guy like Matt Mervis. He's dominated in AAA. Obviously, I don't necessarily know what he's working on down there. Like the stuff gap, how good the pitching is between AAA and the majors is widening, I think, over the last couple of years. And that's causing situations where guys dominate AAA and then come up and don't have the same production, where it's like you kind of almost need him to be in the majors figuring it out. But the Cubs also don't probably have that leash for him right now, given the fact that we're in this mode now where you got 25 days to figure out what this team is buying or selling, or if they're doing some blend of both and are going to try to contend. So I get holding him down there. Jared Young is a really interesting player. I think he's a product of, again, we're talking overhaul, Breslow coming in. Justin Stone's another individual who came in around the same time Breslow did, remade the hitting department, really pushed towards the idea of bat speed, swing decisions, barreling the ball. Jared Young, if you talk to him, he's a guy who bought into a lot of the strength and conditioning stuff. He's a guy who, I think his career high in homers was like 15. You look back to his college stats, he's not a guy pumping 30 homers. He hit like 10 a year, 15 a year. He wasn't that big of a guy from a power standpoint. But he really bought into the idea of how hard can I swing and can I get my bat speed up to a point where I'm barreling balls and doing more damage. And he remade himself body-wise, became a substantially more explosive athlete, put up 17 homers, 2022. He's pacing for around 20-plus between AAA and the majors this year. That is a really good example of, in player development, a guy who maybe wasn't expected to make any kind of impact, now making an impact because he bought into general philosophy of the org. And I love that. I love rewarding guys like that. I love giving guys opportunity like that. Player development isn't always about developing Ellie Taylor Cruz, you know what I mean? It's about developing a Jared Young to make an impact and fill a hole and be a productive, above-average, major league offensive talent when the need arises. And I don't mind riding him out. I don't necessarily know whether he's a guy who's here for 5+ years and hits 20 bombs a year, but the underlying stuff looks fantastic with him. I know he's tapped in. I don't necessarily know if he's a guy who's ever going to hit lefties, maybe just platoon him long term. But him and Mervis are guys that I think you could kind of jump between and figure out what their contribution is over the next couple of years. And I'm not particularly worried about the position. I don't necessarily think that it's a hole right now. I get Mancini hasn't been super productive, but if you platoon Jared Young and Mancini, I think that's probably at least kind of like a league average first base slot. And then you need plus production from other guys around the field. You get Morel at third base. You get Ian Happ kind of back to what he was last year, get Suzuki going again. And hopefully Bellinger kicks back up on the hard hit balls and stuff. And you have, again, guys contributing above their weight at multiple positions. And then first base is one that, you just have average production at. And I think that's fine.
Lance, we'll let you go, but just on the way out, the draft is coming up. I think we're 4 days away from that.
Yeah, this Sunday.
It's this Sunday. So what are the Cubs looking for? How good is this class? I heard it's a deep class.
Yeah, this class is interesting, especially from when the Cubs drafted at 13. Last year, they drafted Cade Horton at 7, but my opinion was that they made that draft with 2 picks. They took Cade Horton at 7, and they took Jackson Ferris in the second round. Underslotted Horton, overslotted Ferris. You end up with 2 lottery tickets. This draft, I think, is very different. This draft is much more reactionary, in my opinion. You're sitting at 13. There's a clear top 4 or 5. After that, the Cubs are probably looking up at the board wondering who's going to be there. I think they obviously have some targets, no doubt, but this is much more of a draft where I think they have names, and we'll see if who's at the top of their board is actually at the top of the board. No matter what they're going to say, the guy they took at 13 was at the top of their board. You know what I mean? But we'll see. There's multiple guys there that are very interesting. I obviously dig into the arms more than anything. 4 pitchers quick I'll give you. Chase Donder from Tennessee. He might be there. He's a guy who had a dominant 2022, not as good of a 2023. Potentially some mechanical things going on there. He's kind of like a low slot ride guy. Rhett Lauder from Wake Forest, if you watched any of the College World Series, pitched against Paul Skeens. He's an interesting pitcher. I'm not totally in on his fastball and the playability of that at the major league level, but he's got a nasty changeup. The guy I kind of like is this guy, Hurston Waldrop from Florida. He's got a nasty splitter. Not a lot of guys coming out of the draft as amateurs with strong splitters. I think you take that splitter, you add it into major league org, you can kind of stitch together the rest of the repertoire. The wild card is this kid, Noble Meyer, high school arm, 6'5", 185. Super cerebral kid. There's an interview with him from MLB Network where his parents are civil engineers, and he talks about how he's super tapped into the data, and I obviously nerd out on that stuff and love him. He's from Portland. He's expected to kind of be around. Those are probably the 4 pitchers to look at. If they don't go pitcher, then you kind of way open it up. There's a third baseman. We're talking about third base, right? Third baseman from TCU, Brendan Taylor, who might be there. He's kind of like a big power bat. He'd be the guy that I think fits the best on the team, where it's like you try to maybe accelerate that timeline and think he could make an impact maybe next year, and then you have kind of third base solved. So he's maybe the bat to take a peek at unless they want to go high school, a little more versatility, or high school bat with a little more upside, But those are kind of the 4 arms I'm looking at that I think will be around in that window. I'm really curious to see where they go. This is kind of more of a wide open draft for them at 13 than it was last year.
Great stuff, Lance. Thank you, buddy. Great catching up with you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
That's Lance Brozdowski from the Marquee Sports Network, and he does a fantastic
Have you seen that show?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, that's really
You learn so much in such a quick period of time.
I don't remember the kids. I read a story about a kid. They were calling him the American Ohtani. He's like a 6'7", Bryce something or other, 6'7" pitcher and a left-handed power bat. And I was thinking to myself, surely there are going to be more kids trying to be Ohtani after seeing what Ohtani can do, right?
Right.
Or is that not going to be allowed because of our kind of obsession with specialization, and that won't happen because it won't be allowed?
Bryce Eldridge is the guy you're talking about.
Bryce Eldridge.
But yeah, let kids play all the sports and let them do all the things and stop trying to. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, surely what one man can do, another man can do.
That was deep.
Not as good. That's from some, what was that movie called? It was a fantastic movie about like a billionaire that gets trapped in the wild, and he just blossoms. He's got a book on survival, and he just goes crazy.
He just starts surviving.
Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic.
Or continues to survive, I guess.
It's a good movie. What the hell is the name of that movie? I'll figure it out, and I'll tell you when we get back. Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris here on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hendricks has gone 6 innings. The Giants without a hit.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
This segment brought to you by SC Johnson Off. Well, let's continue the psychological profiling with this. I feel like as the season has gone on, I hear even more emotional investment, kind of by the day, from you, and like on home run calls. And I realize you didn't have the freedom necessarily to just kind of let yourself go as a national guy. I don't know how much of that has been conscious or whatever, but it's been fun to hear you super excited and into it when something amazing legitimately happens, like a grand slam last night. Do you feel yourself emotionally invested in a different way?
And Danny, I'm not going to ask Matt. Danny, am I allowed to call your partner names?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please. I prefer
Matty,
it.
like, how much of a moron are you? You're smart enough to know this. In the first 13 games, the Cubs scored 34 runs. We've scored 36 in the last 4. So you're picking up on I sound more excited. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Seriously.
Yes.
I mean, but you think that you think I'm becoming just slightly more invested each game? It has nothing to do with the fact that it's just been a laser show offensively for 4 straight games.
Yeah.
You think it's just me like there's just more and more every day.
You invited us to go deep, Boog, so I took a swing and apparently a whiff. Oh, a swing and a miss from Spiegel. Yeah.
I love you, buddy. I'm teasing you. I'm sorry. That was a little aggressive by me. I'm sorry.
Come on, Boog. Everybody knows that after the 16th game into a season, that's when the line crosses and a play-by-play broadcaster becomes emotionally
And we're building
invested.
up. We're building up to that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry I yelled at you, Maddie. That was just way over.
No,
Not
don't
at all.
apologize.
No, the apology is what's pissing me off.
Yeah,
frankly.
exactly. You could have turned it up a notch,
Yeah,
frankly.
yeah.
Moron was a little soft, if I'm going to be honest. It was a really dumb question.
Sorry. You know what, Maddie? You're better than that. How's that?
There we go. God, there's nothing worse.
It's established a certain vibe, a certain foot on my throat every time we talk to Boogs.
So terrible. I'm a terrible person.
No, it's
not true.
It's perfect.
False.
A few GMs, they love Lance Lynn. I know he hasn't, doesn't have a good ERA, hasn't performed well, But they think, get him out of Chicago, come to our hands, and pitch lights out. Just like a couple of relievers that have left the White Sox, this year, they perform well outside the organization.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the Score. We've got Marshall Harris with us this morning, and we just are listening to Bob Nightingale. Bob was on the White Sox podcast, the Sox Talk podcast with Chuck Garfien and company. I think we've heard that similar thing from him. But the idea that someone might want Lance Lynn he said that to us, and I just sat there like, what? Like the idea that the old horse is going to get a smell of the finish line.
Hold on. Now, first of all, I found those comments to be scathing just now about get him out that organization. That was heavy shade being thrown at the White Sox, correct?
Oh, no question.
Did I interpret that correctly?
I no doubt.
Now, I said 3 Sundays ago, 36 swing and misses, put him out there.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
So, there is this idea that you can get the best of him yet, and maybe the Sox just aren't getting the best version of him. And, a change of scenery can do wonders for a lot of players on a lot of different teams and a lot of sports. So, I'm inclined to say Lance Lynn has value. Now, what that value is, as you know, the market will determine that. But if you can get something for him and the White Sox are not going to be in competition, I think Lance Lynn pitches today. So after he pitches his part of the swept doubleheader over the Blue Jays, then
you're predicting the sweep. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
And you come on the show tomorrow morning and say, hey, Marshall told us.
Marshall's a genius.
Not even a genius, just my intuition tells me.
And I've embarrassed myself again by giving up on the White Sox prematurely.
They're just a half game further out than the Cubs are, and we talk about the Cubs like they're right there.
But the Cubs are what? How many games under
40
500?
and 45? They are 40 and 45.
Okay, so they're 5 games under 500, and the Sox
37 and 50.
13.
Yes.
Come on now.
I like the math skills.
If they were to be swept
today, Rick Hahn wanted me to tell you
a new season low.
I believe they're 2 games over 500 since May 1st. I want to say
my God.
The White Sox are.
Yeah. Again.
So it's all about perspective. It's all about the lens that you're looking through. My shades may be rose colored at this moment.
I like it. I like your your hopefulness.
I don't have a choice, Mully.
Yeah.
It's summertime.
I know.
There's nothing else. I was looking at the WNBA standings last night.
Oh, really?
They got a new head coach, Andre Batanzafer.
Who was the guy that left?
James Wade.
He was okay.
WNBA champion James Wade.
Yeah, that's right.
He's joining the Toronto Raptors. And I was like, you know what? They lost 6 in a row. I thought they were out of it, but then I realized there's only 12 teams in the WNBA.
Yeah.
And if you go and win three in a row as they have done,
but
now they're in the 6th spot.
Aren't the Vegas? That's
they're going to win the title.
Yeah, they've already won the title.
I mean, they're the reigning champions. They add Candace Parker. Yeah, all of that.
Right.
But I'm saying, I'm out here.
I love Candace Parker.
Every day.
I love that she came to Chicago and got us the title.
And they got the title.
I agree.
Listen, every day I wake up in the morning and I say, I got to go to work today. Let's find something positive to talk about.
That's good.
And some days are a real struggle.
Well, the baseball season has been a real struggle. And frankly, other than the Connor Bedard acquisition.
That's been the best news the city has had in how long?
Oh, it's ridiculous. If he really is a generational talent, that changes the significance of the Blackhawks in the market.
Yes.
And also it just changes you got to have superstars. And he is right now probably as good a player as there is on any, and we haven't even seen him play, but he is regarded as good a player on any team in this town. And I get it. I think there's a lot of love for Justin Fields, and I love the way that he carries himself and the fact that they use him on the big race and he's gentlemen, start your engines. That's great stuff. I love the idea of him as ambassador for the city. The problem is I'm not sure yet that he is the guy that is going to lead them to the promised land.
Yeah, because you got to win.
You got
to win games. Now, you don't have to be an NFL champion to be the ambassador for the city if you're the quarterback of the professional football town and name the city.
Yes.
So I'll say that.
I agree.
But you got to have something to hang your hat on. Right now, you're hanging your hat on Justin Fields' future,
Yes.
Connor Bedard's future,
Yes.
and the possibility that the Cubs can get it together.
That's it. That's where we're
Because
at.
even though we talked to Casey Johnson from NBC Chicago,
What is the top, like, what is the most positive you can get about the Bulls? Right?
they could win a
in the
playoff series.
playoffs.
They could win a playoff series.
Against who? They'd have to be. I mean, here's the problem. And listen, Miami won, and got to the finals, and that was extraordinary given the way they kind of cut a swath through the league. And Jimmy was phenomenal. And I said this: Jimmy would have an argument for a place in the Hall of Fame if they were to win the NBA title.
Oh, he
But
still
they
has a
did
place in the
not.
Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. Have you seen the?
Yeah, everybody gets in. Yeah, I know.
Be a productive guy. You'll get in. Be a productive lady.
But
you'll get in.
I'm saying you felt like had he won the title, how would you not have him in the Hall of Fame?
He's definitely in a different stratosphere if he takes that group of players and wins a title against Jokic and friends. Because before it was always just Jokic and the friends that couldn't play. This year it was finally Jokic and his healthy friends, and we saw his full marvel of play unleashed.
He was unbelievable. And I like to think that AK saw something that no one else saw, and that's how he wound up in Denver because of his international connections. And so you take a second-round pick, and the guy turns out to be a franchise player. I would like to believe in that storyline. I think that's a fun thing to envision. I just don't know how you get there unless you have a guy that talented. We had a texter earlier wanted to know who was it Marko Simonovic, the guy they drafted and they brought over. He's playing for the Windy City Bulls.
Yeah.
And he's not very good. So I don't know. I don't know who you think is going to be that guy that takes that step up. And in Miami, they had like 4 guys that were great contributors to their team that were undrafted free agents. The Bulls don't seem to have that kind of culture, don't seem to be able to develop guys in the same way. I don't know. The Bulls seem to me the best they can be is a team that makes the playoffs. And once they get in, if they have to play the Bucks, they're going to win one game.
That happened one time.
They did win one game against the Bucks. I'm just saying, I don't see them getting better than Giannis.
Okay, Giannis. Last time I checked, he's getting stuff done to his knees.
He had knee surgery.
So
you're hoping for a Lonzo type problem.
No. I would never wish that upon anyone. See, now you're putting words in my mouth. But listen.
That was so mean.
Here's my bold prediction about the Bulls next season. Zach LaVine will have the best year of his career.
Okay, good.
Let's start with that. Remember the start of the season this past season? We were like, wait, he's not playing back-to-backs? What's going on?
Because he was coming back from a knee injury. Yes.
I think he will have the best season of his career. Now, I don't know what that will propel the team to,
right?
But I honestly think he'll have the best season of his career. And I think once that happens, we'll know whether we need to hit the reset button or not on this version of the Bulls.
Here's the only problem, and I'm not arguing with you because I do agree with you.
No, argue with me. It's fine.
No, I'm saying I totally agree that he came out and had a really slow start to the season, and then as the year went on, the problem I had is that they got to a point where he took over and he won a game and he was the premier guy and DeMar was like the secondary figure. And then they go into that game against Miami and they're winning, and it's DeMar playing well, but they're winning. And then they don't score a point the last 15 points or whatever.
Zach LaVine had a bad game.
He stopped playing.
He had a very bad game. Yeah. And DeMar DeRozan's daughter did not make the trip. Those are the two compelling factors. I'm being dead serious. I honestly, you can't convince me otherwise.
That's so great.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
That's awesome. That's very funny. That was their secret weapon when she was screaming during the.
They don't win that game.
I agree. That was
exactly. They don't win that game without her.
That is a horror movie scream. Honest to God, that's like not since whatever one of those
Scream.
Yeah, Scream. There you go. Or what was the Halloween movies? Or that? I mean, that is unbelievable. That Scream. That was fantastic. Don't play it again because you just scared the hell out of me by playing it.
I was not scared.
People are driving off the road.
I embraced that. I would like to marinate in it. Exactly.
It's so mean. All right, we got Mike Florio. We got to talk some football. There is information out there that Mike is writing about that we're going to talk about. Not only the aforementioned story we had this morning talking about Bill Belichick and whether he's going to break the Don Shula record, but really what's going on in Arlington Heights, and is there a chance that that there are upset people that the Bears are moving in, and the Bears are not even moving in yet? So we'll ask Mike what's going on. It's Mully and Haugh. He's Marshall. It's on Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of The Score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face most
smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, Insure for breakfast. All that whole thing, liquid diet, man, it sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait, Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
he ran out. He took. This is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh man, no, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think,
and it was for less than $200.
if it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen it.
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh man, that is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
day, we get better and better. So we can't beat beat. We'll beat.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Delighted to have Marshall Harris here with us this morning. And we welcome in Mike Florio. Always a joy to talk to Mike. And like all our guests, he appears on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. And Mike is also on Twitch with us.
Twitch.
Morning, Michael. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, we're living the dream. And, I loved your story talking about Don Shula's record and whether or not it's going to be broken by Bill Belichick. I think he'll break it. Is he going to break it in New England? And that franchise there is in a tricky little spot because he's been there forever, and they're a team that does not look very good in that division. In fact, I think they're picked worst, and that would mean it will take him more time than maybe Bob Kraft wants to invest.
And Robert Kraft was asked that question back in March in Arizona at the annual league meetings. Specifically, can Bill Belichick afford to have another non-playoff season, or will he be there long enough to catch Shula? Kraft's answer, I think, was very ominous. I don't think it got the attention it should have, and I think it put everyone on notice that Bill Belichick has only so many chances to turn this thing around, that 6 Super Bowl championships does not create a lifetime pass. At some point, changes will be made if the team does not significantly improve. And embedded within that is this back and forth over whether or not Kraft has authorized spending. Belichick was complaining at the end of the season about the team being 27th on a 3-year average in total spending. Kraft saying spending money will never be the issue. I give Bill Belichick everything he asks for. So there's tension there. And if they don't make the playoffs this year, if they would end up last in a division that they used to dominate, it used to be they were the Globetrotters and the other 3 teams were the Washington Generals. Now they may be the Generals and the other 3 teams may be the Globetrotters. If they get left in the dust, I could see a change happening as soon as after this season. Now, it would have to be a full-out disaster for the Patriots for it to happen, and they have a knack for winning games they shouldn't, but it's going to get harder and harder, and I think the challenge this year is as difficult as it's ever been for Bill Belichick.
It sounds like you don't trust Mac Jones. That's what it sounds like to me. But hey, to each his own. I don't trust Mac Jones. That's why I say that. I'm clearly projecting, Mike. When we're looking around right now, and this is like that dead spot between, obviously the mini camps, the training camp. What are you looking at as you look at the landscape in the NFL right now? What intrigues you this time of year going into, a full season, but not quite knocking on the door yet?
Well, we've got a couple of big name free agents that are out there, Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins, and plenty of other recognizable names that are still waiting for the phone to ring. Some of those guys want too much money. Some of those guys aren't going to get a phone call anyway. Some have to wait for injuries. Some just choose to avoid offseason workouts, training camp until we get closer, like Ndamukong Suh, who actually waited to see the Eagles begin to separate last year before he signed with them. But we've also got the gambling question that has really been on full boil in recent weeks. Now, I think the NFL would like for it to die down. And I think we've gotten past phase 1 where no one can say they don't know there's a rule. And anyone who's curious at least has an avenue for figuring out the do's and the don'ts. I still don't think the league does as good of a job as it needs to explain the rules on what players can and can't do. But there's so many other questions now and issues and potential complications. We pointed out yesterday, Michael Rubin, the CEO of Fanatics, has this lavish exclusive party on 4th of July. And the gambling policy addresses accepting goods and services from sportsbook operators. And Rubin is one of them now. And where's the line there?
Oh, wow.
Are we going to find out a year or two from now through 10 suspensions of others that they were on the wrong side of the line and nobody bothered to tell them where the line was? And I'm trying to get the NFL now to tell me where is the line. But there's so many other things out there. Now the NFL is in bed with gambling and making this much money from it. Everyone needs to know the rules and everyone needs to know where the line is. And I think that we're just seeing the beginning with players figuring out what they can and can't bet on.
Yeah, the problem is everyone's doing it, and it's legal, and now they have all these rules about you can do it, you can't do it in the building, you can't do it on your team, you can't. It's confusing, frankly, and I think that is part of the problem. That they want to bring the hammer, but they're in bed with all these people, and they're making money off it. So it kind of the hypocrisy is dripping.
Well, the metaphor I used yesterday is it's like putting Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and saying, don't eat from the apple tree. Meanwhile, God is baking apple pies. So, and the other side of it too, there's technology out there where you can just remove the tree. You can prevent players, and they're working on something that would solve this problem. Geolocation is what is causing them to be caught. With that same geolocation, players can be prevented from betting on NFL games, period. You can't even do it if you try. Or betting while at work. Hey, there are forbidden times and forbidden locations where these individuals cannot bet on other sports other than NFL. That would be the best way to solve this. Use the same technology that is ratting them out to prevent them from ever crossing the line.
That is a fantastic point, Mike, because I work at for CBS, the owned and operated stations here in Chicago. I cannot go on if I'm trying to just see what the line is, I can't go on a site. Our company, Paramount, the parent company, doesn't allow us to do that from a work computer. So I gotta go on my personal phone just to even figure that stuff out. So that's a great point. What are the chances that we see more suspensions of that nature? I mean, the Fanatics party with Michael Rubin, because they just now got into the sportsbook game, that opened my eyes because I wasn't even thinking on that line. What are the chances, though, that we see some type of suspension, if not a clarification on that before the season begins?
There needs to be something, because the way the policy is written, you're not allowed to accept any gifts or services or overnight stays or other gratuities from sportsbook operators. You're allowed to have a de minimis amount, no more than $250. And anyone that saw the video of that party on Tuesday, I don't know what dollar value you would put on it, but $250 is not getting you in. You have to show up with a lot more than $250 if you want to buy a ticket to that party. So I don't know that the NFL is even thinking of these things. I think part of the problem for the league is it recognizes the hypocrisy. And I think it prevents the league from having the proper moral authority to be proactive. We know historically the league isn't proactive about anything. They wait for something to blow up and they're like, oh, we better clean up that mess. Instead of spotting the potential powder kegs and diffusing them before they blow, they just wait for something to happen and say, hey, we should probably do something about that. I'm pressing them aggressively. And, people get mad. Oh, you're snitching. I'm not snitching. The rule's there. Like, everyone needs to know what the rule is and what's prohibited and what isn't before we get 10 more suspensions. Because that's what happened the last time. Mm-hmm. The rule was there. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew how it worked. And 10 suspensions later, now people understand it. How about we figure these things out before 345 Park Avenue is saying, you're out for a year, you're out for 6 games, you're out for 8 games, you're out for whatever. Let's figure out the rule and make sure everyone can comply with it.
Mike, always a joy. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
That's our guy, Mike Florio. Does a great job. And Mike, didn't Mike tell us that his dad was a bookie? So he knows all this stuff inside and out.
Oh, so it's in his veins.
Yeah. And I think he understands, how much people enjoy their investments in sporting events.
But he brought up some great points. And listen, the H word, hypocrisy, like the NFL, they bathe in that stuff every day.
Yeah, no question.
We want to make all the money, but you guys got to stop doing the thing that, the integrity of the sport, but really integrity, money over integrity. You tell me.
Even down to the fact that they are kind of trying to get rid of the kickoff because they're just worried about future lawsuits. Not because they really care about anyone. And I'm not being overly harsh about that, but I really believe that they are looking at life through their own little wallet. They are very concerned with the safety of the players because they don't want their game to be damaged by the fact that the game is not necessarily safe.
Right.
It's
so
weird.
Because it's a bottom line thing, and if the game is damaged because of the player's safety, then that affects their bottom line, and the bottom line is all that matters. So once you understand that, you can watch sports with a much more jaded view, and but an appropriate view.
Oh, totally.
You can still enjoy your teams and everything, but understand they're just trying to take your money.
That's what it's all about.
They're just trying to take your money.
Big business.
And if they're already taking your money, they said, "Can we take a little more?"
Yeah, it's $1 billion industry, and the gambling,
several $1 billion industry.
All the gambling is just mean it's like a massively all the gambling is money that they can get their hands on, and they're trying to, so they're in partners with everyone as a result of it, and then they act like the player. You did what? You gambled? Oh, shame on thee! It's kind of insane. I am worried though about college kids and all that stuff. I think it's a real problem.
We're towing the line. We're tempting fate.
Yes,
it's
we're
only a
tempting
matter
fate.
of time
Yes.
before a huge scandal breaks out. I guarantee you, because of the number of college kids involved, there are already rules being broken. We've already seen coaches fired.
Yeah.
We've already seen programs under investigation. It is just a matter of time before there is a smoking gun that's really going to have everyone up in arms, and it's going to be one of those, you got to come see us in Congress about this. We're going to have a whole hearing about this.
I think you're right. I think it's heading the wrong way. All right. We've got a lot to go over. I want to ask you about your experience with the Chicago race. I don't know why I'm still obsessed with that, but I had a lot of fun watching it.
It was a good race.
I was surprised I enjoyed it, and I did enjoy the fact that I drive faster on my way to work than those guys were able to in the oval that they created in Chicago. Kind of funny about that. All right, Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell you.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
No.
Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
Technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep, that's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club, R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
He saw, yes. Okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his like hands in the air, like whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light?
That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that
Wait.
well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour brought to you by Gulf Mills Chevrolet.
So what rules did you have for your new game, Dr. Naismith?
Well, I didn't have enough, and that's where I made my big mistake. The boys began tackling, kicking and punching in the clinches. They ended up in a free-for-all in the middle of the gym floor. Before I could pull them apart, one boy was knocked out, several of them had black eyes, and one had a dislocated shoulder. It certainly was murder. Well, after that first match, I was afraid they'd kill each other, but they nagging me to let them play again. So I made up some more rules. The most important one was that there should be no running with the ball. That stopped tackling and slugging. We tried out the game with those rules, and we didn't have one casualty. We had a fine, clean sport.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We talked about this at 5:30 this morning, and we finally paid it back. That is the voice.
Make them wait a little bit.
That's right. You got to stay with the show. You'll eventually get the payoff. That is Dr. James Naismith describing the game of basketball, the origins of it, how he hung up the peach basket. It was snowy in Massachusetts. There was a bad snowstorm. Everybody was going crazy. They were all cabin fever. He got them in the gym. And he came up with this idea, well, we're going to try to throw the ball into this. They immediately turned it into a football rugby game. And as you heard there, they're beating the hell out of each other. So then he created rules that helped them to not, they had to dribble the ball. They had to stop. They couldn't just run into each other. And you got basketball. It's pretty awesome.
It's like when you play Uno and you think you know the rules, but you don't know the rules, and then the rules just keep coming. It's like, here are my house rules.
That is awesome.
And they figured it out.
Yeah. And
here we are years later.
That is, and look at the beautiful sport that was created, the ballet of giants that came out of a guy hanging up a peach basket to try to keep some kids from getting too much cabin fever during a snowstorm. It's great stuff. And thank you for turning us on to that. Really appreciate that.
It's my pleasure. It's one of those things that has to be shared. I'm glad you got it to the masses.
Oh, I you can just go on YouTube and find him talking. I think the game in question, he was just, they were like,
it was like a halftime interview.
Yeah, they just bring the guy on, and he's Dr. James Naismith, and he started
told the story.
The game. And, it's just fantastic.
And I don't know if you know the story about this. This is like an old reel that they just found, and they were like, "What's this?" And they played it, and that's what the sound was. And they're like, "Oh, we got to do something with this."
It's incredible, and I've always been fascinated. I've been fascinated by words and the origin of them, and how you go back and you look at them. But especially with our sports, because you follow them so closly. Like, how did that sport develop? What happened there? We just had a sport in Chicago, NASCAR, and the roots of that are back guys trying to outrun the excise man, right? You've got your
bootlegging.
You're making some white lightning somewhere in the forest, some rural area, and then the tax man's coming to shut down your still, and you got to get your hooch and get in your car and outrun the guy. So these people are like getting their cars faster and faster, and then you start racing. That's
some pre-Dukes of Hazzard type stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Hilarious. I don't know why I find that amusing, but now we got NASCAR, and we had NASCAR in Chicago, and I mean, honestly, it reminded me a little bit of the TV series The Bear. I don't know if you watched The Bear. It makes Chicago look good. It's like a postcard. It's like a love note to the city of Chicago. And there's something about this town growing up here and seeing some of the old signage and all that stuff that you witnessed as you were growing up. I love it. And I love looking at our city. Our forefathers in this town were wise enough to build a park system around the lake, which ends up giving you all this perspective on the skyline. And when they come in and tape that, that's one of the things great about Monday Night Football, the stadium on the lakefront, looking at the skyline, all that stuff. I think we got our fill of it over the weekend with NASCAR, and I really enjoyed it. I don't know that I learned a lot about NASCAR that I didn't know. I'm not a big NASCAR guy, but goodness, it was the city looked magnificent.
You look at events like this, whether it's the biggest in like the Olympics, let's say, sporting events, the Super Bowl, the Final Four.
Right.
And this is up there in terms of spectacles. And you called it, whether it's a postcard, a love letter, an infomercial about Chicago, however you want to phrase it, it puts it under the spotlight, the marquee, on the grand stage, if you will. And just seeing like the backdrop of Buckingham Fountain and just
beautiful.
All the things they talked about over the course of 3 days. I thought it was great for the city. And the whole point is NASCAR wants to tap into uncharted territory. They want people watching the sport and learning about the sport that don't know about the sport and would probably not have an interest. But now that it's in Chicago, you look at the viewership of this. I don't know if you saw the ratings or whatnot. It was the most watched NASCAR race since the Daytona 500, which, of course, in NASCAR, they start with the Super Bowl.
Right.
The Daytona 500 is the Super Bowl, and it's the first race of the season. And then the viewership in Chicago was, I believe it was 3 times.
Was it really?
Like
wow.
what it was for the Daytona 500.
We impressed ourselves.
Yeah, like people, it's just natural curiosity. And I heard like some people complaining about like, oh, the noise. It's like, I couldn't hear the noise. I live like 6 blocks away from where they were doing it. I couldn't hear the cars. I was like, I know it was inconvenient traffic wise.
That was a problem.
Okay.
The 3 days before that race, just coming downtown, they had, or maybe it was 2 days, they had Lakeshore Drive down to 1 lane. And I mean, there aren't a lot of cars on the road when I'm heading down.
Right.
But you don't need any kind of 10-minute delay of any sort ever, because you're coming into work and you just want to get here.
I understand that. But that inconvenience, and then to see the payoff.
Yeah, it was cool.
I think it was worth it.
I think it was really super cool. And I did not want, I had a friend offered me a ticket to come down, and I was graciously did not. I thought
you graciously declined?
I did. I thought the best seat to watch it was in my living room in front of my television.
So you feel about NASCAR how I feel about football. Like if I can't, if I don't have the access to all my replays and everything that I need to, I want the ultimate viewing experience. And that is the one thing about, just like golf, right?
Yeah.
So you're at golf, like you're at a hole. I mean, you can walk the course a little bit, but like you can't see what's going on. You can hear the roars from way down there.
But you have no idea.
But if you're at home.
But if you're standing in a tent with free food and a drink.
Yes.
Now I'm having fun at a golf tournament.
Listen, look, club box or press box at the football game, same difference. Like,
I mean, a football game, I just got so used to covering football and sitting at football games and having my own little television and little, I brought, like, I had everything, and I would sit there and monitor it. But I do prefer the fan in me has been killed. I don't want to go to a ton of sporting events. I go to sporting events all the time.
You don't want to deal with all the ancillary stuff, the traffic, the parking, the
just not
peopling.
I mean, sometimes I'll be at like a Bulls game or a Hawks game or something, and I'm like, wait a minute, where's the information sheet? Like, give me all the stats. Why aren't you handing me all the stuff? When you do this for a living, you're so used to going to games.
I think they have apps for that now, but I was always saying, whoever's the first to come up with the app that where you can follow the game on your phone and get what you want, the replays, all like a mini jumbotron on your phone.
Yeah, that's all there.
But that's serviced completely to what you want.
Yeah, that is a good point. But I really like being at home watching games too. I really do. I enjoy it. We had one of the best days we had of the summer, maybe 2 summers ago. We went out to U.S. Cellular, and they played the movie. What's the baseball movie? Field of Dreams. So we watched the game. We wandered, there was no crowd. The Sox were not playing well. And we just kind of wandered around the stadium and sat in different spots, including like all the way up and all the way down. And we just kind of wandered, me, my wife, and 3 kids. And we had a great time. Then we sat down and we watched Field of Dreams on the screen. And I got to tell you, I'd seen Field of Dreams, but not in years. And I hadn't seen it with my kids or since I had kids. And I got it hit me in a totally different manner. That, he wants to play catch with dad and all that stuff. And then we just went out got some dinner on the way home. And I mean, we went to a local pizza place, and it was just one of the great days of summer because we spent the whole day out just kind of wandering around the ballpark. The Sox got killed in the game. It happens. And we ended up, watching that movie and having a good time. I'm telling you, I want to redo that. But again, not a lot of people there. Not a lot of, it was just an insane kind of blessed cross section of events. A lot of people left early, and we were out for the day, so we weren't going anywhere. But I love that kind of stuff. I love going to games in that kind of a fashion. I really do. I don't mind the results if I'm with my kids or I'm showing them something. When my kids were little, they were so confused. We had gone to a bunch of Sox games in the skybox because the station at the time was running these games. So my daughter, we were at Northwestern at a football game, and she said to me, so football is outside.
Oh no!
Baseball
oh no! What have you done?
Behind a window, and I'm like, honey, that couldn't be more wrong. That's not the case.
But you did that. You did that.
I did
you set her up.
I did. I set her up, and she's never going to be. It's like someone took you on a private plane. Have you ever flown on a private plane? Every time you fly, you're like, wouldn't it be great if I had a private plane? It ruins you as a traveler.
That's how I feel about first class versus listen.
Yeah. Listen. When you
on a flight more than 3 or 4 hours, really more than 3, I'm just wow.
In the old days, I used to get a lot of upgrades because I was traveling all the time. And then, I traveled all the time in first class, and you were like, people are walking in, and you're kind of like peasant to get in the back. Do not use that
not
restroom.
The peasant.
Yeah, don't you dare use the first class restroom.
You have taken it too far.
And then, you go, then you start really, just having to travel without all the hoopla.
Become a peasant yourself.
And you're looking at these people like, you son of a dog, I wish I had that seat. And then you got to sit in the back on an aisle. And it's just, the whole thing goes sideways on you. It's awful.
There are a few things better than getting the first class upgrade.
Oh, it's the greatest
at the last
ever.
Second where you're like, all right,
get out of here.
Yeah,
that's living.
I'm not gonna lie.
I went to I think it might have been a Bears game, whatever. I walk up and there's one seat left in first class, so I take it. I just give up a couple stickers, whatever. And Dan Bernstein is standing there waiting for the last first class seat, and I got it before him.
Wow!
And I was it made it the sweetest flight ever.
That's just come on, man.
Isn't that totally mean?
Y'all are just that's almost malicious. That's borderline malicious.
Well, I mean, I had been traveling more than him in those days.
I see that, but no. Listen, I enjoy a good sporting event every once in a while, but I don't go to the games like I used to go to the games.
Right.
To be fair, I'm talking about as a fan. I love covering games. I think we all get into this business ultimately to be at we're sitting in a studio right now talking about sports, but we get into it to go to the games.
Yes.
People pay good money to go see these games, and we get paid to go and watch these games and comment and write and, spectate about them.
I was bad-mouthing the NASCAR thing. I didn't like the idea of it. I didn't feel like it was the
Were you the
culture of
old man
Chicago.
yelling at the cloud?
I was totally yelling at the cloud, no question about it. And I was like, there's going to be traffic. People are going to be put out. I was just cranky
Don't be that guy.
about
Molly,
it.
you know better.
Listen, I just didn't like the idea of putting a NASCAR race in Chicago. I really enjoyed watching it. I learned a ton about the sport. But there is little to zero chance that I'm planning on watching them in Atlanta this weekend.
On the Oval?
I'm not. I don't care. I liked Chicago. I thought it was fascinating to learn about little things like when they line up and they start driving weird, back and forth. At first I thought, are they trying to make sure the guy behind them doesn't pass them, which you're not allowed to do?
No.
It's about getting the little tire stuff out of your tire. And I was kind of like, now that's cool information, because I've played on field turf and you can get that little stuff in your eye. Oh, it's the worst. And if you had it in your tire and it's wet out, it's probably a bad idea. So you need to kind of twist around. It was cool.
I wish the
to
weather
just
conditions
learn
were
stuff.
better.
The weather conditions made them go so much slower. And I saw on the Twitterverse, NASCAR Twitterverse was bad-mouthing it because instead of going 100 laps, they went 75, and they changed things as the
Well, that was about the darkness. They were up against darkness.
I know, and they couldn't come back the next day, so that was probably what upset people about it from a distance. But I just thought, I didn't care. I don't know what happens in the last 25 laps. I thought when they all went into the pit, I couldn't understand why they didn't get back up. But the minute you went into the pit, that all those guys that had been leading most of the race were done. And all of a sudden there's 3 cars at the top that are fighting over it. And that was great. And the Shane
Van
Gisberger, that was incredible. They kept saying he had the best car, and man,
you could tell. You could tell.
He passed 2 guys one at a time. It was just fantastic. It really taught a lot about racing, and I really enjoyed it. But I don't know that I would go to it. I don't know that I would. It seemed
and that's
like,
okay.
It just seemed like, park the car and then walk 7 miles and then watch a car go. Like, I've been to the Kentucky Derby. It was wonderful. I had a great time, and it was like a lifetime dream to go to the Derby.
But you're not going back.
But I'm never going again because it was just.
You checked it off the list.
We were young and we were standing in the infield having a cocktail and just watching the horse. Who's winning? I bet the race and it was fun and we won the race, but you couldn't even see the race because there were so many people just completely.
I get
hammered.
it. That's why I said my couch is more comfortable than
I agree with
the
you.
seats at the game.
Especially if it's just like an outdoor event where people are completely ossified.
Listen, don't let it be raining or cold or too hot or too hot.
No, exactly.
You can't beat room temperature.
You need perfect. Yeah, listen, if you are, this is one of the things I remember. This guy from England came over years ago talking about safety of fans and all that stuff, and he said, like, in America, going to any sporting event is an exercise in economics. Everybody sits in the silver section. I got the gold seats. Oh, I'm in a platinum box. Even the way we name them, it's like, where can you get in to have the greatest seat? And are you willing to pay the most money? And you know what I mean? Like that gets a little tiresome because those of us that just love to go to games are stuck kind of having to sneak into the better sections, right? And I've been lucky enough to get tickets to things and to see a lot of different sporting events. I've seen everything from, the World Cup finals to I don't know how many different NBA titles, I went to like 15, 16 Super Bowls. It's great to go to all these events and to be a part of it, but it's also I remember being at Wrigley and I turned down a ticket because it was the World Series. And I thought to myself, like, if I go in there and I, did go to one of the games, I'm kind of taking a ticket away from someone that has waited their lifetime to see this happen.
Let me just tell you, your approach, just the way you're talking that out right now, is so opposite from most people. But that's because of the experiences that you've lived as a sports writer and sports broadcaster, all of those things. But like, that's why the Super Bowl is ridiculous to me now, because it's like F1 racing.
Yeah.
It's not for the fans.
No, it's a corporate event.
It's a corporate event.
It is, yes.
And all of sports has turned into a corporate event.
It's true.
And it's sad, but also that bottom line, though.
It's what it's all about.
Listen,
we're going back to the same theme. 312-644-6767. So we got Bob Nightingale on the Sox Talk broadcast, gave you the list of players that will be traded. The Sox are going to trade 6 players. We'll tell you who they are next. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got Marshall Harris here this morning on Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
We've got you ahead of Cubs Brewers at 12:35 today. Cody Decker's going to join us at 11, and we'll have High Noon at 11:40.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670.
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
Oh, it's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay. Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here. What does Parkins look like? This hat is really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
But I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It's
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new.
Okay.
I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hat's
my
look
favorite
like.
part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike there. Spike there.
your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it
A
was.
bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell me.
I did one of those earlier.
did.
Did I do it? Was it to Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
but the sale. The question is, how big of a sale is it? I don't think it's a complete fire sale. They just went through that. It's like the shortest window in baseball, just 2 years. I mean, look at what the Cincinnati Reds were in the playoffs in 2020 themselves, and look where they are now, what the Baltimore Orioles are doing. The Diamondbacks lost 110 games 2 years ago, and they're flying high. So I don't see any way in the world you trade a Luis Robert, you don't trade a Dylan Cease, but I would think everybody else is up for grabs.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We have Marshall Harris with us this morning. We're having a lot of fun. That's Bob Nightingale. And he's saying, which we kind of talked a little bit about earlier, that the Sox have no choice but to do some trading, that they are in sell mode. And we've argued a little bit about that. But Bob not only said that, he laid out who's got to go. He laid out the players that the White Sox are looking to trade at the trade deadline.
I think they move, 4, 5, 6 guys. I mean, I think Giolito definitely goes. Lance Lynn goes. Mike Clevenger goes. And then the bullpen, whether it's a Joe Kelly, a Bummer, certainly Kendall Graveman. So that's 6 guys right there. I'll go those 6. I'd be stunned if any of those 6 are still with the White Sox after August 1st.
You'll be stunned if all 6 are not gone. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think they move them all because they all have trade value to different degrees, and at least you're not going to bring in a haul for anybody. I mean, you have Lucas Giolito as well as he's pitching. It's just a rental, but they can certainly take advantage of a market that's so thin of starting pitching. Hey, who doesn't want a Lucas Giolito? So I would think he looked great for everybody. And Kendall Graveman, I mean, he's got a fabulous arm. He's got the closing experience and stuff. Everybody would love to have a guy like Graveman.
So that's Bob Nightingale, and he's talking about what the White Sox are going to do. We know they got a doubleheader today, but they have already got 50 losses, and they are probably in the trade market. We know Lucas Giolito's coming out of contract, and Bob mentions all these guys. I mean, like, is anyone going to break down? Listen, I understand you don't have starting pitching. I understand you wish they would extend Lucas Giolito, but they're not going to. So that is one. Lance Lynn, if you can get something for Lance Lynn, don't you have to get it? Especially, I believe he's under contract next year. Clevenger, he's another guy that maybe you get. You're not going to get a lot for any of these guys, especially guys on one-year deals like Clevenger.
But if you add up what you're going to get for each of those guys into a lump sum, you'll get some stuff. You'll get a bag. It's like a bag of.
You'll get some scratch-off tickets. Right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And you hope that one of those scratches off, and that's really
oh my God, we got Fernando Tatis Jr.
And if they are sellers. No, that was cruel. That was very cruel what you just said.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna try to roll over it and act like it didn't happen in the manner that it did. Because we don't look as a guy who grew up a White Sox fan.
Yeah,
salt in the wound is one thing. That's one thing, but it's another thing when you try to medicate me through my wound. That's not right.
I'm saying maybe it's a best case scenario. I was being Mr. Positive. That you got the scratch-off ticket from some, rubber arm pitcher, and lo and behold, it turns out that it's a great player.
Well, here's the thing.
Who's the guy the Cubs got? Who was the one guy the Cubs got in the Darvish deal? The redhead, right? Who's that guy?
I have no idea.
Owen Casey, I believe.
Owen Casey.
Okay.
He looks like he's going to be a decent player, right? And that's one of the scratchers.
That's one of the scratchers. Yeah, I mean, it takes time, right?
Yes.
I mean, it takes. These are not guys that are going to be on the 40-man roster.
Oh no.
Well, and my thing is, like, if they are going full sell, if, like, let's say they're still 7.5 out or even more come August 1st. Listen, I can add names to your list.
Oh yeah,
Elvis Andrus, like, he could probably help a team.
That's interesting
in a utility type of way.
Yeah, that's a very
so you can move him.
Idea. Yep.
Yasmani Grandal.
I think you would benefit from moving Yasmani Grandal. I don't know that there's a market for him because he's really at this point more of a DH than a catcher.
Okay. I'm just giving. I'm
for
just
a playoff team. Is that unfair? Do you want that guy letting guys steal on you? Dustin's giving me the squeaky look.
So, and I know he's hurt right now.
Those are both good names.
So I know he's hurt right now. Liam Hendricks.
I would say that he's supposed to pitch this weekend. Is that not right? Or
he could be on a mound this weekend.
They have threatened to put him on a mound this weekend.
Not threatened.
Well, I'm just saying that. I mean, but the problem with that, supposedly, and again, it's interesting. Bob Nightingale didn't mention him. Supposedly, Jerry is very fond of Liam Hendricks and is a big believer in the story and the comeback and all that stuff, and would not want to trade him. That's at least what has been reported.
Well, unless he's going to lead a comeback on the field, you have to stock the cupboard.
Listen, the cupboard's bare.
It is
the cupboard's bare.
That's what I'm saying. So
I agree with you.
I'm looking just guys that can help other teams move them. But the problem is you're going to be if they move all these guys, it is going to be an Oakland Athletics type situation.
Well, I mean, here's the problem. The problem is, what's your starting rotation, right? You got Dylan Cease, and you can count on him once every 5 days. You got Michael Kopech, and you can count on him once every 10 days.
See, that was wrong. He's going to be back immediately after the All-Star break.
7 or 8 games?
I was told that he's coming back and joining the rotation. Remember when I told you about they had two out of the 3 series were against opponents that you were like, okay, the Mets and the Cardinals. The problem is that first series out of the break, some team that hails from the state of Georgia is who they got to go see.
Yeah.
That could get ugly.
That's not good.
That could get very ugly.
That is not good.
Acuna might get to 40-40 in that series.
Oh, my. I mean, listen, any team that can run any team that can really play well.
I like how you went from run to they can play well.
Any team that can walk upright and chew gum at the same time has probably got a good chance.
Put your big league chew in.
That's right. So I think those are harsh realities that Bob is talking about, but I believe that is the reality. I do think that the White Sox have shifted into seller mode. They understand that. They're not going to be good enough. They want to buy more time, and it's an awkward thing to talk about because, once again, Rick Hahn has worked for the Sox for, 22 years, something like that? But he's been 10 years as the general manager. He will oversee. The guy who built the team that Bob talked about is not the Orioles, is not the team that has ever really had its window open. We never saw the window, did we? Did the window
it was more like a peephole.
It was a peephole.
It was more like a peephole.
Yeah.
2 years.
And they got arrested because they were loitering around a peephole.
It's look, it is not a great situation.
No.
Have I seen bleaker situations? Absolutely.
Have you really?
Oakland is a bleaker situation.
Okay. I mean, but they're at least moving to Vegas. And listen, I don't want the Sox to move.
Exactly. What are you saying?
But I'm saying they're changing their situation. They should be able to eventually compete because they're leaving Oakland, which I don't approve of, but at least they've got a plan moving forward. What is the plan here?
How do the White Sox change their situation?
How do they? I don't know. I mean, you know how much money Yohan Moncada is on the books for next year? His contract jumps pretty significantly.
25 million, or sorry, 24.8.
What I mean,
and then
really?
25 million in that 2025 season.
For what? For what exactly? Now you're paying full freight for a guy that is just a guy. I mean, a pretty good defensive third baseman if you can get on the field. Tim has been a shadow of himself. I still think he's a really good player. I still would not advocate trading Tim Anderson because in my opinion, this is rock bottom. He really can't play much worse than he's played, and he's a guy that has some value and can maybe get back to where he was. He seems like he doesn't have his legs underneath him. It seems like I'm always left making excuses, but the fact is, I liked him and I wouldn't give him away. I would want something for him, and I would prefer to have him, get better and be the player that he's been. I like Tim Anderson. I like the bat flip mentality. Fortunately, when you don't hit a homer, hard to flip a bat.
Mully, the man won a batting title in 2019, as I'm sure you remember.
Yes.
335. The next year, he hit 322. The next year, 309. The next year, 301. Now we're in 2023, coming off 2 straight All-Star appearances. He's hitting 235 with a 273 on-base percentage, but that's probably not the worst number. He's slugging 279.
That's
the OPS is 552. That is crazy.
And they leave him in the 2-hole because you need more at-bats.
He doesn't have a home run. He's got 10 extra base hits, 9 doubles and a triple. I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah, there's something clearly wrong. I'm not breaking news by saying something's wrong. But I don't know why you would give that guy away. He's been so important to this team when he's on base. I get it. He's not on base. And I understand there's been a power outage. I would choose to believe that is fixable and that is manageable, that's not who he's become. But, I know a lot of people feel differently.
Do you want the good news?
Give it to me.
In his last 5 games, he's hitting 318.
See? Told you it was all
7 for 22. So
I'm
gonna.
How many homers in that strip? Or never mind.
Oh wow! See, you made it weird. You made it weird. You made it weird. I was trying to be positive, and you made it weird.
You are positive, and I appreciate that. And I did ruin it, but I'd be curious if anyone wants to argue about the reality of where the. I mean, I know you're.
What do you mean when you say argue the reality? What's the?
I mean these names. Is anybody saying?
Oh, is anyone saying these names will be here?
Don't trade Clevenger. No one's going to say that.
Here's how.
Don't trade Lance Lynn. You could say don't trade Giolito, and I would agree.
Let me tell you something. If they're within 5 games of the division lead, maybe they don't trade all 6 names.
I would really enjoy seeing them get there, but I got.
It's just 2.5 games. Got to make up against a team that's 1 game either over or under 500.
They got to win a couple games today, and the odds of that.
Who predicted that?
Are low. You predicted the sweep, doubleheader sweep.
I don't even know who's pitching in the other game, by the way. I just know Lance Lynn's pitching.
That's the problem.
It's TBD, I believe. Some guy named TBD. That's a cool initials to have.
Yeah.
TBD.
Thomas Bader.
Yeah.
Domars.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not Diekman. He's no longer with the team.
Oh, my God. You had to bring that guy into it. Now, that was unfair.
Well,
he was useless. That was their big trade deadline acquisition. Holy cow.
He's had some good moments.
Not for the White Sox.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah, he was terrible. I'm glad he's gone.
So what I'm saying is it is not looking great for the White Sox.
No.
I can't say that I don't understand where everyone is right now with them.
I do like that he named names. I mean,
I thought that was easy for him to name. To be honest, I thought it was easy for him to name names.
Naming names is sometimes an uncomfortable thing for a national writer to do. Maybe Rick Hahn should hold a news conference today to question those names.
Let's
go after Bob
I think
Knight.
Rick Hahn's already talked on his once a homestand talk, so we're good. We're going on that. And I enjoy the fact that Rick Hahn talks because at least he does face the music and answer the questions. Some GMs don't.
A little bit. Sometimes he doesn't talk. I don't know. Rick has a standing invitation to join us here on the Mully.
Has he taken you up on that invitation lately?
We haven't heard. Dustin, you've been asking on a regular basis. He's giving us the thumbs down.
A local sports station.
That was like Roman Times thumbs down.
He apparently,
he didn't even hold like the fake. Like I might go up, I might go down. No, it's all the way down.
He's trying to get someone murdered at the Coliseum.
Like make it a quick death. I got lunch plans. Listen. That's what it felt like.
That was very accurate. All right, we got Dan and Lawrence are going to join us next. We'll talk with our colleagues and maybe we can mention some names. I love naming names. Let's get them. Let's have the name. Let's have the list. This is the terminal list. We're going to go through it.
Hospice care is not nice.
Name. Terrible. I think isn't that a TV series on Netflix or something? The terminal list.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
They got a lot of content out there.
That's all
Netflix.
I was referring to. Yeah, they got about 100,000 television series. This is the problem in life. Too much content. I can't keep up. I can't. Did you see that series? No, but I'll watch it tonight. Just take me 8 or 9 hours.
Can't be me. I got to get sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, Mully and Haugh, Marshall Harris, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Will Jed be?
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an x-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in, there was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within 1/4 pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment! Like when you, I was amazed by it. You cut into like and drop like the sound
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fish. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this, as well they should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights in fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages. And then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fish. There we go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score. What a fun morning. Thank you, Marshall Harris. Really appreciate hanging out with you and the teaching moment that it was.
Listen, the feeling is mutual. I learned some things. You give me some background.
No, you taught
some
me.
Context.
Oh, no. My whole vision, my viewpoint is kind of in the negative. I like that we kind of had the yin and the yang going, right?
Okay. It's the thing about Marshall, like even his voice sounds pleasant.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
He hasn't been here long enough.
Yeah, that's also a TV thing because you people don't want to turn on their television and feel like they do when they turn us on. You know, because TV people are all good looking.
Yeah.
And they smile a lot. They have to smile. They don't want grumps on television.
No, but like what we're doing is fun. Even though what I always tell people is a bad day at work for me is better than 95% of the general population's good day.
We're in the toy
It's true, but talking about the White Sox and the Bulls, come on, man. Like that, it makes you makes you want to just crawl back into bed half the time.
Yeah, well, we are broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Evan Thomas, gets us up and running and twitching every morning. And thanks so much to everyone for all of the calls and texts and emails. Most of all, thank you for listening. Thanks to our executive producer, Dustin William Rhodes.
I made the mistake last year of going up to Cal Raleigh and asking him, how'd you get your nickname? In Seattle, they call him the Big Dumper. It was not my best moment. The Big Dumper leading away from second. Fouled. He said, well, I got a big rear end. That was it, maybe slightly different language, but I was like, okay, great.
I'm with you. We're going to talk about that.
That's Dave Fleming, the Mariners announcer. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for finding that and ending our show with it. Magic.
I got to give Craig a lot of credit. He's one of the best. I give him top 2 players in the league that defends me the best. Torrey Craig. I give him that. Like I never told him this, so I'm pretty sure you're going to see this. But I give him credit.
Okay. That's Torrey Craig is that good, according to DeMar DeRozan. And hey, we've got the great Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence is here.
Oh, I like the sound effects.
And we have Dan Bernstein.
Wait a minute. I thought that after yesterday your sound changed.
No, you can't change it.
We tried to be nice to Dan, but he
Consistency was nice because he came in. It was nice because he came in.
How did Dave Fleming? If a guy's nickname is essentially big ass, why you got to ask him why his nickname is Big Ass?
I think maybe he was thinking that there might be like a porta potty type situation here. Like he wasn't looking at it from.
I thought maybe he was thinking more like dump truck or something like that.
Well, he used to drive a truck back in.
I mean,
yeah, but the dump truck would also represent
the big ass. Yes. Right. But that's what I think that he was wondering if there was some sort of bathroom story that was connected to it, and really he just has a kadunk, and that's why he's the big dumper.
I once asked Dave McGinnis how he came up with Big Cat for Big Cat Williams, and I said, Dave, like Big Cat, where does that come from? And he said, Michael, that comes from being from Texas.
Well, he
said it's the biggest cat I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I got out of the cars. That's the biggest cat I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, is that correct? Yeah. But I mean, I love that.
You know what? Put Dave McGinnis on the list for next week too.
Just to hang out?
Yes, that's all. Dan, that's all we're doing next week.
Dan, Terry, you guys know football. You've been around the game a long time.
I've been trying to explain to Dan like my whole theory on broadcasting during All-Star Week.
All-Star Week.
And to me, All-Star Week is alternative programming.
Yep, we're having Dale Bowman in studio to talk Chicago fishing.
Do what you want, man.
You should have him come in studio and shoot you with like one of those arrow guns. That would be hilarious.
Well, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, that sounds extreme.
Come on.
It's a little much.
A little hunting.
I mean, we've already had a lot of blood in this studio over the last 6 months, so maybe.
Yeah, Shane cut himself.
Yeah.
We had the time where like Les had a brain aneurysm or something.
I don't think it was a brain aneurysm.
Well, he was bleeding all over the place.
But I don't think it was that.
I don't know what it was, but something
it
ruptured.
was just a bloody nose.
I thought it was something. I don't know what it was.
Y'all really be getting it in here, huh?
See? That voice is going to change. Another 6 more shows here, Marshall.
Yeah, we'll make a radio guy out of you.
Wow.
So how far are you running today after the show?
Just 4.
Oh,
that's all.
No, but like I'm
crisp 4.
Hold on, time out. So normally I work out in the morning, go to the gym, do either cardio. Today's a strength day at the gym. At F45, we do the whatever. 45 minutes of work.
Wow.
Old people. Functional 45 minutes. It's not, this ain't CrossFit. I call it CrossFit extra light. So I'm just going to go run 4 miles and then I'll eat something and I'll go to the noon class at the gym and it's an upper body day. So that way I got the up and the down.
Light day, huh?
I got I got chicken legs, man. I'm just trying to support
humble
myself.
brag over here. It's
Right?
No,
I don't do this. I don't do this for miles.
It's not a cardio day.
I'm gonna knock it out. Then I'm gonna do this 45-minute interval class because that's what it is, Marshall.
It's just strength.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not even a cardio day, so I'm only going to do 4 miles.
I'm gonna swim to Indiana and then I'll come back.
Listen, man, I'm just trying to hold on.
I'm going to bench press my house.
That's like the morning I get a phone call. I had been out the night before. That was the infamous me, Sierra, Jason Goff, Leon Rogers, and we had been out in the streets the night before.
So every now and again, you need to be in the streets.
It only happens for me like once every decade. I get a phone call from 6:35 in the morning. So of course I'm thinking something terrible has happened because who else calls you at 6:35 in the morning? I look at the FaceTime. It's Charles Tillman. Where is Charles? He's rowing across Lake Michigan and was wondering what I was doing. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, well, I'm getting this exercise in. What are you doing? I was like, I'm recovering from being out until 3:30 in the morning. Leave me alone.
Yeah, that's what you answered that call. The fact that you answered that call, though, that's
unless you're rowing to bring me some Arby's, I don't care.
not we have to meet. Wow. But you know what? Since you brought up Arby's, I'm just gonna tell y'all. I worked at a Winn-Dixie in high school, and in the Winn-Dixie parking lot, there was a Taco Bell and an Arby's, and this is back in the. Just to date myself a little bit, the 59, 79, 99 days at the Taco Bell, but also conversely at the Arby's. 5 for $5. They were amazed that I would just eat the 5 sandwiches all at once.
Oh,
the best hangover
because you
cure in the
probably
world.
ran 10 miles.
I don't know why. But in college, the Arby's, like on a Saturday morning after a Friday night out, I'd get 2 beef and cheddars with horsey sauce and Arby's sauce.
Oh, gotta have the sauces.
Potato cakes.
Oh, I missed the potato cakes.
They got to bring them back.
And a large cherry Fanta.
Ooh.
And then you were good until about 4 in the afternoon. Maybe you take a nap after that.
Why did Arby's get rid of potato cakes though?
I don't understand it.
All they were the greatest tater tots of all time.
Here's what I don't understand about it. It's not like you have to do anything special. Like those things come pre-cut. You really just have to drop them in the fryer.
I watch them drop them every time I used to order them.
So if you're gonna drop crinkle fries, you could drop potato cakes. If you're gonna drop curly fries, you can drop potato cakes.
No one asked for the crinkle fries. I just want to point that out.
I don't like the curly fries.
I prefer crinkle fries, but I would rather have potato cakes. And it doesn't make sense.
Do you have like an air fryer? Because you can buy those crinkle fries and cook them at home, and they're not good.
But you can't find potato cakes.
Not as bad.
No, you can find tots.
But that's not the same.
I know.
No,
it's a cake.
I know.
Marshall, I'm with you. Like it's disappointing. Like sometimes I just ask just in case. Like just in case they've been re-added to the menu and I didn't know.
So the same way that McDonald's just up and took the high C orange off the menu. But enough complaints came back, and they brought it back a couple of years later. Could we do that with the potato cakes?
We've tried.
I'd like to do it with the original Wendy's chicken nuggets too.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's good
because they changed those in the early '90s. Like those are some of the funny story. My college roommate was the son of the president of Wendy's Corp.
Oh wow!
Oh,
and well, it's
that's a very.
But
is it named after him?
Well, no, because it's the only reason he got into school. He graduated. Dave Thomas. Dave Thomas was a Duke trustee. And Jim Neer was the CEO. Dave Neer was my roommate. And when
Dan has a lot of stories like this from Duke.
I'm enjoying it.
The rule at Duke is anybody, if you hear a last name in your class and you think, is that? The answer is yes.
Wow.
So my buddy Ginsberg had this thing about Wendy's nuggets
from the poet,
and he was so personally he was so mad when they discontinued
Supreme
nuggets.
Court justice.
When Jim Neer when it was Parents' Weekend. So here's Jim Neer, the president and CEO of Wendy's Corp. And he walks in and down the stairs, Ginsberg comes racing down the stairs and runs right up to him. And he's like, "What did you do with the nuggets?" He's like, "What?" He goes, "You had the best nuggets on the planet, and you discontinued them, and now you don't have the best. Why did you change the nuggets? Why did you get rid of them?" And he's like, "Oh, I like he dealt with it like a president."
Oh,
he said, "I feel terrible that you're this disappointed. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? We have all kinds of wonderful chicken alternatives on the menu, and I would be very curious to know how you feel about some of these other things." And Ginsburg just steaming. He's just like, "All you had to do was keep the nuggets. It's all you had to do."
Oh my God. My God, that's ridiculous.
You're so mad.
You're so ridiculous.
I wish I had that opportunity to do that with the potato cakes from a trustee from Arby's.
There are two fights that I'm willing to fight: the potato cakes at Arby's, and I want all day breakfast at McDonald's back. Those are the two fights that I'm willing to fight. Everything else,
I remember all day breakfast at McDonald's. That was a.
I mean, I think that it
Why
was.
couldn't you do all day breakfast?
I think it was a casualty of COVID. I think.
Yes, I mean that sounds correct.
People are set in their ways. We did it in the early days of the Boris and Bernstein show when Stouffer's discontinued noodles Romanoff, which is my favorite Stouffer's side dish, and I couldn't believe
my favorite Avenger.
And we had a spokesman. We actually got the spokesperson from Stouffer's on the air to explain why they were discontinuing it, and apparently I was the last person in the world who actually liked it. Oh, it's like when my mom did it with Shake and Bake. My mom insisted that Shake and Bake changed their original pork coating. And I said, "Mom, I don't think they changed." They did. I know it. They changed it. It's different. Shake and Bake is different. Letter after letter after letter.
Wow.
Until she finally heard from like the head of PR saying, "You're right. We did change it." And she's like, "Yes, I knew it."
Just the validation.
Did she just like carry the letter around the house?
Yeah, laminated.
Yeah, I would say it should definitely be laminated. At the minimum, put on the wall in the kitchen at a maximum.
Yeah. Yep.
I can't think of the woman's name, but the woman married to Jim Krasinski. What's
Emily Blunt.
Emily Blunt was offered that before Scarlett Johansson, and she had another thing she was doing and had to turn down that role.
She had to.
Black Widow?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I want to know what that role was.
Wow, that's a big bag.
I think it was a movie called
Large
Gulliver. It was like a really bad movie that she didn't want any part of, but she was forced to do a certain number of deals on whatever contract. But isn't that funny? She could have had.
It's like Will Smith turned down The Matrix, like that type.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's that
level. Did he really turn down The Matrix?
Yeah, because I think at the time he had everything.
So he was like, eh.
He had Independence Day, Men in Black, like he was every summer.
I went to see The Matrix, and I went to the theater by myself.
Me too.
I went in, I watched the movie, and I stayed and watched the movie again. I did not leave the theater. I'd never.
Oh, you just stayed for the next showing?
I had never seen.
It's a
movie
masterpiece.
like that.
Yeah, it's like it was so different than anything.
Unbelievable.
Just
the Wachowski brothers or
siblings.
Siblings. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah, that was an experience.
They were from Beverly.
Yeah,
they lived on the South Side. Yeah, down the street from my buddy. And then I was like, you couldn't figure out where that club was in Australia. We could have gone over there and been in the movie.
Well, and there were so
the
many
one at the
like
beginning?
There's so many like Chicago references too, like the way that the city was set up, the street names.
Are all Chicago names.
It's very, very cool.
I didn't know that until just now. So you guys are teaching me something. I wanted to tell you guys because of the Arby's talk, the text stream just lit up.
Are we out of step, Charlie?
Current Arby's GM listening to this is hilarious. So a current Arby's GM was listening to us talking about that.
Current Arby's GM, we like potato cakes.
But also Arby's just did a 5 for $5 in the app. You can get that right now in the app, apparently.
Oh, really?
And also Arby's allegedly has potato cakes at some locations for breakfast, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that, because if that was true, you'd be able to get them.
Marshall, that's why I ask. Because you like sometimes how many of these restaurants always are bragging about their secret menu?
Okay, that's
right.
That's fair.
So I mean, I get it. It's a national chain, but I'm just like,
I just thought they stopped distributing.
Oh my God, Will Smith did Wild Wild West instead of The Matrix.
Yeah,
it's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
It's one of the worst movies ever been made.
One of the worst movies ever made.
Yeah.
It was a cowboy.
Kenneth Branagh?
Kenneth
yeah,
Branagh.
that's a steampunk. Yeah, it gets based on the television show.
Yes.
Yeah, which was weird.
Awful.
Terrible.
Yeah.
One of the many bad mistakes Will made in choosing movies.
Holy cow!
He went. There was a string
There was also
of
that
like.
bit about slapping a guy. That was a bad mistake.
I don't know if I
had nothing to do
consider
with
that
the
a
movie.
bad mistake.
Also, they want you guys to call the RBCBO next week since you got.
Just bring him in too.
Just
Have
see if
him
we can get
on.
the
All
Arby's,
right.
get someone
Yeah,
from
that's
Arby's
good.
on to explain the potato cake debacle.
Hashtag free the cakes.
Free the cakes. Been saying that for years.
Yeah, and I do agree with the texter who says that as far as hangover cures go, Jack in the Box tacos.
That's fair.
The deep fried tacos.
Anything fast food for me on a post drinking, like when someone calls Lawrence at 6:30 in the morning. That's
Rowing across Lake Michigan.
Okay, we've got to leave.
It's so much easier in a motorboat.
What do you guys have?
We have a truncated show today because of Cubs Brewers in Milwaukee, but it's not going to stop us from celebrating the victory of the year, the at-bat of the year last night. A pretty important win. They're all important now, but to do it the way they did against that pitcher, it sent a message. If you're watching, they
need to win today.
They need to hit the ball over the damn fence.
Need to win today.
Asking for a lot.
Hit more home runs.
Just win today.
Cody Decker's going to join us at 11. We've got High Noon. We've got a lot of baseball stuff, and we're going to have fun with a malaprop from last night on television.
Oh, good. Have fun.
Well, I hope you guys have the best time. I've had the greatest morning, so
I'm going to go run 72 miles.
I'm going to go do this marathon.
I got a triathlon. I got to do an Ironman.
After you.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago.
Maybe we should have workshopped our questions to Jed before the show started.
Nah, I think it's better if we just kind of wing it.
Steak dinner, boom.
There it is.
Thank you to the texter who was like, "Hey, Layla, do you know that reference?" And I was like, kind of, but not really.
So, yeah, there was a caller. I forget who the player or coach was. The way to get this person to sign was to simply take him out to a steak dinner because then it's done.
Mike and Oswego, you're on WSCR.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Listen, do you understand? I see a little bit of irony here. I mean, who called who? Did the San Diego Padres general manager call Ken Williams?
No, I doubt it. What's the irony?
Well, the fact that the Cubs are in San Diego for the next 3 days. So if I were Peavy, I would go ahead and meet with Jim Hendry and go have steak dinner.
How is that ironic?
Don't you see that if you play politics, you know the Cubs are coming to town. If the Cubs are coming to town, let's work something out. Let's get this deal done.
What does them coming to town have to do with anything?
You don't know anything about politics, do you?
What does them coming to
It's
town
all
have to
about
do with
politics.
What is that?
If the Cubs are coming
First
to town,
of all, why is that ironic? And second of all, what does that have to do with politics?
Okay, you obviously don't know politics.
Okay,
well,
you know what? He doesn't know politics. I want you to explain the concepts of irony and politics to me, please.
Okay. If I were the GM, Jim Hendry, or the GM for the Padres, I know the Cubs are coming to town. I want to go to the Cubs. I want him to go to the Cubs. Peavy wants to come to the Cubs. Well, the Cubs are going to be there over the weekend.
What does that have to do with anything, whether or not they're going to be there over the weekend? Just explain. I've asked the same question 3 times. Why does it matter if the Cubs are going to be there?
You're not letting me finish, Diplo.
Why
You're not letting me finish.
Why? Explain it right now. Finish. Right now. Why does it matter?
Because now we can work something over steak dinner. Boom.
Steak
That's
dinner,
why you'll be behind
boom.
radio all your life. You never won a team.
Steak dinner, boom. And oh, he hung up.
Steak dinner, boom. Steak dinner, boom.
Steak dinner, boom.
Narrator. Jake Peavy ended up in Chicago.
Russell look pedestrian.
Pedestrian indeed.
Crazy man, you sound insane. Do you realize that?
I usually don't get mad about stuff like this. I am really angry about it.
That's terrible.
It's awful.
You're both just awful.
Here's what I needed at that moment. In that moment, I needed Will Smith to appear. I needed him to walk up to the broadcast booth and go, "Keep Bill Russell's name out your mouth!" And then slap the both of them.
Well, pedestrian
Indeed.
Although Bill Russell, an all-time great.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
I'm mad all over again. I can't. How that it happens to us in our business. Sometimes thought starts in brain. Thought works its way down into the chamber, and it loads itself, and you lock the bolt. And sometimes you just got to unlock the bolt and remove the thought from the chamber.
It seems like that second guy was trying that at the end.
No, too late.
I know.
You already fired the thought.
I know, but it feels like he was like, ooh, we went too far. I need to reel that back in by saying that Bill Russell, obviously a legend.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't go there when it comes to competitive eating.
And one of the greatest Americans who's ever lived. But fine.
Right, who did what he did in Boston in a cauldron of racism and still did what he did proudly.
It's fine.
Well, of course, Bill Russell, he's pretty good.
You know him with all of his championships and him being first at things and this civil rights leadership stuff.
He was pretty good.
But let me tell you something right now about, hey, this is where it's at. Getting these glizzies down,
Bill Russell's a piker is what he is.
That's what he does.
Don't get me started on Muhammad Ali. Come on, man. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And as I mentioned, we're going to be off a little early today because today is the final game of the Cubs-Brewers series in Milwaukee. Pre-game 12:35, first pitch 1:10 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And by the way, you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker. Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. Cody Decker's going to join us at 11. We have High Noon at 11:40. Lots of Cubs stuff, lots of Sox stuff. We've got Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer. Cody Westerland is in doing some things here today.
Yeah, well, it's Thursday, right? Usually Thursday is his day.
Once a week he comes in.
Usually it's Thursday, though. Rossi even said it yesterday because I was talking about it with Dan. I don't know what day it is. He said it yesterday.
Yeah. Today feels like Monday to me. I don't know.
Well,
what day
you've been gone. So.
I walked by a restaurant in Logan Square yesterday, and I was like, wow, why is it so packed? It says the hours are closed on Monday. And then I realized, wait a minute. No.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
No, we'll deal with that coming up at 2:45.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
So I got on Threads last night.
Okay.
Probably against my better judgment. It has all my... I'm sure Mark Zuckerberg has my financial data.
Well, I mean,
he already did.
You're already on Instagram, right?
So he has my medical records,
slide over.
And the Russians and the Chinese have all my medical records.
Just don't sign up for the eyeball scan.
Okay, I'll make sure I won't do that. Or if it actually takes a blood sample through the phone, don't do that. Don't do the DNA test. Yeah, so I guess so.
Is that the place where we're going?
I don't know.
There's a lot of choices.
I got to find a way to curate the feed though, because there's I can't just
too many
follow,
randoms.
I want to follow just the people I want to follow and not randos.
Yeah, I was reading about this. I don't know if there's a way to do that right now. I think it just shows you what it thinks you want to see.
Yeah, it's like Facebook because it's Facebook.
By a lot of choices, I mean through like 3.
Right. What's interesting, Cody and I are kind of in the same place on this. Like, I have a Threads account because, like, why not? But it just seems like after the edict was sent down, I haven't had that problem anymore. Like, I feel like on Twitter, the backlash was so loud that I think Elon kind of quietly moved away from it and didn't tell anyone.
I never had an issue.
I got it I think it was Saturday. I was like, what? So I've reached the end of Twitter? Like I was scrolling. I was like, oh my God, I've reached the end of Twitter.
Me too. That's what happened.
Where the sidewalk ends?
Yeah. And I said, okay, well, and then I saw the news of it and I was like, oh, this is some BS. But I haven't had that problem again. So maybe kind of quietly, like, oh, that's a bad idea. Maybe that's a beta test that he did publicly.
Or it's supported on some devices and not on other platforms. I don't know.
I kept wondering, like, does it run over? So if I do
rollover data.
Yeah, like if I do 300 page views instead of 600, do those 300 then go to the next day?
Probably not.
Probably not, but who knows?
Stupid.
Yeah,
that's so dumb.
I will tell you that for the most part, I was just sitting there going, I'm going to be done with all of this very soon.
So threads and I signed up.
What are the other choices,
Blue
Ray?
Sky. I submitted my email address. I don't know if I'll ever get approved,
Yeah,
but if anybody has any,
spoutable.
and people have invites, so hey, I'm looking for an invite, people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would.
Studs just went back to Facebook.
I'd love
Spill is another one that is from former, I believe it's from former Twitter employees, but they are former black Twitter employees. It's a black-owned site.
Oh, all right. That
Spill.
sounds good.
I wish we could all ditch all of it. Read a book.
Well, this is where I think Cody was also right. If the movers of the needle, the sports newsbreakers, once they move, a lot of people are going to move.
But why can't any of these dill wagons understand what
just
it is?
make that up?
I don't know. That all we really want, give us a place to find breaking news and to share the occasional stupid thought and something that makes us laugh and smile.
Huh, it already existed.
Yeah, we had it. We had it for a little while.
But that's
We
all,
didn't know how good we
but
had
that's all we want. It's all we want. It doesn't have to be all things to all people. I don't need it for banking. I don't need to share long movies and just let me know if somebody got traded. Let me know if a building blew up. Let me know if there's a tornado that's going to blow through.
Hey, man.
And I can put a book on my head.
Everything's
And then just give me
working its way back towards
And
analog.
then just give me a stupid dog video every once in a while.
Oh, I love dog video. That's like my favorite. That's all I'm looking for.
You know,
all I'm looking
I
for
don't
on
ask for
Instagram
much.
Reels is dog videos.
All I want back.
That's it.
I want Twitter to go back to the way it was the night that Sharknado first aired.
Agreed.
That was the peak of Twitter. Because it's like everyone was on the same page with this ridiculous movie and live tweeting it once. It was incredible.
Yeah, or like old Bears game Twitter, I really liked.
Sure.
It was super fun when everybody's, calling out the same plays and watching stuff like that. Old Bears game Twitter was great.
You got a cute Maltese? I want to see videos.
Or if your toddler is saying something adorable or singing something adorable, share that.
Yeah.
Babies laughing.
I'm here for
I
it.
will watch babies laughing and I'll start to laugh and I'll feel better because I'll have an endorphin rush.
You have a wiener dog that's kind of funny, that's having a hard time because he's on the counter because he wants to be tall. Fine. I want to see that too.
One of my favorite accounts on Twitter is places where cats don't belong.
Oh.
And it's just funny pictures. And it's like, oh, look at that cute cat. Why is he there? He doesn't belong
cat's
there.
not supposed
He's
to
not
be
supposed to
there.
in the ceiling. What are you doing?
That and, oh my God, this is from Australia. This thing is in my house.
Right.
I'm down
and
for
you're
that.
gonna, and you're going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that thing's in your house.
Right.
Sammy in the city. Little Yorkie weighs 2 pounds. I look forward to their post every morning. Every morning. That's all. Honestly, that's all I need. Breaking news and cute dog videos. Is that too much to ask?
It apparently is. It really shouldn't be that hard. And if you could try to do something about Nazis.
I've given up on that. I'm not even asking them to fix the Nazi thing because I see it. I just scroll right past it.
Right. Because you're going to have a certain percentage of Nazis.
Oh, no. 815 texted in koala videos, studs.
Uh-oh. Don't say that to studs.
See, that's just
them fighting words.
Oh, they're just trying to trigger me. I'm going to let it roll right past. We're going to move past it.
A man whose entire existence is based on negating a species.
Yeah, you're like the Thanos of this show.
But only
for one specific species.
Yeah, and you want to get rid of all of them.
I would collect all the Infinity Stones and eliminate the koalas.
Koala
And that would be
it. It's a super like low Division 3 Thanos level.
So
I'm Thanos, but only for koalas.
He gets all of the stones and he's just standing there, and we're like, all right, stud, you got all 6 Infinity Stones. There's a lot you could do for humanity. Well, what are you going to do? I'm going to get rid of these damn koalas.
First thing.
Yep.
We'll get to the other stuff, but one thing's got to go first.
What's koala for I am inevitable? Because if they're not afraid, there's no point. They have to know it's coming.
Okay, so he travels to Australia and New Zealand. He shows he does the portal just like Thanos, right? And he walks up and he's like, "So where are the koalas at?" Guess what? As they're just enjoying their eucalyptus,
which poisons them.
Then they don't exist anymore.
Right? They probably wouldn't bother them. That's part of why they're annoying. Is they wouldn't even be nonplussed by it. They're just like, oh, I guess Thanos is here to destroy our entire species.
They're too stoned to know what's going on.
Right.
Like,
I'll just have a little more eucalyptus.
This seems like it's great. I mean, if you've ever had any eucalyptus aromatherapy, though, you get it. You're like, it feels great and it smells wonderful.
Can I do Arby's aromatherapy?
Sure.
Do they do that?
Yeah, I mean,
just go chone an Arby's for a few hours.
Right. I mean, then you're the creepy guy, and they ask you what you're doing, and you say aromatherapy, and they call the cops.
Why is that guy here again?
He just sits over there and breathes through his nose. He nods off every once in a while. Why is he in a white bathrobe?
Something about the beef and cheddar turns him on. I don't know.
Why does he have cucumbers over his eyes?
And flip-flops.
Right.
When I was a teenager, I worked at Burger King. There was a guy named George, and he would come in every day to the Burger King, every single day.
Yeah.
And then at a very specific time, a special lady friend would come and meet him, and then they'd leave.
Well, good on George. It's not like the couple that was at the lodge when Terry and I did the show there. Remember that?
Wait, what?
Oh yeah. So we're at the lodge, not the Maddie's lodge.
Maddie,
the old basketball coach.
Have drinks
lodge
with Maddie
here.
this weekend.
So it was the 4 a.m. lodge.
Yeah, on Division.
And this couple sits down at the bar, seemingly normal. They proceed to get absolutely rip-roaring wasted as fast as humanly possible. I've never seen people get this drunk this fast. To the point where...
Go get it, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, damn right!
So to the point where she's screaming curse words that can be heard over the air. And F-bombs and MF and, I mean, just at the top of her lungs. And I said something to the bartender, and I'm like, look, we're going to have to shut down the show. We can't do a show where she's screaming at with its FCC. We can't do it. We'll lose our license.
We can't bleep it enough.
Right. You can't. And it was constant. So I'm on the phone with, was it Mitch at the time? I think it might have been. And he was Drew. So I couldn't get him on the phone. And
he was also yelling all
right,
of
he was those also screaming
expletives.
F-bombs in the office. You think if I called him best of the score, it meant I meant you. So
that was such a great moment.
What did he say? Something. You're a 40-year-old producer. What are you doing with your life? I'm like, geez, man. God. So the guy says, all right, hold on a second. He tells the lady to stop. She doesn't stop. So he kicks him out. They call a cab. They throw him, their husband and wife, and he throws
Give him back to the streets.
Throws him in a cab, and they leave. And I said, what was that? And he goes, oh, that's every day.
Excuse me?
What? He goes, yeah.
Rough. That's a rough life, baby.
Yeah, that's every
Go
day.
get it, baby.
I don't believe in hangover. I believe I stay drunk.
I showed that to my dad on the 4th of July. He was quite entertained by that.
How can you not be?
Yeah.
And the fact that you have, what is it, the Chopin funeral march in the
Right,
background?
that's just awesome.
I think
I just can't stop watching Ozzy on television. He's so great.
He's our Charles Barkley.
I agree with you. He's so great.
He's done caring.
He knows what he's talking about, but he also understands that his job is to entertain. And I give credit to the producers too, who are leaning in. Like the producers of White Sox baseball and Ryan McGuffey and everyone else over there, they are leaning into, they know they've got something with Chuck as this kind of straight man and just letting Ozzy like do the Ozzy thing. That Chuck and Ozzy After Dark thing is friggin' hilarious.
Well, let's give the Cubs the propers they deserve for an inspirational victory last night. Incredibly improbable. I got in trouble because I was jumping up and down because I didn't think, I'm like, okay, here we go. But they're remember when Jed was half complaining, not really complaining about high leverage situations?
Yeah, it was Tuesday.
Yes, I remember all the way back to Tuesday, but he's done it multiple times this year because of run differential and all that, basically saying we should be better. They've been pretty good with 2-out runs lately.
Well, they did something that they hadn't done all year, and it was big, and you weren't the only one that was screaming around your house when they tied the game up.
Oh, no, somebody faded the Brewers.
I sure did. I faded the Brewers in the 7th inning, and I was like, this feels great.
I should mention that we got a couple giveaways today, too. We're going to give away 2 pairs of passes to see our show, Bernstein and Holmes, live with David Ross, Tuesday, July 18th, right here, the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage. It's going to be a meet and greet with Rossi, and we're giving away tickets to that. We'll have 2 giveaways during the show today. Bernstein and Holmes on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't he know?
There's just one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. Tall, first baseman, left-handed.
Veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball Preference?
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes.
Right.
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here?
I was just going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? There was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
Bernstein and Holmes.
I'm still stuck, Dan, in trying to figure out exactly what it is we do here. Well, no, that part I've figured it out. There's fart jokes and mascots. That's all is going on here.
Bernstein and Holmes.
Fart jokes and mascots.
Middays 10 to 2. On 670 The Score.
Line drive the other way. Sinking. Ball base hit. And we're tied. And Tachman into second. Let's go. 3-3.
That might be the at-bat of the year right there.
Man, is he tough.
Palatine Pounder delivers in the clutch.
That was huge. Absolutely huge. And to go into the ninth down 3-1, and the airbender is coming out there with the high spin rate changeup that nobody else can throw, and you get to him. Hell yeah. That was fun.
The last two games have been must wins. Now you've at least secured yourself a split, right? You ended up back where you were if you end up losing today's game. But if you win today's game, to me, it feels different because Monday's loss felt like the end. And I heard Rossi talking about it there in the pregame. Zach was playing some of it where the guys they needed to do something. And then Tuesday's game looks like it's going the same way. You do what you're supposed to do. You get out to an early lead. Then they come firing back. Luckily, they played super dumb. The Brewers played dumb baseball at the end of that game. The Cubs didn't play dumb baseball, and they were able to win. And then yesterday, it looks like you're being handled the entire game.
You were. Those double plays were just gut-wrenching.
A lot of WTP yesterday, too. Like a lot of shots that you go, if the roof was open, would those have been home runs?
Warning track power.
Yes, sorry. Warning track power by the Cubs yesterday. And then you get an incredible at-bat by an unlikely source. And also dumb baseball by the Brewers, which you're able to take advantage of.
Here's the Cubs lineup for today. We've got last night's hero, Mike Tachman, is leading off. He's the DH. Nico Horner will start at short and bat second.
That was the big question on whether or not Dansby Swanson would be in the lineup. The heel contusion is what they said he has.
Yeah, I hope it's just that because it looked a little more. I was concerned that there was a severe knee injury.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, it's good to have a shortstop that can replace a shortstop.
Ian Happ had another good game yesterday. He'll be in left batting third. Seiya Suzuki cleans up in right.
Seiya had a nice night last night, too.
Christopher Morel is at second, batting fifth. We got Bellinger in center, Gomes catching, Jared Young at first. Patrick Wisdom is back at third. He started a beautiful double play last night. It really major league stuff, as JD pointed out. And Marcus Stroman is pitching.
Okay, so here's your opportunity. You know, for Marcus, he's kind of in a no-lose situation because either he pitches well, they don't win, and you probably end up getting traded to a contender and get big money at the end of the season, or you win this game, and maybe you're convincing them that you should stay, and you get big money.
A lot of subtext here. Mm-hmm. A lot of drama today here on the Score. So when you don't have the White Sox to fade, when did you open FanDuel? When did you start to sort of get the little twinkle in your eye and say,
sixth inning, I'm sitting there going, I don't know if I trust the Brewers as much as their bullpen has been pretty good all season long. And I'm like, because I hadn't even I don't think I had opened up FanDuel in a couple of days. And I said, someone's ass needs to be faded. Let's fade the Brewers. It was like I was telling you the other day. Like it was still stuck in my head. Like this whole idea of, I can say what I want about the Cubs, but you can't. I don't like you. I don't like what you just said about my neighbor. I know I don't like him necessarily, but you don't get to say stuff.
You don't have standing for that.
Right. So if I have an opportunity to fade the Brewers or maybe fade the Cardinals, damn it, I'm going to do it. and it came through because I got the Cubs at plus 450 in the 7th inning. So it's been a nice little run lately, Dan. Shout out to FanDuel.
Caller 6 to the score contest line, 312-540-0670. Will win a pair of passes to see the Bernstein and Holmes show live with Cubs manager David Ross. It's Tuesday, July 18th, 11-1, right here in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance stage. You can join us for the show and a meet and greet with the Cubs manager, Blue Cross Blue Shield, through it all. We'll give away another pair a little bit later on in the show.
Texter, you're looking at this the wrong way. This texter from the 773, look great, comeback win, he gets a tough closer, but Cubs gain no ground in the division this week. You're looking at this the wrong way. Your season literally could have been over on Tuesday. And maybe it is. There is still a level of hope and optimism as it stands right now because of what the Cubs have been able to do. And they haven't really lost any ground since Monday. So just worry about the team that's in front of them. It's Milwaukee. Go win today. The idea that you want to hold them responsible for things that are out of their control. They won, but they didn't gain any ground. They didn't lose any ground, and they won the games. Some of y'all be 30,000 feet in this, and you don't need to. You could just.
It's all right there.
You can just.
Everything's right there, and this is when it's fun. It's still fun. Enjoy it. It's still competitive. You're still allowed to dream. They're still the only team in the division with a positive run differential. And they are, if they continue to hit in high leverage situations, I want more home hit.
Well, their hitting in high leverage situations has been good. And I think they were 0-36 going into 9th innings, trailing by 2 runs or more. Their high leverage pitching has been the thing that the Jed Hoyer has been, I think, the most perplexed by. He had a really interesting quote about kind of where things are. Remember how we were talking about this when it came to the White Sox about like, how do you judge a team that's like close proximity to the division, but is 12, 13 games under 500? Jed said, you have to evaluate your team and evaluate the standings. They're two very different evaluations. And he's right, but I wonder if he is fooled is not the right word. I wonder if Jed is looking at his team and being like, you guys are actually good. I wonder if he's leaning towards let's add, but everything is kind of telling him, no, you should sell. But his gut is like, no, we should add. Like I'm looking at
it's the
peripherals
it's the
and
businessman versus the competitor. And this is what baseball is right now. Some teams try to strike that balance, the continuum between win. Our job is to win, and our job is to be prudent stewards of the business. And they're not always in concert. I wanted to mention this note from a Twitter follower named Ryan who says, going back to the Wrigley series with the Pirates, the Cubs have scored 10 or more 2-out runs in 5 of their last 7 series. That includes 11 in the current series against Milwaukee. They are 3-0-1 in those series. That is a small data point, small sample illustration of the correlative effect of 2-out runs and winning.
I saw
that again. You can get plenty of no-out runs and win too.
I think it was Megan who wrote about this. It was a weird stat. Like the Cubs, when they score 5 or 6, or maybe it's Sully, 5 or 6 runs, have like 8-26 record or something stupid like that. And it's like, what? Like that's what Jed is talking about when it comes to the high leverage situations, that you have to win those at bats as a pitching staff. So it's a huge game today. Today is legit. It's your season isn't over if you lose, but if you win, you feel so much better. You took 3 or 4 from the Brewers. You get to take a deep breath and refocus for the next series and the All-Star break. But if you were to drop either one of the games over the last couple of nights, Jed would be justified in being like, yeah, we're selling. And there's nothing that's going to happen over the last 4 games that's going to convince me that we shouldn't be selling.
That's Lawrence Holmes. I'm Dan Bernstein. And we come back.
We got to get after one of our boys now.
Uh-oh.
We got to get after him.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this.
Don't go anywhere because someone tried to pull a local card and then got the local thing wrong. You would think that person would never get anything wrong because their name is right. Back after this.
Hey, Chicago, this is Cody Bellinger.
Line drive, base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead. Bellinger digging for second, slides in safely.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 6.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs. Yes. The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk. Right?
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it. Oh. Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Right? No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot. Yeah. Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore. Mike Talkman, that's who he means, the Palatine Pounder, a local guy. It means he grew up here in the northwest suburbs. In
Chicagoland.
In the Chicago area.
Right? Chicagoland area.
Palatine Pounder.
So I'm high off the win. Get the alert from FanDuel that my plus 450 hit on fading the Brewers, which felt really, really good. I'm watching the post-game show last night. There's Cole Wright in a very nice suit. There's Cliff Floyd in a very nice suit. And being that Talkman is the guy that helped put the Cubs on the right road, you knew that there was going to be some mention of him being local, the Palatine Pounder and all that good stuff. I think my boy Cole Wright got a little too excited, and it may have slipped by you last night, but it didn't slip by me. Take a listen. This is courtesy of Marquis, and you tell me when's the point when Cole bleeped up.
I'm Cole Wright. That's Cliff Floyd. Both of us very excited. Both of us Chicagoland natives, and so is Mike Talkman. He knows how to finish off the phone number at 988-2300 Empire. That's right, and he got it after today. How about that, right, man?
What a bat! 8-pitcher bat, Cole.
Wait. Oh boy.
Now you know you just up, right?
I think Cliff knew it too.
I do too.
Because of course he did.
And I think Cliff was trying to jump in there, and he's like, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. But let's run it in case it got past you again. Let's run it again, and let's see if you can spot the point where Cole messed up.
I'm Cole Wright. That's Cliff Floyd. Both of us very excited. Both of us Chicagoland natives, and so is Mike Talkman. He knows how to finish off the phone number at 988-2300 Empire. That's right, and he got it after today. How about that,
right,
man?
What a bat! 8-pitcher bat, Cole.
Yes, the 8-pitcher bat was impressive. The number
at 988-2300.
That is not their number.
No, that's if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna wrap yourself in it and
you got the Chicago flag like completely draped around you.
You're gonna make a reference out of you're covering yourself in mustard and relish and sport peppers. You can't get that. Like when we moved in to our house, when we had a landline and we moved from Lincoln Avenue, we got a new home number.
Yeah.
And the random number we were assigned was a 588 number.
Great.
And Beth didn't get it.
She's not from here.
She's from New Jersey. I'm like, look at what our number is. Our prefix is 588.
At 988.
I called my sister. And I said, look at the numbers. Do you have caller ID? Look at my number. And she's like, oh my God. She knew immediately.
Texter says, as punishment, Cole has to broadcast the next post-game show dressed as Eagle Man.
I've got something for
that would be fantastic.
Or he has to wear the outfit from the dude in Victory Auto Wreckers commercial.
I've got something for you.
Better yet, Ray Rayner's jumpsuit with the notes paper clipped all over it.
All right, right. There needs to be some sort of Chicago justice exacted on Cole Wright.
What would be the perfect, like, not too mean?
Yeah, because we like Cole.
Right.
We don't want like
just from like in a spirit of good fun. What should be his penance for a Chicago mistake like that?
It's one thing to make the mistake. It's another thing to base the beginning of the whole
You
post
set
game.
it up. You set it up. You came out like that was in your head. Like that's where you were going with it. And he knows the jingle. 988.
What if
988-2300 Empire?
I think he knew he screwed up.
Yeah, when he got to Empire, he could hear I may have.
He knows he
I
got
hope Bernstein and Holmes weren't paying attention to this.
Yeah,
we pay attention to everything.
He knows he got it wrong. You know, it sounded like when George used to mess up the sign off. when George said, like, I'm George Hoffman, George Chicago Sports Radio 800. Because he would just get it wrong sometimes because he would do reports and raps and stuff for other stations, and you could, his voice knew he was getting it wrong.
There's some good ideas coming through via text. I like the idea of like in a bozo costume instead of Eagle Man,
Svengoolie makeup.
Yes, that's what I was just gonna say.
That'd be fine.
Yes. Rubber chickens.
Oh, this is good. Cole should have to broadcast in one of the Moo and Oink mascot outfits. 773 says Wiener Circle needs to put Cole on blast on their sign as punishment.
No, that's beneath them. I don't
you think?
They take on bigger.
I know, but they're also fun. Like Wiener Circle is also fun. Like they do that for a day. They take a picture of it. We retweet it. Cole laughs at it. Penance served.
I like this one from Sean and Charlotte. Make Cole go to Gene and Jude's and loudly request ketchup only on a hot dog.
Have whatever you want on your hot dog, by the way. Someone said a double shot of Malort.
Or what's the...
That might not be punishment for some people. That's not punishment for me.
No, I like Malort.
I mean, while he's doing the show, though?
Well, we'd have to figure out if he likes it or not. Because he might, like, I found, since living here, some people really embrace it and like it, or other people just don't touch it.
It's not great.
Yeah, the Nisei could bring him over a shot of Malort in an old style, right? But they should make a bit out of it.
I don't even know that they know. I mean, now they know.
Obviously they know. Cliff knew.
And it sounded like Cole kind of knew.
Yeah.
Like, oh!
988-2300 Empire.
Yeah, the pause. The Parkins-esque.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yes, the pause is the giveaway.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
I want to give quick props to our guy Brandon Fryer from the Mully and Haugh show, who for a long time now, more than a year, maybe 2 years, there's been a post-it of the Empire carpet number here, like a post-it note with the number here.
Why?
For no reason. They don't advertise on radio. It's just there.
They should have that over at Marquee.
Well, they should know.
773 Jardinera on his shoes. Marconi.
I put it on my shoes.
And the 847 says, wait, what? Svengoolie wore makeup?
It's a good point. It's a good point.
You want Svengoolie on the list for next week?
Rich? He's around. I don't know. We got to make sure something isn't canceled. You never know.
We'll put him on the
restricted list or something. You don't want you never know. On the vetting list, because you don't want to go into something and then turns out there's tweets that you didn't know about or something. Because there's a lot of media figures in this town that have descended deep into the crazy.
Yes, they have.
Very deep into like bad, crazy places.
Yep. It's a long way from chet, isn't it?
That's Lawrence Holmes. I'm Dan Bernstein. And Cody Decker is set to join us to talk baseball next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Cubs manager David Ross is coming to The Score for a live show with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Studio. And you could be a part of the live studio audience to see Rossi in person.
Russ Kritzman in the air. 100 home runs for David Ross.
Just tune in for your chance to win a pair of tickets.
The obvious lack of talent at skill positions, other than Darnell Mooney and maybe David Montgomery, throw Cole Kmet in there. For better or for worse, you are looking at an offense that is going to be, at least at first, forced to be pretty conservative.
Listen to what you just said. Can I just as a pull quote, obvious lack of talent at skill positions.
Well,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, and you said it because it's true. And we all know it's true, but think about that. Of course, they have the obvious lack of talent, skill positions, and that's just a presumption. That's a given that's already baked in.
Sounds. So
I know.
bad.
Well,
It sounds
so bad.
Well,
I don't want an obvious lack of talent and skill positions. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I want talent. I don't want an obvious lack of it. The hell?
That's what we've been dealing with all offseason. I mean, we know Darnell Mooney is
entire life.
Yeah, he's kind of a number one, and then what? Equinemius St. Brown.
Johnny Morris is their all-time leading wide receiver in yards and catches.
How do you feel
There
about Sid
you go.
Luckman?
Yeah. Let me try this. Dan, look at me. Look at me, Dan. Look at me. Okay,
Yes.
Here's the deal. Look at me. You looking at me? Okay, look at me. So maybe Darnell Mooney takes the next step up. Maybe now that Luke Getsy has Equinemius St. Brown freed from the jaws of Aaron Rodgers.
What I did was I made an acronym out of
Lord.
obvious lack of talent at the skill positions. And now we have to play on the OLATASP principle.
Oh, it's the Grody Olatasp.
The OLATASP, obvious lack of talent at the skill positions.
Usually they keep they take the out of those though, right?
It sounds better with the.
Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. Hello, darling. How are you?
Cody Decker.
Did you miss me?
Ex-unprofessional professional baseball player.
The old men crew coming out. Well, back in my day, I only made $750. Guess what? I only made $750, and it was 8 years ago. You played in the 70s, you moron.
Former major leaguer.
We've never really taken your temperature on Field of Dreams. So
terrible movie. Unwatchable. Horrible.
Yes!
Co-host of The Carton Show on FS1.
There's a lot going on the show that you're on, too. Things are changing, maybe.
Are you under the impression that I know things? Because I don't. The last person you should ever ask about my career is me.
Cody Decker with Bernstein and Holmes on The Score.
He's on Twitter at Decker6, and Cody Decker is brought to you by Grainger, official partner of the Chicago Cubs and Wrigley Field. Find supplies and solutions for every industry at Grainger.com. Cody joined us on the Score Hotline. That's brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Cody, are you okay? I had heard, and you had told people that you had your first real New York City bike accident.
Ooh, it was glorious. And by the way, when I say glorious, I mean I did a full front flip on the middle of 9th Avenue over another bicyclist, landing perfectly on my back and my right wrist. My right wrist is killing me. The pavement has been destroyed like a Terminator landed on there. I'm perfectly fine because I'm unbreakable and unkillable. So I'm great, Dan. How are you?
But seriously, you're all right? Because when you described it initially and then you were sharing videos, I didn't know how hyperbolic those videos were. Apparently they weren't.
Oh, no. It hurt really, really bad. But again, I am unkillable, this being the being that I am. And yes, the ground was a little damaged. No cuts or bruises, just landed really hard. Almost like I took a choke slam from 1997's Kane directly into the pavement. It was gross. It was awful. It sounded terrible. But I got up and walked away. And, at the end of the day, I'm gold, baby. Let's talk some baseball.
So whose wrist will heal faster, yours or Mike Trout's?
Well, that's a very tough thing to say. I think mine, because I didn't break a hammock bone, at least to my knowledge. I didn't get any x-rays, and he broke his hammock bone, which is obviously either a month to 2 months. It's a heartbreaking thing to happen. What sucks about the hammock bone injury is because it's like having an appendix. It just hurts like hell, and you got to get it removed. You don't need it. It doesn't even need to be there. It's just one of those things. Once you break it, there's no way around it. It is such a pain in the ass.
So what do you think the Angels should do now? Because you got Rendon hurt again. You got Mike Trout being hurt. If you're the Angels, are you still looking at this as my team can get a wild card spot, or I need to start thinking about what package I want back for Shohei Ohtani?
It really is a matter of what you're valuing. You have to understand this. If we're getting a healthy Shohei Ohtani, and yes, Shohei Ohtani did come out of the game earlier today with a blister, but it's only going to be a blister. He's not going to miss much time, especially on the offensive side. But if you're the Angels, you got to ask yourself this question. It's pretty clear if you're not having Trout, you're not having Rendon. Nito's been hurt a little bit. Not to mention your entire infield has all been a skeleton crew. You got Hunter Renfroe now playing first base over there. He's never played first base a day in his life. They would go and get Escobar, which I thought was a good little piece. They got Moustakas, which was a decent little piece. But these were all stopgaps, hoping that the guys would be healthy. And now everyone's more injured than they ever have been. So it's really up to the Angels and what they're valuing. If they really think that they have a shot at the playoffs, even despite all the injuries, you got to go with what you have, because quite frankly, you're losing Ohtani after this season. So you got one of two things. You keep him and you hope that Ohtani goes on a home run streak going after the home run record that we just saw broken last year by Aaron Judge. Right now, Ohtani is on pace for that. And if I'm the Angels and I see that he has a chance to do that, I keep him as long as I can to keep my attendance going through the roof, because that stadium's going to be packed every single night just to watch Ohtani until he is gone. If you think this team can make playoffs, you go and you add pieces. But at the end of the day, who are the real sellers in Major League Baseball? And are there any actual pieces out there that the Angels can pick up to make them a playoff contender? The answer to me is a resounding no. They are not catching up to the Astros. They're not catching up to the Rangers. And now the Mariners are starting to win a couple of games. And if the Mariners pass the Angels, it is game over for the Angels yet again. The longest running streak of no playoff appearances will add another year to the Angels.
Okay, so Deck, let's say that you're the Angels and you've made the decision. All right, we can't overcome all of this stuff. We've got to try and get as much as we can for a guy that we would love to still have here, but we got to think about the future. In a mid-season deal for a guy that's a loner, what would make sense coming back to the Angels if they were to trade Ohtani?
Well, since they're not planning on competing this season, they got to get the highest prospects they possibly can. So you got to look at a couple of organizations. You look over to the Mets, who do have a couple of high-end prospects, who are now actually making some waves in the big leagues right now. In fact, the Mets have been winning in July because of these young guys. Or you look to the Dodgers, you look to the Rays. Now, I do not see Ohtani going to the Rays under any circumstances, but you just got to see where the prospects are, because it's not about winning this year. It's about winning the following upcoming years and really building a franchise around that, these upcoming pieces that you're about to get your hands on. So the White Sox, to me, are completely out. The Cubs, to me, are completely out. Most teams, quite frankly, are completely out. That really only leaves roughly 4 teams that have chock full of prospects that you can build around. The Dodgers, the Yankees have a couple, and the Mets have a couple. But at the end of the day, which one of these teams is going to give up a lot for Ohtani, just a rental? It's got to be a team like the Dodgers, a team that can eventually also re-up him for a long-term contract, because you're not getting rid of all these prospects for just 2 months of Shohei Ohtani. You're getting 2 months of Shohei Ohtani and hopefully giving him $500 million to stay in your franchise for the next decade.
The it moment from all of baseball last night was, once again, the guy we can't take our eyes off of, Ellie De La Cruz, where he hit a home run. Dave Martinez said, I didn't like his antics. There's no place for that in this game, and he's only been in this league for a couple of weeks. So he has his bat checked. It's probably getting into his head. And it looked like he had some sort of counterweight on the bottom of the bat, on the knob. And he asked him to take it off. Later in the game, De La Cruz hits one about 460 feet, points the knob of the bat at Dave Martinez before he begins his home run trot and says, you want to check it again. And I could not have loved it more. First of all, what is that on the end of the bat? What do you know about its legality? Because the umpires didn't even really seem to know. And the fact that Dave Martinez is trying to pull that old school crap.
Well, one, I don't know the current legality on any type of counterweight. It might be just a bat knob type thing. It might be a new product. I honestly don't know. It's a new thing that I have not seen a ton of. But honestly, if a guy has a thing at the knob of his bat that might be a counterweight or might be something for him to grip, you see other bat knobs that are made like Jeff McNeil with the New York Mets, who's got basically a long cylinder of a bat knob, which is perfectly legal as well. I don't really care what it is because it's not going to make that big of a difference. But his response to Dave Martinez is the greatest response possible because at the end of the day, you don't like the antics? Well, don't check his bat. He did exactly what I would have done. And quite frankly, Dave Martinez has been thrown out of more games in the last 3 weeks than any three managers. What the hell is going on at home, Dave Martinez? He's been tossed out 2 different times for the opposite argument that contradicted his own argument 3 days earlier. I think things are going rough at home for that guy.
It's weird, right? Where, I know that you're someone who fights the fight of everything should be fun in baseball. And to see a guy that seemingly would understand some of that, considering that he, managed Bryce Harper for a while, you would think that he would be trying to shine a light on this kid instead of trying to put his light out.
Well, because the antics were against him. You know how people in baseball are. Not just people in baseball, people in all the sports. As much as we try to pretend that we're all alpha males and tough, baseball players are the softest grouping of human beings that have ever existed in mankind's history. At the end of the day, every single unwritten rule in baseball, and I mean all of them, backflips, fist pumping, everything that it comes about, all those unwritten rules are all about one thing, and that's safeguarding fragile egos. And the fact that Dave Martinez's fragile ego got harmed because a kid backflipped and then pointed at the knob is kind of ridiculous. Like you said, this guy managed Juan Soto. This guy managed Bryce Harper. And now we're complaining about guys pimping home runs. Dude, what are we doing?
The Cubs got a win by defeating their rival's closer late in the game. It felt like there was no chance in that game. Down 3-1 against Devin Williams in the ninth. What does it mean emotionally to come off a victory that is that satisfying when the unbreakable closer is vanquished?
I think it just goes to show you, listen, we can all agree, as much as we are all Cubs fans, we can all agree this is not an amazing baseball team. But what it is a good enough baseball team in this division. I know we're talking about Ellie De La Cruz. You just mentioned the unbeatable closer that is Devin Williams. The Cubs it's not out of the realm of possibility if the Cubs win this NL Central. This NL Central is not very competitive. I know we're googly eyes over the Reds right now and calling them America's team. This is a team that's like 4 games over 500.
And their pitching sucks. Their pitching is terrible.
It's awful.
It is.
So I'm just not sure why we look at the reasons for these projected records. I don't think the Reds pitching is going to hold up. I could be wrong, but I don't have reason to believe it will.
No, they're not very good. The Cardinals are a dumpster fire. The Brewers, listen, the Brewers are a perennial meh organization. That is just what they are. They are always good enough to just not be bad enough. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in Milwaukee. This Cubs team is still kind of exciting and fun to watch. Now, are they good? No, they're still a couple pieces away. But again, like you just said, the Reds' pitching is terrible. Their offense is through the roof at the moment. But that's just for the moment. Imagine this team goes on a streak of bad losses over 2 weeks. All of a sudden, the Cubs are sitting right there in a spot to potentially win this awful division.
If you're the White Sox and a rebuild is imminent, how radically would you even think about making moves at this deadline? Like, if you know that things are going to go sideways because your team can't even get close to 500, what is on the table? What is off the table for this group?
In my eyes, if I were Rick Hahn, now keep in mind, I am not Rick Hahn, and I don't know what the plan is going forward, but if I'm them, There is not a single thing that is not off the table. Every single guy is up for grabs as long as I get a good return for them. There's a lot of names out there that really can bring back a good return. Now, unfortunately, Tim Anderson still can't get it together, which is unfortunate because he would have brought in a decent little haul. But he could still get something for him, obviously. This guy's a multi-time All-Star. He's just having a really rough year. Lucas Giolito's returned back to form. You can get something great for Lucas Giolito. If a team puts together a package for Dylan Cease, Liam Hendricks, there is name after name after name that this team can bring in a decent haul for, not to mention some high-end prospects. This is a team that should be winning right now with the players that they have. They just simply are not. And I wish I had an answer for you. I don't. They don't have an answer for you. Sometimes just teams aren't good, and this is one of those times.
No, I'm with you. I think that they have to be radical. Like
in my eyes, they got to get rid of everybody.
When you said that no one is off the table, that's exactly how I feel, and I think that's going to be hard for if that's the direction that they go. I think it's going to be hard for a lot of White Sox fans to be like, well, wait, you can't trade something. No, you can trade everybody off of this team if you get the appropriate return.
Honest to God, who on this team is making too much money that you can't get a return for? The highest paid White Sox in the history of the White Sox is Andrew Benintendi. There is not a single guy on this team that is not untouchable. If it's not bolted to the ground, I don't expect them to be a White Sox after this year.
One more thing about them I wanted to ask you. There's an MLB source hit me up last week and kind of confirmed some stuff that Bob Nightingale had reported and then gave me some names of some guys who won out on this team. Now, I haven't said who the names are, but you could probably guess. What?
There's one
Well, there was one.
Yeah.
But he had kind of already made it clear that he was looking for something different. If you're the White Sox and you know that there are players that are unhappy and want to be moved, how can you, if you're Pedro Grifol or if you're Rick Hahn, how do you go about the day-to-day of, well, we're still trying to win games. Like, we still think that at least for now, there's still a chance for us to compete inside this division. How do you balance trying to make guys happy and have them understand that there's still a task at hand versus, all right, you're unhappy, we'll do our best to move you to a place that you would be happier at?
Unfortunately, it's business time. We can't worry about guys being happy or unhappy anymore. This team isn't winning. This organization needs to move forward. Plain and simple, egos, feelings, they all need to go out the window. It needs to be business decisions from this point on. And quite frankly, it needs to be business decisions, not just for the White Sox and their fans, but for Rick Hahn himself. I don't know if he's going to survive this year if he doesn't make some radical moves and make radical moves fast.
Cody, thank you as always, man. Appreciate it.
No. Thank you. By the way, the ground in New York City, hard, but not hard enough to stop this guy.
Oh, my God. I'm picturing him in a full body cast at the moment. Like, only his mouth can move, and he's like in old-fashioned traction with his leg being, just hanging from the ceiling.
I imagine him as the Rock in, like, Fast and Furious 8. Like, he's in the hospital, like you said, the legs up. But he's got to go to work, so he just flexes his arm and cracks out of his cast, and then he takes a couple of pills, and then he goes to work.
Like Polish Paul?
Yeah. Damn it.
He's got work to do, and nothing's going to stop him.
This texter is so money. 847 said, who would have had Joe Madden and Davey Martinez as gatekeepers of baseball on their bingo cards when they were with the Cubs and Rays?
Right.
It's kind of amazing.
What did I say when they were with showing Davey Martinez? What did I say this morning? I said, watch this dude. He's turned into Joe Madden.
Well, and it makes sense, but wow. Yeah, you're right. When they were ahead of the game with the Rays, you would have never thought that this is how things were going to go and end, and it's sad.
Remember the stuff we were saying yesterday about Oscar Colas and his understanding of how to be a major leaguer and how you had to concentrate and apply yourself in this game at this level?
Damn it, Dan. Yes, I remember this conversation. And then immediately when we got home, we were reminded that we're idiots. We forever believe in anything that the White Sox say. So we're going to play you what the White Sox said. And then we're going to tell you what the White Sox did. Next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Will Jed be a seller?
You don't have to look at the numbers just by watching, but the numbers support it. They chase more than any team in baseball. They're chasing
No
and
question.
they look undisciplined at the plate. Is this something that can be corrected by coaching? Tim Anderson coming back is not going to change it. How do you address that specific problem?
Well, David, I wish I could tell you that it's a new problem, but it's not. It's the same problem the Sox have had for a while, and you can change it by bringing in some personnel who don't chase as much. And also there's another factor that, again, has kind of beleaguered the Sox for a bit. And that is you're facing Eflin yesterday, and you're facing a Tampa team that has, some pretty good right-handed starters. And you start 7 right-hand hitters and 2 lefties. Now, I know that's a product of giving Grandal some time away because he can't play every day. And when he's played pretty well. But this is not a balanced team as far as righty-lefty is concerned. And you look at some of these other teams that are doing pretty well, most all of them have substantial left-hand hitters. And they throw them, a lot of them are switch hitters certainly, but they put a lineup that has 5 or 6 or at times 7 left-hand hitters against a right-handed slider ball guy, and they have some problems with that. So it's balance in the lineup that occasionally hurts this ball club. And as far as chasing is concerned, you'd like to think that these guys will chase less as they get older. We haven't seen a whole lot of that yet. Maybe we will sometime. Or maybe you get some guys with plate discipline.
Cubs, we'll talk with David Ross.
For you to manage a guy like Nico Horner, what is it that you see when he goes out there?
He's hungry for knowledge. He is wired to kick your butt.
Rossi, when I write a book, I want a blurb from you that says Lawrence is wired to kick your butt. Even if you don't mean it, I just need you to say it.
Well, I got to get to know you better. I try to value my words, so I got to make sure that's what it is.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
That's a big deal for me too, and we talked about that today at length. It's staying in the moment and just understanding that that's immaturity, right? And it's sometimes there comes a point where it's time to mature. You're in the major leagues, you're playing with the best in the world, and you got to control your emotions.
That's manager Pedro Grifol of the Chicago White Sox.
Yesterday, we were celebrating the return of Oscar Colas because he's been doing great down in Charlotte. The White Sox definitely need a little bit of athleticism and hitting into their lineup, and there's nothing wrong with giving him another bite at the apple to be your everyday right fielder. Part of the reason that we were giving Colas his props is because the general manager and the manager have both gone out of their way to tell you that the maturing was the whole reason that they brought him back. This is Rick Hahn a couple of days ago explaining why they brought Colas back.
Oscar Colas is obviously back. I'm sure there's questions regarding the timing of the move and what's behind it. Those who've been following Charlotte know that he's been on quite a tear as of late, which obviously makes it easier to call him up. But a good portion of it is more about the pregame prep and the work ethic that he's been demonstrating down there. The work he's done with Justin Jersley, our manager down there, and Cam Seitzer, the hitting coach, in terms of his pregame prep, his preparing for the pitchers, really just having a purposeful work day that has put him in a better position to succeed both offensively and defensively has been really what has stood up most. Obviously, it's translated to him doing more damage at the plate recently and also making some better swing decisions. So hopefully that translates here over the next several games as we lead up to the break.
So the maturity being an issue.
Preparation,
maturity, all that stuff, that's why we brought him back. Then what happened, Dan?
You tell me. He was on base, and he didn't know how many outs there were. Right?
Yeah.
Do I have this right? He's mature. He's preparing. The outs. If only I could remember how many outs there were.
For this to have happened twice on different sides of town, strangely enough, by White Sox draft picks, in the same week is way too many. How are you going to get back to the major leagues and then in your first opportunity back in the major leagues, you forget how many outs there are? After they were extolling the virtue of what you had become.
He's earned this return because they told him you need to be more focused and mature. Gotcha. How many outs are there?
I don't know. I don't
6?
know. I'm not sure.
1, 4. I don't know. You tell me.
4? 4 outs.
4 outs. Tom Brady. Oh man.
How?
I don't know. And you wonder why the mood in the clubhouse is bad.
How?
I don't know. Oh, outs. That's right.
Like, what are we doing, man? Come on, man.
So Bob Nightingale was on the White Sox Talk podcast, and he has his White Sox sources, and he's told that apparently it's not a happy camp right now.
And just, guys are miserable there. Everybody wants a winning thing. I mean, how long has this gone on? This fourth different manager, nothing changes. It's almost like you got to change that clubhouse mix. And the clubhouse mix obviously isn't working. They fired Rick Renneria. They light up under Tony La Russa the first year. And then boom, Tony's sick, but they did not perform for him, did not perform for Miguel Cairo, not performing for Pedro Gafal. So, at some point you just got to shake up that whole clubhouse because, how many managers you're going to go through. And obviously a different manager isn't working.
I forgot about Miguel Cairo.
Me too.
Like, wait, yeah.
They played for him for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, they had it going.
And then Cleveland came in here and was like, that's the end of you.
And snatched their souls.
Yeah. They're like, hey, that's pretty cool what you guys have done to put yourselves back in contention.
Wait, that's right. You don't try. Okay, so all we have to do is try? Okay, awesome.
So we're going to come in here and try and put your lights out for you.
Okay, bye.
How about that? Would that make you feel good? It's so mad. Like, look, I don't enjoy ragging on the White Sox every day. It's just how, like, if you've grown to the point where people at the major league level are like, man, you know what? He's doing a good job of getting in early and preparing and doing all the things that you would want a young player to do. You would think that in your first opportunity, you would be hyper vigilant, right? Like, I'm back.
Like, you not only know how many outs there are, you also know the count. Like, I mean, on it.
What inning it is.
You know what inning
Everything.
it is? Yeah. You remember people's birthdays?
You know what Pedro had for lunch?
You make sure that maybe your wife mentioned she was getting her hair done today. So when you get home, the first thing you do before you say anything else is you compliment the way her hair looks. That's when you know you're on it. You remember which of your kids is actually living in your house? That helps too sometimes. Just, word of advice.
Well, for now, for you, it's both of them.
I know, but sometimes you forget. Like, oh yeah, you live here. Okay.
But you don't the first day back. You've been down in Charlotte and you're like, man, if I ever get a chance, if I ever get another,
I'll show them.
I'll show them. Look at what I'm doing down here. I'll never go back to Charlotte. Like Ian Happ when they sent him to Iowa.
You do the full Ian Happ.
I ain't never,
and I'm going to stick it up your ass.
Yeah. I ain't never coming back here no more.
Yep.
And then you get there. Hey, Oscar, how many outs are there?
No.
Why you got to ask me that?
In a game or now? There's 3 in an inning and 27 in the game. You mean currently how many outs? This is way too complicated.
I was told there'd be no math.
Oscar, come on now. How many outs?
Anyway, speaking to the bad locker room mix, I mean, it's been made fairly clear to me that there was a guy in that clubhouse that we thought had an opportunity to be a leader, and we find out that he's a leader of the negative Nelly brigade,
the needy brigade.
Mm-hmm.
That's what surprised me, is just the level of not just sort of abdicating the leadership role, but then being sort of the emo kid.
Yeah. And blaming everyone else and not even really doing a good job of making it clear like how bad you're doing. And everything that you do wrong has some sort of mitigation. Well, if I only had, 3 pitches back and, oh, really? Is that how you feel? That's not how baseball works, right? Could be the other stuff. Seeing how because you have to field a team, right? You have to field a team, and they don't have enough major league players in Charlotte to just say, all right, we're going to do this. And they've got to figure out who they want here and who's going to bring them return. I wonder if by the end of tonight, because there's 2 games, if we're seeing a White Sox team that's below their low water mark for the first time.
Yeah, it's unlikely. It's hard to get swept in a doubleheader, but they could do it if they lost 2 games out in Oakland. I'm chastened in that regard. I'm
You're saying they're going to sweep the doubleheader, Dan?
I'm not.
Guys, I think that Dan is getting ready to bet us Gian Giorgetti's again.
Most doubleheaders are split.
That the White Sox are going to sweep this doubleheader.
Stop it.
Let's go.
Here's the thing.
It's on the tip of his tongue.
This is where it takes on this kind of fatalism. Because everything that Cody Decker said, everything about embracing the opportunity for major change, comes back to what Ozzy told us when I was here with Mully. We don't know who runs the White Sox. We don't know who's making the decisions. We don't know why the decisions get made. And we know this era is over, we can see it from here. They're going to be sold soon. And then what? Then what are we rooting for?
So until then, are the White Sox the Pirates?
I don't know. Are they going to remain in Chicago when they get sold?
Well, I don't care about what happens when they get sold yet. I want to know how they're going to approach this run up to being sold, and if I should totally hit the eject button and just say, all right, well, you guys are clearly not going to try because it won't matter to the bottom line of you selling the team and sending it to Montreal or Nashville or wherever the hell you want to send the team to. Should I just hit the eject button?
I don't know. I don't know as a fan what I'm rooting for, because it's not like Jerry Reinsdorf's motivated to clean house and bring in new decision makers under this ownership. That's not going to happen.
I know, but he should be.
But that's not going to. He's not. He'll be mildly peeved, and he'll watch the games on television, and he'll get mad at the broadcasters.
Yeah. Where's spikes? But Dan, wouldn't I've asked the question, whether it was writing the column in the paper or talking here. Where's his competitive thing? If it's completely gone, then yeah, man, you should sell and we should all move on with our lives and stuff. But I just wish they were run better. Why is that so much?
But all you can do is wish.
Yeah.
You have no choice.
Why is it that the owner doesn't care?
Well, I think he cares, but I think he cares in a way that's not going to lose any of his partners any money.
But wouldn't you at least have the opportunity to maybe gain money if you were a better run?
And the franchise value goes up. If you're going to sell anyway, the best thing you can do is have the highest possible value. Sure. I don't know. It's very difficult to contemplate the big picture and think about, what are we asking for? Is all of a sudden Jerry's, this is unacceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable, and all of you are out of your jobs and new people are coming in. We know that's not happening. They don't have the energy for it. This organization is reaching a point of enervation.
Man, it's so terrible for the fans. That want to be excited about Luis Robert Jr. going to the All-Star game. He's going to be in the home run derby, and he's the number 1 seed in the home run derby.
Yeah, I saw that. I guess he has by definition, right?
Yeah, he's the second most home runs in the American League, and Shohei Ohtani's not going to be in the home run derby. So a couple of the Cuban dudes were like, hey, we're in the home run derby. Why don't you come and hang out with us? And he was like, okay. So it's going to be 3 Cuban dudes in the home run derby led by Luis Robert Jr. as the number 1 seed. That's something that should be celebrated. The season that Lucas Giolito is having should be celebrated. But it can't be, because everything else is just with this. Everything else just stinks. And whether it's Bob Nightingale or my sources or anything else that's going on out there, you know that there's rotten apples inside that clubhouse too that have been complaining and complaining and complaining. And maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't the energy to...
Not just complaining, wallowing.
Wallowing's a better word.
There's a lot of wallowing going on. A lot of people just want to be miserable.
And I'm sure that White Sox management is like, hey, bleeper, why don't you help yourself? Like, you want things to get better? How about you make yourself better?
Hit a home run.
Hit a home run. Get into the 6th inning without giving up 5 runs in a game. Maybe don't collapse in a high leverage situation. And forget the rules of baseball. So all of a sudden, there's a block that opens a door for the worst team in baseball to come back and win a game from you. Maybe.
We've got high noon coming up. If you are as I am, a frequenter of a certain fast food operation, you're going to notice a big change coming your way.
Potato cakes?
Not potato cakes. Although we were tweeted a picture. If you at the Arby's in Shanahan, Illinois, there are potato cakes to be ordered and enjoyed.
It's about 65, 70 miles.
Yeah, thanks to Twitter follower Matt for sending in a picture of the potato cakes he just got at his Arby's in Shanahan.
Go down there and
they look damn good too.
Get ourselves some potato cakes. I got a couple of things from the world of entertainment if we got time. There's a lot of stuff going on with Robin's own Kiki Palmer, and someone hit Britney Spears in the face. And let me just say this. Leave Britney alone.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUD. We are 6.
No, well, we want to hear your exit today.
I heard about Bernsey leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15?
So
at 10:15? Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened.
No, can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear it?
Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means I got more time with Dan Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh my God! So that's amazing.
All right, so look,
you couldn't even wait for the break.
The concept of weather.
No, this is what happened.
We're
sitting there.
Planes work,
and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight." During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like, that's all he's doing
during the segment
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the Matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
he's holding up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way. I've been waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context, too, because isn't he going for...
It's like orientation.
Yeah. He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Nah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go
downstairs. You take over, okay?
Weekdays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Let's do high noon, shall we? We started out by celebrating a great win by the Cubs. Now get another one. And keep adding them up. But that was a fun game. That's
DJ Bernstein!
right. Then you have to say my name over and over again. I've decided that DJ Khaled exists.
Oh, wait, you are actually DJ Bernstein,
Correct,
though, right?
Correct, I am. That, and it's never been my nickname, nor should it be. But the DJ Khaled, simply wherever he is, he has something in his contract that says his name has to be said a minimum number of times. He just loves hearing his name said. So there's that. Cole Wright had a little mishap with the Empire carpet number. When he
got a little problem.
he tried to do a whole Chicago bit and went badly for him. So we had some fun with that. We tried to come up with an appropriate Chicago-based penance for getting the Empire carpet number wrong in a bit about that number. And then Cody Decker was fun. We also loved how the Sox rewarded Oscar Colas and his new level of maturity, focus, and concentration in Charlotte with a call-up, and he immediately forgot how many outs there were. So, great success.
Dan, you want to know how big of a star Victor Wembanyama is?
How big? 7'4"?
Well, yes, technically you are correct. Also in scope, how big of a star he is. This from TMZ. Britney Spears was allegedly assaulted Wednesday night in Vegas after a member of NBA phenom Victor Wembanyama's security backhanded her in the face, and she has filed a police report.
What?
The incident went down at Catch Restaurant in the Aria. Oh, I've been there. Britney, along with her husband and two others, went to the restaurant for dinner. She was swarmed by fans as she entered the casino. Britney and company walked over to Catch. As they were entering the restaurant, Britney spotted Victor. We're told she's a fan and went over to ask him if they could take a picture together. She tapped him on his back right shoulder, and we're told the director of team security for the San Antonio Spurs, the team that drafted Victor last month.
Wait, the Spurs? Isn't a private guy?
No, this is the Spurs guy.
The Spurs director?
Yeah. Instantly backhanded her, causing her to fall to the ground, knocking her glasses off.
What the hell? The first thing his first response was to smack her in the face?
Pretty bad. Britney composed herself and went to her table. We're told the security guy came over to the table and apologized. He said, "You understand how it is when you're being swarmed by fans." He apologized and Britney accepted. By the way, we're told he also said when he slapped her, he didn't know who she was. Britney's security team spent time with Victor's security guy, and afterward her team filed a police report.
So it would have been okay if she wasn't Britney Spears?
That is a...
I didn't know who you were. I just thought you were some random bitch I slapped to the ground. Sorry. What the hell is that?
Leave Britney alone!
You damn right.
Please.
That's
She's been through enough.
That's
Seriously.
the director of security, and your first instinct is to smack a woman in the face for tapping a guy on the shoulder?
So there have been a couple of updates on this story according to TMZ. The first one says, law enforcement sources tell TMZ the man listed on the police report as the one who slapped Britney is Damian Smith, director of team security for the Spurs.
Fired.
Our sources say it is not being handled as a criminal matter because cops determined Smith was not trying to hurt Britney, but rather defend Wembanyama.
From what? Imminent threat to his being?
She's like 5'2".
Yeah, she's teeny.
Then the second update, we're told Vegas police brass will be meeting face-to-face with Britney Spears this morning to discuss the incident. Our law enforcement sources tell us the cops who responded to Aria reviewed security footage showing Smith push Britney's hand away, then her hand, not Smith's hand, struck her face. So they're saying she tapped, he pushed the hand back, the hand hit her in the face.
Well, that's a little different.
It is.
Than just smacking her.
Yes. Because you can't just be like, I turned around and backhanded her.
Okay.
Is it a Chappelle skit? That can't be what it is. So I didn't know that Britney Spears even knew who Victor Wembanyama.
Isn't she a big basketball fan?
Is she? She's not from Texas, right?
Louisiana.
Right? Louisiana. I guess.
But she plays.
She might be a Spurs fan if she's from
plays
Louisiana.
basketball. I mean, there's been videos of her on her. She's got a court.
Okay. Well, I would have hoped that at the end of all of this, she could have met Victor and Victor could have met her, and then maybe it's not a police thing. Whatevs.
If you head to Subway often, you're going to notice something new. The 20,000 U.S. locations will now freshly slice deli meat. Starting right now. Marking Subway's biggest change since 2 years ago when it began refreshing menu offerings. Subway has struggled in recent years as competition in the industry has ramped up. And they have not only added customization to their menu, doubled down on pushing orders to their app, but now fresh sliced meat. 80% of stores will display the slicers prominently, space permitting, near the deli counter, with most of the meat sliced several times per day, including turkey, pepperoni, roast beef, ham, and salami. Guess how much one of these slicers costs?
How much?
Take a guess.
I don't know, like $100?
I'm going to go up. I'm going to go 200.
I bet it's at least like $4,000.
$6,000.
What?
Industrial deli slicers.
Yeah, those things are not cheap.
Commercial deli slicers, $6,000.
Okay.
So they said that cheese and steak and rotisserie chicken will still be delivered pre-sliced. But this gets them in line with competitors like Jimmy John's, Jersey Mike's, and Firehouse Subs, which have been growing their store counts in recent years. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah, because you only go and get the tuna.
I get my tuna sub. I'm going to do it tonight, I think.
It's a good call.
I think I'm going to do it because I feel like it.
I think I'm going to go over to Bachwinkle's after the show and get some rotisserie chicken.
Spinning bucket.
Studs, is today fried chicken day or just chicken day?
National Fried Chicken Day, I believe.
All right,
That's
well,
every damn
maybe I'll
day.
get some fried chicken too while I'm over there. Spinning bucket. So I was explaining, this was fun for me. I was explaining for Dan how Boondocks, the cartoon for black people, is like Simpsons for white people when it comes to telling the future. You know how like Simpsons is just everyone can go back to an episode of The Simpsons and be like, see, they were prescient. They knew what was going on. Boondocks notoriously did the trial of R. Kelly. They were relentless in the trial of R. Kelly. It's one of the best pieces of television that's ever been made, in my opinion. Well, there's an incident that happened with Robbins' own Keke Palmer this weekend that may have proved that they were on top of something else. There was an episode of Boondocks that Tom Dubois lost his wife because Usher started singing to her. But you can't let Usher start singing to your wife, or else she gonna be Usher's wife after that. Well, Keke Palmer went to an Usher concert. She's up there having a good time, looking great. And Usher called her up on stage. And Usher started singing to her after Keke gave him a hug. Things that did not go over well. Well, and the outfit that she had on did not go over well with Keke Palmer's baby daddy. He then took to social media, slut-shaming his baby mama, talking about how it was inappropriate for her to be dressed the way that she was dressed and acting the way that she was acting because she's somebody's mama. As you can imagine, whether it's Chicago Twitter or Black Twitter, he was like Jon Snow taking on an entire army. So what did he do? He shut down all of his social media.
Oh.
If you search Keke Palmer on the Twitter.com while you still can, you will see that I have never seen the timeline more unified than I am seeing right now. But chalk another one up to Boondocks, because if you let Usher sing to your lady, she's no longer your lady.
That is high noon, because we have the Cubs game coming up in a little bit. We're going to be Cubs intensive for the next little while. Kyle Hendricks was on the mic last night during the game on Marquee. He's so good. There's so much with him. And here's the other thing I love about him. He's just so normal.
Yeah, I really like that about Kyle, too. There's like a ton of...
We got a lot of sound.
Of really great Cubs content that we need to share with you as the Cubs get ready for, like, this is not hyperbole. Like, the biggest game of the year so far. So we will share a lot of great Cubs analysis with you on the other side of a break. It's Bernstein and Holmes here on The Score.
Later, Brennan!
So The Score's been around forever, right? 30 plus years. I'm curious if you are from... How many times in your life have you been called Ryan Sandberg instead of Ryan?
100% until Harry gave me the nickname Rhino. That was huge. That was huge.
Okay, so I want to play for you, and I can't...
But not only that, my parents, I'd go to grade school, and finally 2 months into it or a month into it, they have Parents' Day, so they come to the school, they walk around, they go, "Where's your desk?" Mine's over there. They go and look, and there's my name tag, R-Y-A-N. Oh, God. They'd go to the teacher, "Hey, that's not how they spell his name." And they say, "What do you mean? It's R-Y-N-E." And they would say, well, he didn't say anything.
They weren't Ryan Duran fans.
They
weren't Ryan Duran fans.
No, they weren't.
Well, I want to play you this iconic clip from The Score's history. A host who still is here, Dan Bernstein, when a caller could not figure out what your name was. I don't know if you know about this clip. He went insane.
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Ryan. Ryan. Not Ryan.
Lost his mind.
Did you ever get that mad?
No, but I've heard the clip.
You've heard the clip?
Yeah. And you know what? It's really improved since '82 with Rhino as my nickname.
Yeah, okay,
now
good.
They kind of figured out because it's Ryan and then an O at the end of it. So that's worked very well.
Makes it easy for us Chicagoans to mispronounce every name.
That's awesome.
Chicago sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
Christian Yelich at the plate. 2 down, bottom of the ninth. Cubs lead 4-3. Yelich fly ball toward left field. Happ coming in. He's got it! And the Cubs win the ball game. Unbelievable.
Indeed, there's been some drama in Milwaukee, man. There's been a viral, profane managerial rant. There's been some exciting finishes, blown leads, and guys getting thrown out at the plate at extra innings. And
I support Rossi in his profane rant about the roof closing. You heard what Ian told us about what that's like? It's not fun.
Speaking of Rossi, you want to come hang out with him? Be caller 6 to the Scores contest line right now, 312-540-0670. You'll get a pair of passes to see the Bernstein and Holmes show live with David Ross, the manager of the Cubs, Tuesday, July 18th, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage. You can join us for the show and a meet and greet with Rossi, Blue Cross Blue Shield, through it all.
All right, let's talk Cubs. There's a lot of good Cubs nuggets over the last 24 hours. Today's game is really important. You know, you go from looking like it's the end on Monday, like just as bad of a loss as you could possibly have,
to looking like it was the end on Tuesday.
So looking like it's the end on Tuesday and staving off a loss that looked very similar to the one on Monday.
I said staring into the abyss and pulling back from it.
You get defensive plays from our guy Ian Happ, Miguel Amaya, who I thought played the catcher position brilliantly in the 10th and the 11th inning of that game. And then you win yesterday's game in comeback fashion. I guess there was a meeting, like a couple of vets went in and talked with Rossi on Tuesday about some of the things that they were seeing and they wanted to address with the manager. Everyone's kept it on the low, but I'm okay with guys going in there and saying what's on their mind and Rossi being receptive to it. But since we brought up Amaya, it should be noted that he got a lot of love from Kyle Hendricks. And Kyle Hendricks, I love when you get someone in the in-game interview that is actually engaged in both the conversation and the game. Every now and again, you get a guy like, oh, yeah, you know, blah, 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 or guys that are shy. Like, it's clear that Justin Steele is a man of few words, and that's saying a lot. So when you get a guy like Kyle Hendricks in there that's willing to talk to you on bigger subjects and about the game that's in front of him, it's a treat. That happened inside of last night's game. You want to learn about pitching and where things stand in baseball right now and what it's like to work with PitchCom? Check this out.
He came in with so many tools and just his demeanor back there. He already had all the makings, you know, to be a great catcher. And like you said, it's so much to handle. There's so much responsibility. Knowing each and every pitcher, what their strengths and weaknesses are, handling all the staff and everybody, handling the bullpen, and also going up and getting your at-bats in, you know. So it's a lot on his plate, but God, he's taken it all in stride. He's been unbelievable with taking the information, letting it soak in, and using the information in game now. You know, knowing what to pick out, what to use for each guy. I think he's learned each pitcher a lot more. Like I said, knows their strengths and where they want to go. But he has such good feel is the number one thing. Such good feel. The way he receives the baseball gets you a lot of calls.
Order lifts that one left field. Yelich back, slowing down and on the track. He makes the catch.
Too high.
Yeah, we got the lead in total feet. Just can't get one out of the park.
That's why he's the professor. He surmised that was too high. But the other question I would ask about that relationship with Miguel, does he sit with you the day before during the course of a game and say, okay, what do you want to do on Christian or that sort of thing, which usually he doesn't play the day before you pitch?
For sure, yeah. We're pretty locked in kind of all the days throughout, to be honest. We sit by each other, or he sits by a lot of the pitchers in general, the starters. We talk about the game, talk about what we're seeing, and definitely the day before. Yeah, like you said, most of the time he's not catching. We sit there and kind of already go over the game plan.
My question, Kyle, is this PitchCom device, and you're calling your own pitches now. Do you wish you had that your whole career?
You know what? It wasn't necessary my whole career, yeah, because it's really just the pitch clock is the thing. So my whole career, I mean, the catchers and that relationship is so huge. Like you guys know, I had Wilson for so many of my starts, and we knew each other so well. That's basically what we were doing, you know. We had a really good idea of what we wanted going in, but I would just shake a couple times to whatever I wanted to get to, or I would take his suggestions and we could work together like that.
That's great stuff.
The stuff on Amaya is really complimentary. And by the way, when he says too high, that's a major league reference.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people caught that.
It's Bill Leff, isn't it? Isn't that Bill Leff who says that?
Is it?
I think so.
Too high. What do you mean too high? It's too high.
High. It's just.
They didn't really acknowledge it as such.
It's fine.
But I thought he was making a reference to the movie Major League.
I think it's interesting too what he's saying about how, guys, I always called my own game for the most part, but I do have to be cognizant of what's going on with the pitch clock, and you're trying to get through stuff a lot faster. He's one of the guys that I wasn't concerned about with the pitch clock. You know, there's a group of guys that are like, I don't know. And one of them is still struggling with the pitch clock. But
it's Lynn.
Yes. Yeah, yes.
But definitely. Kyle Hendricks is not one of them. The word is amazed, Dan. I am amazed that Kyle Hendricks has come back and has been this effective. Because, you know, like the thing with Hendricks has always been, because he's a guy that throws 88, 89, that if he misses his spot even by a hair, that's a ball that ends up in left field. And his game planning and his command has been outstanding.
I also think he likes throwing to professional receivers and framers.
He was nice to Wilson in there, too.
I know.
I know that you're on a campaign to make Wilson the worst catcher ever.
Not true. No, that's the Cardinals are doing that.
Well, they did that.
But believe me, the Cardinals are making sure all of that stuff leaks out to Michael Kay and other broadcasters. Do you hear that stuff?
Did you hear
Michael? The stuff that Michael Kay was saying, that he was telling a story that...
Sure, A-Rod told him.
He heard that Wilson Contreras was calling pitches. Here, this is Michael Kay on... Is it ESPN?
Is this the Michael Kay show?
Yes Network.
No,
Yes
this is on Yes Network. Listen to this.
Where you'll get that occasional catcher, you know, maybe like this little battery here with Kisner and Flaherty, that they're very comfortable together, and then Contreras will catch everybody else. With Contreras coming over here for the first time, he's seen these pitchers in the same division when he's with the Cubs, so it isn't like it's a surprise that he doesn't know what they're throwing.
Well, I was in London last weekend to do the Cubs-Cardinals game. And I found out something. I was talking to a lot of the Cardinal people. Jeff, you're not going to believe this. The reason that they took Contreras out from behind the plate, he was calling pitches that the pitcher on the mound didn't have.
How do you do that? I mean, you're in the same division.
Right. He would be calling for a cutter for a pitcher that didn't throw a cutter. Like the pitchers were going crazy.
He was hitting against these guys when he was with the Cubs.
Yeah, maybe it was just
maybe he has no clue what the scouting report was. You think it would be an easier adjustment to come over to the Cardinals and catch the same guys you've been facing all these years?
Okay, first of all, it's Jeff Nelson is the analyst there. It has nothing to do with being in the division. You're the catcher. It's your job. You're there since spring training. It has nothing to do with having been on another team. That is a complete red herring. The fact that gets to Michael Kay, though,
I don't like that
is
at all.
Evidence of an ongoing internal warring factions regarding whose fault it is that the Cardinals are bad. And so I take a lot of that with a grain of salt.
Me too, because they told someone that clearly was going to let the world know when they had an opportunity to let the world know.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling the person who was doing play-by-play for your game on that Sunday morning national broadcast, which was awful. It's like the slander of Wilson Contreras really bothers me. It really bothers me. So I'm glad that Kyle was saying, relatively nice things about what his relationship was and where, like, he's like, well, Willie would make suggestions, and sometimes I go with it and see kind of where things stood on this. But there's something real rotten in St. Louis right now.
Yep.
And they deserve everything they get. Everything they get. Like their loss last night. And you talk about Schadenfreude, delicious. Absolutely. While the Cubs were fighting their way back and taking advantage of the Brewers making mistakes, seeing the Cardinals lose to the Marlins the way that they lost last night, absolutely, mwah, chef's kiss.
So Cody Bellinger's a hit streak going, right?
Yeah, he's been hitting, but not a ton of slug lately with Cody.
No, because he's fast, and he beat out an infield hit, and he's certainly making the most of it. We know he's fielding his position well. But part of the bet on Bellinger was that his body healing up a little bit and maybe fixing the swing path might bring back some of the MVP level power.
Yeah, they had a great discussion about this on the broadcast last night on these are things that, Dan, you and I talk about, quite honestly. Like we've even asked the question of Ian Happ on, do you sometimes leave your comfort in the strike zone to chase RBIs or to chase slug? And so Joe and JD and Boog got into this on Marquee last night as it pertains to Cody Bellinger.
Sometimes he's not driving it the other way. He's just fighting off a pitch, putting it in play, shooting it the other way. We've seen examples of that recently. Just a little flip to left field. But that becomes the debate, though. What do you want Cody Bellinger to be? The MVP Cody Bellinger is hitting a lot of home runs. And is there value in swinging and missing a little bit more and hitting the ball out of the ballpark a little bit more? It's a tough question to answer, right?
Well, I think
the best version of Cody Bellinger is hitting a lot of home runs and not striking out that much. He's been able to cut down on the strikeouts, but the slug is still lacking. But he's missed a bunch of time due to injury, right?
So he missed a full month. And then the other part you got to contemplate, he's playing the first 6 weeks of the season, half his home games at Wrigley Field. That is not friendly to slug, to homers, especially to lefties at Wrigley. I think it's tough. The other part is, what does the team need? I think you'd make the case, where is this team deficient? It's slug deficient, not OBP deficient.
However, the last couple of years, his slug hasn't been very good because it's been so much swing and miss. So I think there's a balance somewhere there for Cody, and I think he's going to find it this year. I really do, because I think his bat-to-ball skills have gotten better, and I think with the leg injury, that took away from the slug a little bit, because he had it in April. And not a friendly ballpark. When you start talking about Wrigley Field in April, he had it, and he had an OPS of over 1,000 in the month of April, and I think it's going to come back as he gets healthier.
The issue I have with some of this is it's a false premise.
Okay.
The false premise of you have to trade average for power. No, not if you're Cody Bellinger. In 2019, do you know what his F-WAR was?
In 19?
Yes.
6.5.
7.8. He was almost an 8-win player. He had 47 home runs, and he batted .305. He had the most home runs and his highest average in the same year.
What was the on base for him?
406. And he slugged .629. His WRC plus in 660 plate appearances was 161. So he doesn't, when he's great, he doesn't trade one thing for another. He does every bit of it.
Well, I wonder if what Joe was saying there at the end is whether it matters. I think it does. The idea of, yes, he's still making contact, and we are seeing him with less slug when he gets fully healthy. He's still not fully healthy, apparently. When he gets fully healthy, we should see him going back to being the guy that he was in April. and early May. But it's why, like, it's part of the reason that today's game becomes really important. Because that won't matter, you know, if you end up losing out before the All-Star break, none of that other stuff matters, because then you're going to go in a different direction from the way that the team is built up and what they're going to do as far as trades go.
This segment is brought to you by BLAutogroup.com. Just like baseball, numbers matter. So choose the Bob Lacurcio Auto Group's 13 automotive brands, 13 locations, and over 10,000 vehicle inventory serving the Chicago area, northern Indiana, and Peoria. Hit a home run with your next vehicle and visit BLAutogroup.com. We are going to take you right up to Cubs Brewers, the final game of the series in Milwaukee. Pre-game at 12:35, first pitch at 1:10 on the Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network, and you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker. All you have to do is tell your device, play 670 The Score.
This texter says, I find it ironic, and Dan, is this irony?
Okay.
I find it ironic that Wilson is getting dragged by the Cardinals when months ago he was taking shots at the Cubs and saying he's in a better organization.
Maybe slightly. It doesn't feel intensely ironic. It's sort of maybe more sort of poetic justice if he was going to do that. I don't know. I just
feel so dirty.
I just
like as
for me, I like this better. It's better organization.
As Jerry Angelo would say, this is dirty pool.
And the fact that they feed Michael K some of this stuff about, I don't know if I believe it. That somebody like Wilson Contreras would call pitches that a guy didn't have. And then it was so, and Jeff Nelson's like, well, he's seen these guys. No, he's their catcher. Go no further. He's a catcher. I don't care if you're a high school catcher. I don't care if you're in Little League. You got to know what your pitchers have and don't have. That is your job. That's what you do for a living.
Was this guy got in his arsenal? And what can we call?
Even if you're just walking out on the field for the first time. You know how it is.
You walk with what do you throw?
What do you got? I've seen it. I've seen pickup leagues, and look, we've all been in the situation. It's like fastball, curveball, change, run around second. We'll go second sign. You know, 1, 2, 3. We'll change it up with a run around second.
I had an epiphany last night because I was asked, like, I have a pair of contact lenses in my glove compartment, and the reason that I have them in there is because last year during the playoffs, for the softball league, I ripped my contact lenses. Like one of them just kind of ripped. And so I was screwed because I can't really see. And so I was like out in the outfield, like, okay, because there's a lot of stuff I can do without my glasses.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, can I play this game? And so I'm taking, like, people are doing warm-ups and stuff. And I'm like, oh no, this is bad. So I ran out to the car and I got like my backup pair of glasses.
Okay.
So like a complete idiot out there playing in the game. We won the game, obviously.
Like a 1970s outfielder, like Disco Danny Ford.
You better believe it. But I was driving right before that crazy rainstorm happened yesterday. And I started laughing. I was at the stoplight at Cottage Grove and 55th. I caught without my glasses or without contact lenses in college.
What? You catch the ball in the middle?
I mean, I'd catch it. You threw it, and I'd catch Sal Granatelli with that sidewinding left-handed stuff that he'd throw. It was mid to upper 80s.
Wait,
and
did you do it on
purpose,
or did you not know you needed them?
I knew that I needed glasses, but look, I didn't find out I needed glasses until high school was over.
This happened to Jason a couple of years ago. Summer League sophomore year, where he was crossing up the catcher.
But because he was seeing...
Yep, he couldn't see the signs. And he's like, wait a second. And we took him to the doctor. He's like, yep, you need this, this, and this. He's like, oh, now I know what pitch I'm supposed to throw.
Isn't that what was happening with Reynaldo Lopez? Didn't they say he got like
maybe
wasted or something?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but this was 1993.
Well, yeah.
So there weren't a lot of options, but I think it was Mr. Nyberg. I think it was my econ teacher that was like, can you even see the board? Like at the end of high school. And
no, ma'am.
I was like, I don't think I can. And he's like, okay. So I could still see to play catch and stuff.
Mrs. Riley, and only Mrs. Riley.
And then, like, during games, I still hit fine. I think my senior year, I hit 357 or something like that.
That's insane. Because
it's really stupid.
Because these big leaguers who have their eyes checked all the time. Talk to Ian about he literally does exercises for the muscles in his eyes. He does like eye weightlifting.
Well, I could definitely, as we all age, I could definitely use that because I think the bifocals are the next step. But man,
well, age, you can't do anything about that.
I was just like, you're a moron. Like you caught real games.
That's crazy.
By feel.
That's crazy.
You're out here playing with sensors.
Actually, I will say, though, William Contreras made an unbelievable stab last night. When Tauchman was on third, I think Ian might have been hitting. Or was it Bellinger? There was a pitch that he spiked. Hauser spiked a pitch. And I thought it was at the backstop. And I don't know how he made this play. And even Tauchman was looking around how did he catch that? It was cartoonish. I forgot which video game, but there used to be an arcade game where the catcher always caught everything because it was just sort of, you couldn't
get one past him.
You literally couldn't.
It was Carlton Fisk.
No, it wasn't. It was called Home Run Derby. So all it was, you pulled a spring-loaded thing back and you'd let it go at just how far you could hit it. It was fun. I played it in Madison before Muskie's games.
I'm thinking about getting one of those. I mean, because I have the NES and the Super NES that's got loaded up with 300 games.
Oh, like upstairs.
Yeah.
Like you're going to get like an emulator?
But there's apparently you can get what's it called? A USB drive.
Okay.
That has it comes with a USB drive and 2 remotes, and you can get 15,000 games on it. And I feel like that's a lot easier to tend to and carry. You're not dealing with a power cord.
Well, that's you can get an Atari 2600.
Yeah.
That is just the joystick.
Yeah, and it has all of the stuff in there.
Right. In the joystick.
But I'm thinking about getting that. It was really fun to watch my nieces and nephews play old games.
As I mentioned, though, I mentioned this to Spiegel. The problem with those emulators is if I could swap out the real controllers, because you can't play Tempest without the spinning controller. You can't play Arkanoid.
It's
without
honestly
the wheel.
hard to play Ms. Pac-Man if you don't have a legitimate joystick.
Right. You can, it's got to be right. You're not going to do Defender and have your hands positioned differently or play Galaga cross-handed. It's you're all excited to have the game, and then you don't have the right things. You can't play Centipede without the ball. Without the ball. Right?
That's all this show is. That's what we do.
I was making the noise of the falling fleas.
No, those are not fleas.
Yeah, they are.
They're ladybugs. Not ladybugs.
No, they're not. That's in millipede.
Oh, maybe you're right.
They're fleas, and they poison the mushrooms, right?
No, they leave mushrooms.
Oh, they leave mushrooms. It's the scorpion that poisons the mushrooms, and then the scorpion who's worth what, 3,000?
1,000.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think later in the game maybe it's 3,000, but it's 1,000.
I always get too aggressive with the spider and it kills me.
Well, because the spider's on its own thing.
I know, but I'm always I got it. Damn it! Every single time the spider comes out, oh, cool, spider. Oh, I'm dead.
But the spider takes away the mushrooms, though.
Right.
So it's
which is good because once it gets down to the bottom, you don't want the quick reversals.
Right.
Where you run out of space.
You have to navigate around the spider, and it's doing all this weird stuff, man. It's this has been Bernstein and Holmes break down old video games.
Right, we're going to give you a full analysis of Centipede if you're just joining us in 1982.
These are all the things that people wish was on sports radio back then.
Right, when you turn it on and get the latest.
Damn it, I want someone to help me through this whole thing with Centipede.
But it's if you're playing Battlezone, you want to have your face in the viewfinder tank thing. You can't play a warmed over Battlezone where you're looking at a screen with a joystick. That's, vector graphics, and your head has to be in the thing, and you're so intense you come out, there's the red rectangle around your face.
I'm glad you said rectangle.
Rambling red rectangle shows up. Well, that's the other. You got a red rectum, then you got to leave the arcade. check you for that.
Marcus Stroman is going to go to the bump today, so you're not a better person to have on the mound if you're the Cubs than him. Here's the lineup. Tauchman's the DH, Horner's the shortstop, Happ in left, Seiya in right, Morel at second, Cody's in center, Gomes is the catcher, Young is at first base, and Patrick Wisdom will play third.
Got to have this one.
Got to have this one. It'd be great if they got it. It'd be fun for us. Either way, we will break it down for you on tomorrow's show.
Thanks to Cody Decker and everybody, Ray and Studs and Brandon Fryer and Connor O'Donnell and Cody Westerland and et al. And et ali ad astra.
Cubs baseball is next on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network.
At 988-2300 Empire.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Score White Sox insider Ozzie Guillen.
There's no doubt about it. I think